to Camilla. He's here. My heart is pounding against my rib cage as he takes the empty seat by my side. His unique hazel eyes are fixed on me like lasers burning holes into my skin. I didn't want to come out tonight, but Natalia wouldn't take no for an answer. Now I'm glad she wouldn't. As I glance over at Professor Nitkin and our eyes meet, it feels like an intense jolt of electricity pulses through my veins, forcing me to break eye contact and sending my heart rate into overdrive. He's so unbelievably beautiful, with dark hair cut to a medium length and always styled without a hair out of place, and a strong jaw with just the exact right amount of stubble. His eyes move from me as he glares at the rest of the students, and I allow myself to look at him again. I swallow hard as I zero in on those eyes, struggling to believe how utterly stunning they are in the dim light of this club. There is pure, sadistic delight dancing in them as he watches the students cower at his stare. Most people wouldn't use the word beautiful to describe the man sitting next to me. They'd call him sadistic, twisted, depraved. Most of the students at SA fear him, but I've had a crush on him since the day I ended up at the wrong end of his whip. Perhaps even before then. I swallow hard, wondering what that makes me. Maybe I'm twisted and depraved just like him. Ood was in 9th grade when I told Principal Byrne to shove his assignment up his ass in law class because I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I remember so well the moment those normally dreaded words left Brian's lips. Camilla. Straight to Nitkin now. I remember the fear I felt, but it was mingled with something else. Excitement, perhaps, a desire to find out if Professor Nitkin's punishments were really as terrible as people described. The walk to his office, I was buzzing with anticipation, and then I'd looked into those eyes and the fear had quietened inside of me. They were so utterly beautiful that I couldn't be scared of him. His accented voice was like butter when I stepped into the office. "Marone, what are you doing here?" His brow was furrowed, as I'd never been sent to him before. I remember it like it was yesterday. I told him the principal had sent me for punishment, and I saw the delight in his eyes. A dark part of him lit up at the prospect of inflicting pain. It had an odd effect, one I couldn't quite understand at that age, a heat pulsing between my thighs and a coiling in my gut. Once he took the whip to my back, the shame and confusion I felt at the enjoyment almost knocked me off my feet. After that day, I made sure I never got sent back to him because I was too ashamed of how good it felt. Too young and naive to understand why it felt so good, and I think I'm still too inexperienced to truly understand it. He glances at me, and there's a flash of recognition as our eyes meet, as if he recognizes the sickness inside of me. And then he leans a little closer and murmurs, "Aren't you drinking, Miss Morone?" It's a simple question, but my mind misfires as I'm not used to him being so close that I can smell the woody scent of him, scent that has stuck with me ever since that day in his office. His brow arches, forcing me to speak. "I had a drink, but I finished it," I say, dumbly. A whisper of a smirk curls onto his lips, drawing my eyes to them. "Would you like to try mine?" He lifts the glass up, and heat unfurls deep inside of me. I shrug. Sure, I reach for the glass, and our fingers touch, electricity pulsing through my veins. There's a fire burning in his eyes, as if he's taunting me as I bring the glass to my lips and take a sip of his whiskey, unable to break our eye contact despite the heat inside of me. It feels like I'm on fire. "Thanks," I say, as I slide the glass back into his hand, allowing my finger to brush against his hand again. His jaw clenches and nostrils flare, making my stomach churn. "I didn't think you were a rule breaker, Camilla. A slacker, yes, but you've only ever been sent to me once." My stomach churns as I wonder why he remembers that, and if there's any significance to the memory sticking in his mind. "I may have succumbed to peer pressure," I reply. His eyes flash with something undetectable. "Is that right?" His voice drops slightly lower. "Are you worried about the punishment you'll be getting at my hand because of tonight?" There's a sensuous tone to his voice, as if he's talking about something taboo. I swallow hard. "I don't know what you mean, sir," he smirks. I think deep down you know exactly what I mean, Camilla. The way he says my name makes my body erupt in flames. There's a reason you never got sent to me again, and it's not because you fear the punishment I dole out like most of the other students. He shakes his head, a knowing look in his eyes. It's because you don't understand why you got enjoyment from it. It feels like he has cracked open my skull and is reading my mind like an open book. My pulse becomes unbelievably erratic as I stare at the god of a man next to me, wondering why he's bringing up my fucked up reaction to the one time he punished me. Did he know that his punishment made me wetter than I'd ever been in my life? Or that I couldn't stop dreaming about him inflicting pain on me and making me come night after night? I swallow hard. I'm not sure what you're talking about. He chuckles, the sound not friendly at all. You're a terrible liar, Camilla.
What are you insinuating, sir?
I ask. It's as if my question breaks him out of a daze as he shakes his head, those hazel eyes turning cold and shuttered as he stands up and claps his hands, drawing everyone's attention to him. As fun as this has been, I'm not altogether comfortable drinking with underage kids in a bar. Now, all of you need to head back to the academy. Everyone grumbles in response to Nitkin cutting our fun short, and I can't deny that a part of me is disappointed. I wanted to see where exactly he was going to take the conversation. Does he truly know how aroused I was when he punished me that day? Coach Daniels stands. Cool it, Gav. Let the kids have some fun. I notice how his attention has been fixed on Adriana. He seriously doesn't want to give up on pursuing her as he gives her a wink, which results in the most furious scowl I've ever seen cross her beautiful face. Care to dance? He asks her. She shakes her head. No, thank you. Professor Nitkin shakes his head. Arch, you can't be serious. Where the fuck is Oak? Coach Daniels shrugs. Fuck knows, I don't care. He glances at Adriana. Dance with me, just once. She releases a frustrated sigh before placing her hand in his, allowing the man whore to pull her onto the dance floor. I'm surprised she agreed. Mudak, Professor Nitkin curses in Russian as he watches his friend escort Adriana onto the dance floor. I've got to admit Coach Daniels is persistent if nothing else. Although she's made it crystal clear she's not interested. He's hot as hell, but I can see why Adriana is reluctant to jump into bed with him. Because the guy has had too many students over the years. It's like a game to him. Professor Nitkin reluctantly sinks back onto the stool next to me, his attention flitting between each student. I'm not sure if it's the alcohol or my raging teenage hormones, but I set my hand on his muscular arm and squeeze. Come on, Professor. What's the harm in a bit of fun? I ask, my hand feeling like it's burning from touching him. His jaw clenches. You wouldn't survive my kind of fun, Camilla? A shudder races down my spine at the dark, sadistic look in his eyes. I lick my bottom lip, which seems to draw his eyes to them, and all I can think about is how good it would feel to kiss this man. Are you certain, sir? He shifts on the stool and adjusts his pants, drawing my attention to the firm bulge at his crotch. My thighs clench as I realize he's aroused, and I wonder if I'm the reason. Excitement rises inside of me as I feel a pulse ignite between my thighs. Gavril Nitkin has had this power over me since I can remember, but even more so since the first and last punishment he gave me. He leans toward me and whispers in my ear. Very few have what it takes, and an innocent little girl like you could never understand the twisted desires of a monster. A shiver races down my spine as I lean away from him and search his eyes. Maybe I'm not as innocent as you think. The smirk that twists onto his lips is downright sinful as he shakes his head and keeps his voice low. I can smell a virgin a mile off, Miss Morone. Heat slams into me hard, and it feels like I'm burning from the inside out at the look in his eyes. I am a virgin. But how the hell did he know that? I lick my too dry lips, allowing myself to remain close to him even though every instinct tells me to turn away. Have you got some kind of radar? He shakes his head. No. Normally I steer clear of innocent little virgins because they can't handle me. There's something suggestive about what he's saying, and I know pushing him is dangerous, but I can't help it. My nostrils flare as I glance down at the bulge in his pants again, and right now, his jaw clenches and his eyes are so full of fire that it makes me want to reach forward and pull him against me. Feel those beautiful lips against mine. Right now, I'm thinking you look rather delicious in that dress. I swallow hard, excitement and fear at war with one another. On the one hand, it's insane that Professor Nitkin is even saying these things to me, because I know how dark and twisted he can be, but it feels like I've fallen into one of my dirty daydreams that I can't seem to stop. Shall we dance? I ask, my voice so quiet, I wonder if he'll even hear me. His nostrils flare and eyes flash. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Disappointment coils through me, but it's quickly eradicated when he leans closer again, setting a rough hand on my bare thigh. But if you really want to, I can't say no to you. I shudder. The warmth of his skin against mine sends my body into overdrive. A soft moan escapes my lips before I can stop it, making him smirk. Come on, then. He moves back and offers me his hand. I stare at it for a few seconds, wondering what the hell I'm doing. And then, I place my hand in his and let him pull me onto the dance floor. I notice that Adriana looks rather irritated as she glares at Archer Daniels, while he tries to sweet-talk her as they dance. I fear he's fighting a losing battle where she's concerned. Out of all the people I know, Adriana is the most stubborn. Gavril's hard body presses into mine as he pulls me against him, his hands firmly planted on my hips.
Tell me, Camilla, how come you're so good at keeping out of trouble?
I swallow hard, gazing into those unique, otherworldly eyes of his. What do you mean? In the entire time you've attended the academy, you've only ever been to me once. I shrug, my body so hot it feels like someone has set fire to my skin. I guess I'm just a good girl, I say, regretting it instantly as his nostrils flare and his eyes darken. Is that right? His grip on my hips is so tight it almost hurts, and yet here you are, breaking the rules. My lips feel too dry as my tongue darts out over it. I told you I was forced into it. His brow arches. Difficult to believe, Miss Morone. However, I hope you're looking forward to your punishment for this. My throat bobs, and I hate that he knows my secret. The secret that I've tried to keep buried ever since that day I was sent to his office, and he took me into the basement. Not particularly. His expression is sadistic as he straightens slightly, putting some distance between us as the song comes to a stop. Such a liar. Heat slams into me as I drop his hand and try to move away. I need to get some air, I say. He releases me, but almost reluctantly as I turn away and rush through the crowd, struggling to work out why I'm running from a man who I've desired for so long. It's fear, I realize. Fear of learning what the hell is wrong with me and why I crave his punishment almost as much as I crave his kiss. Gavril. Screams fill my ears as I lash the student again with a whip. When did I become so detached from my humanity? Question that so frequently rises inside of me every time I have a student down in my basement lately. Perhaps the more important question is, do I even have any humanity left anymore? The infliction of pain no longer gives me the same satisfaction it used to give me. In fact, this has almost become boring as I watch the welts appear on his back. The depravity inside of me is becoming more impossible to quench with each day that passes. It's because there's a beast that lives within me that has an appetite for more heinous acts, for blood. I swallow hard and lash him for the last time, my heart keeping a steady, unaffected rhythm. There was a time when this kind of torture used to excite me, but it appears I've surpassed such rudimentary delights. The boy slumps in the chains as I set down the whip. You are free to go. I walk toward him and unclasp the chains, thrusting his shirt into his hands. I hope you learned your lesson. The boy, whose name I can't even remember, shakes like a leaf as he grabs his shirt and flees the basement. That's right, kid. Run from the monster before he tears you apart. The sick things I'd have liked to do to him are almost unspeakable in most people's books. I run a hand across the back of my neck and turn toward the wall where I keep my implements, the thirst for blood almost impossible to ignore as my gut coils and my mind fills with bloody visions. The one rule Oak gave me for punishing students was to never make them bleed. It's a rule that's becoming harder and harder to follow with each passing day. The bell chimes in the distance, warning me it's time for me to take my senior anatomy class. I clench my jaw, grinding my teeth. There's one girl in that class who has been impossible to ignore ever since that fated night at the bar before winter break, a night where I let my guard down and got sucked into the moment. I said things I never should have said to a pupil. And now it's as if she's taunting me to take things further with the dirty looks she gives me in class. Camilla Morone, the beautiful, curvy Italian girl who can't stop making eyes at me. I was too forward with her at the bar when we stumbled upon those rule breakers, and now I fear I've only opened a can of worms. She wants me, that I'm sure of. The question is, does she have any idea what that means? Most of the students here aren't strangers to my sadistic ways. If she knew what was good for her, she'd never fucking look at me again. And yet, since the news dropped about Oak's rather non-traditional wedding to a student, Camilla has been looking at me more than ever. Perhaps she believes there's some kind of possibility for us to have a similar relationship. But what she doesn't realize is I'm nothing like Oak. I don't do relationships. I'm not like other people. Clenching my fist, I turn away from my wall of implements and force myself to leave the basement below my classroom. The door to the classroom is left ajar, no doubt, by the kid who I just punished. I allow myself to peer through the crack toward her seat, groaning when I see she's already there, eagerly awaiting my arrival. The one and only time Camilla wound up at the wrong end of my whip opened her eyes to questionable things about herself. To my disappointment, she never made her way to my office again, even after those fuckers broke the rules and went to the bar where we caught them. Oak gave them collective detention, clearing the old ruins of weeds and debris. Despite my instance that they needed a harsher punishment, I clenched my fists by my side, knowing the main reason it disappointed me was because I didn't get to punish Miss Moron, clear my throat, and then walk into the classroom, letting my gaze move freely across the room, even though there's a clawing need to zero in on Camilla. Ever since our conversation took a more sexual turn the night at the bar, I've never been interested in students unlike Archer. He can't keep his fucking cock in his pants around the hot 18-year-old girls, but they've always been too immature for me and my dark tastes. However, Camilla is an exception, and I know why. I know what makes her tick. Those masochistic tendencies she tries desperately to bury ever since I uncovered them in my office 3 years ago. I allow myself to glance at her and find she's staring right back at me with those honey-brown eyes of hers. Heat coils through my body as I break eye contact and open my briefcase, getting out the senior year anatomy textbook. All of you turn to chapter 13. I flip open the book to the correct page. Today we're going to be studying the best poisons to use and what organs they affect. I glance up, finding Camilla staring at me rather than her book, which is still closed. Miss Morona, are you deaf? I snap. Her eyes widen and she shakes her head. Sorry, sir. What was the page? I clench my jaw, wanting nothing more than to drag her into the basement and show her what she needs to know about me. The memory of her when she was 15 years old rubbing her thighs together while I inflicted pain slams into me. And I shake my head, knowing that the next time I get Morone into that kind of position, I'm not sure I'd be able to resist taking it too far.
Chapter 13. I bark.
She nods and finds her place in the book, biting on her bottom lip. It's not done to be arousing, but everything this girl does lately drives me fucking insane. I run a hand through my hair and tear my eyes off of her, gazing across the room at the solemn and focused faces. Every student fears me and my punishments at this school, even the cocky ones like Elias Morales. He would swear blind he doesn't, but I've seen his fear when he has been sent to me. Can anyone tell me a name of a famous poison used in the past? One that is easily accessible. There's a few moments of silence before Natalia Gurin thrusts her hand in the air, drawing my attention back to that front row where Natalia is sitting beside Camilla. Yes, Gurin, atropa belladonna, I nod. Indeed, a classic that has been used for centuries. What makes it so effective? The berries can be added to a sweet drink, for example, and therefore it can be very difficult to detect the poison as they are sweet and pleasant to taste. I nod. And what effects does it have on the body once consumed? It can block the normal functions of the nervous system, causing paralysis, even in the heart, and therefore can be fatal at the right dosage level, Natalia answers. Eva Carmichael clears her throat next to Natalia as if she's uncomfortable by her friend's extensive knowledge of a deadly poison. It's clear my friend's wife is not cut out for the world of the mafia. It's difficult to believe that Oak fell for a student, let alone married one. Unfortunately, I think that's only added more fuel to the fire where Camilla is concerned. As I glance over at her and find she's staring at me with fuck-me eyes, I grit my teeth and move my attention elsewhere. Right. I want all of you to read Chapter 13 and then write a short 300-word essay on which poison you would choose if you needed to take out an enemy quickly but quietly without being detected. There's a murmured grumble as the students get to work reading the chapter. Sitting down behind my desk, I loosen my tie, which feels too damn tight. The room feels hot, even though I know it's a normal temperature. It's the girl at the front of the room that's making me feel that way. I focus on the pile of sophomore essays in front of me on the heart and its functions to the body, picking up the one on the top of the pile. Teaching can be such mundane work, and yet it helps me quieten that sadistic urge that follows me every step I take in life. The discipline and structure of working in a school gave me a way of controlling those urges and an outlet as the resident SA punisher. Oak saved me from myself when he offered me this job, as I was on the edge of no return, spiraling toward a dangerous future, one that could have landed me in prison or worse. I was an enforcer for the Sidorov Bratva on the other side of the border in Toronto, emigrating at 14 years old from Russia. But the violence and lack of rules made it hard to control my thirst for blood. I killed one of the higher-ranking members in an argument and had to flee. The sudden upheaval in my life set me off on a spree that I am not proud of. That's when Oak and I met, and he offered me a job and protection from the men I fucked over and from myself.
I'm finished, sir,
Natalia says, placing the essay onto the desk. As always, she finishes first every damn time. Thank you. You may leave. She nods and walks away, leaving the rest of the class still slaving over their essays. Natalia Gurin has always been the smartest kid in class ever since she arrived here. It's refreshing to have a female student that is so dedicated to her studies. Slowly, the rest of the class turn in their essays and leave early. I don't see the point in forcing students to stick around if their work is complete. When I glance up and see Lila Estrada handing in her essay, my stomach dips. There's 5 minutes left until the bell goes, and now Camilla is the only student left. Thank you, Miss Estrada. She smiles and nods, walking out of the room. My heart thunders erratically beneath my ribcage as I stare at Camilla, who is still writing somewhat leisurely considering she's the last in here. Deep down, I know she made sure she took the longest, so we'd be alone together, something that's happening far too often lately to be a coincidence. Desire swirls to life in my gut as I watch her, wishing I wasn't so taken by my student. It's an everyday struggle made worse by the fact I know deep down she's a natural masochist, even if she doesn't understand it yet. What I'd do to have the opportunity to teach her and open her eyes to a world of pleasure and pain. I clench my fist beneath the desk as I count down the seconds to the bell. My cock semi-hard and straining against the zipper of my pants. This day has already been fucking challenging enough without Camilla Morone giving me blue balls. The chime of the bell sounds and her stunning brown eyes lift from the paper as she clicks the lid on her pen. They meet mine and the fire in them is enough to burn down the entire fucking building. Finished, Miss Morone? I ask, unable to stop my voice from sound strained. She smiles, and it's the most beautiful smile that I've ever seen. Beauty is subjective, and I don't normally find it in such mundane things like smiles or appearance. Normally, I see beauty in chaos and pain, and yet Camilla is beautiful to me all the damn time. Yes, sir. I grind my teeth together as I watch her stand and walk toward the desk. She always calls me sir, whereas most of the students call me professor. And when she does it, there's something suggestive, almost sexual. Or perhaps it's because I've lost my head ever since that night at the bar. I need to rein it in and squash any hopes she has that this can turn into anything other than a strictly professional student and professor relationship. Camilla. My heart skips a beat as he snatches the essay from my hand violently. Thank you, Miss Maroney. He doesn't meet my gaze. Now get to your next class. I swallow hard, feeling disappointed. Ever since the night at the bar before winter formal, he's been short with me and barely meets my gaze. Yes, sir. And yet I can't stop fantasizing about him. It's as if he plagues my every waking moment and sleeping. There's barely a dream I've had that doesn't feature him. His jaw clenches just before I turn around and walk out of the classroom. Perhaps my disappointment is because ever since I found out Eva married Principal Byrne over winter break, I've had hope that maybe there's a chance for my crush on Nitkin to turn into something else. If she can end up with a professor, then why can't I? I know it's crazy, because Professor Nitkin is nothing like Principal Byrne. He's tormented and mean, and he loves punishing people when I said it, almost jokingly to my friends. They all thought I was fucking crazy, and maybe I am. After all, Gavril Nitkin isn't like any other man I've ever met. His eyes are cold and calculating, and he delights in inflicting pain. Not to mention my family would never allow me to be with a professor from the academy. I'm destined to be married off to a mafia heir who will increase the family's power and standing. Professor Nitkin's biggest appeal for me is one that I've been ashamed to admit to anyone, sometimes even myself. I delight in being subjected to pain as much as he delights in doling it out. There's only one time that a teacher has sent me to Nitkin's office for punishment, and my shame made certain I never landed back in his office again. He whipped me as he does with most of the students, an act that should instill fear and pain and make you wish you never got sent to him. And yet I felt an ache between my thighs. Being only 15 years old, I couldn't really understand why pain caused such pleasure. It's what kept me away from him since that day, making doubly certain I never got sent back for punishment. Camilla. I turn around to find Adriana jogging down the hallway toward me. Wait up. Didn't you hear me the first time? I swallow hard, shaking my head. Sorry, I guess I was in my own world. She links arms with me. We've got combat with Daniels next, she says, shoving her fingers down her throat. Kill me now. I smirk at that. You know deep down you love him flirting with you. She gives me an angry glare. No chance in hell. Why did you dance with him at the bar then? Because he wouldn't leave me alone. I don't think he ever will until you sleep with him, I say, stopping at my locker to grab my gym bag. Which will never happen, she sighs heavily. You sound as bad as him. I shoulder my gym bag and lock my locker. I wish Professor Nitkin was as easy as Coach Daniels. Adriana shakes her head as we continue toward the gym hall. Not that again. You realize the guy is borderline insane, right? I swallow hard, as I know he might be a little unhinged. Perhaps, but I've had a crush on him since before I can remember. Yeah, I know, Adriana laughs, but I remember when we were in 9th grade and you got sent to him on purpose by Principal Byrne. Ever since you've made sure you never got sent back again, because he's fucking crazy. I swallow hard, knowing she assumes I made sure I didn't get sent back because it was so horrific. Even though it's the opposite. His punishment was too pleasurable, and I couldn't understand it. I wonder if it would be the same now. If Professor Nitkin inflicting pain on me would make me ache between my thighs again. Or if it was a one-time thing. I guess there's only one way to find out. I didn't get sent to him on purpose, I say, shaking my head. You did. I remember you said, I'm going to see what all the fuss is about. And then you told Principal Byrne in front of the entire class to shove his assignment up his ass. I laugh then, remembering the look on his face when I spoke to him like that. He turned almost bright red from anger and shouted at me to get to Nitkin for punishment before he threw me in the choker. I shudder, as I've been in the choker once. an ancient torture device they house in one of the old rooms in the West Wing, with spikes that barely miss you once closed, making it impossible to move. The one time I ended up in there for 30 minutes was pure torture, far worse than being sent to Nitkin. However, many people would beg to differ. "Come on, let's get dressed." Adriana steers me into the changing room, which is buzzing with other girls getting ready. Jeannie and Anita glare at us the moment we enter. "Look who the cat dragged in," Jeannie says, sniggering. We both ignore her and walk over to join Eva and Natalia on the far side, who are already dressed for combat training. "You took your time with that essay," Natalia says, staring at me accusingly, "trying to get some time alone with the psycho." I narrow my eyes at her. "No, I'm just not as fast at writing as you." Eva chuckles. "Maybe not as fast as her, but you're normally finished before me." I shrug, heat spreading through me, as I wonder if I'm that obvious. And then I strip out of my clothes and get dressed into my sports gear, wishing we didn't have an hour of combat training. I've never been very good at it, unlike Adriana, who has always been top of the class. I wonder if that's why Coach Daniels is so set on having her this year. She's athletic and can even hold her own against him in a fight unless he's going easy on her when they spar. I couldn't be sure which it is, to be honest.
We're going to be late,
Eva says, as we're the only 4 left in the changing room. Adriana groans.
I'd rather not attend at all.
Nat shoves her in the shoulder. "Man up, Vasquez. You've still got 2 semesters of his shit." She rolls her eyes. "Unless I can put him off, but it seems like an impossible feat up to now." I must admit I'm surprised he hasn't given up and moved on to the next one, I say. Adriana's brow furrows. "What do you mean?" "Well, he's renowned for having a couple of students, if not more, on the go during 1 year. As far as I'm aware, he hasn't touched a single student this year, spending all his time trying to get into your pants instead." Her cheeks turn pink as she shakes her head. "Well, I wish he'd turn his attention to someone else." I hook arms with her. "Come on, let's go see Loverboy." She glares at me, making me laugh. I'm only messing about. "Well, don't." I shake my head, and we walk together into the gym, where the coach is about to start a demonstration. His dark eyes find Adriana instantly, and I see the fire in them. There's no way he's going to stop trying to get into her pants this semester. I think she has the willpower of a saint, as he's so damn hot, but I get that his reputation is off-putting. "Adriana, you're late," he says, drawing everyone's attention to the 2 of us, "which means you get to help me with my demonstration." He waves away Anita, who looks disappointed. Everyone wants to tussle with Coach Daniels, because he's sexy as hell except for Adriana. "Motherfucker," she murmurs under her breath, before unhooking arms with me and walking to stand in front of him. "Today, we're going to learn how to disable your opponent without doing damage," Daniel says, his eyes dancing with delight as he stares at Adriana. "All you need to do is stand there and look pretty, Miss Vasquez." Her nostrils flare. "And let me do the work." A few students chuckle at that as she crosses her arms over her chest, arms up as if you are anticipating an attack, he instructs. Adriana does, as he says, rage blazing in her eyes as she watches him, and then he moves for her, grabbing her by the shoulder effortlessly and using it to flip her onto the safety mat below, pinning her beneath his foot. "It's as simple as that," he says, glancing at the students watching him. "Get a solid grasp of the shoulder and use your weight to flip your opponent to the ground. It does minimal damage, but ensures your opponent is entirely subdued." Adriana grabs his foot and twists it in a way that forces him to lose his balance, bringing him down onto the mat next to her.
Are you so sure about that, Coach?
His jaw clenches. Well played, but I was distracted at the time. He pushes himself back to his feet and offers her a hand, which she doesn't take. Once she's on her feet, he grabs her hips suddenly and pulls her toward him, murmuring something in her ear. Her cheeks flush a deep red and her jaw clenches as she takes a step away from him. Coach Daniels has never been discreet about his pursuit of students, but with Adriana, he's been particularly brazen about it. Now get into pairs and practice, he barks. Adriana returns to my side. What did he say to you? She shrugs. The usual derogatory and misogynistic bullshit. Something needs to be done about his harassing students. It's not right. Adriana arches a brow. Do you think that an academy for a bunch of criminals cares what is right or wrong? Touché, I say. Coach approaches us. Enough chit-chat. Get to work, ladies, or I'll have you in detention after class with me. His eyes objectively dart down the length of Adriana, and then back to her eyes. Perhaps that's exactly what you want, Miss Vasquez. He winks. Adriana glares at him and gets into position in front of me. You flip me. I've never been good at combat. Adriana is amazing and sporty and is always the head of the class, even in front of the guys. Elias is a close second, though. I get into the stance that Coach had adopted in front of her and then lunge forward, grabbing Adriana's shoulder and trying to use my weight to flip her to the floor. It goes about as well as I'd expect as I end up tumbling to the floor with her. Both of us burst into laughter. You are useless at this, she says. I know. I get back up and offer her my hand, which she takes. I wish combat training wasn't compulsory. So do I this year. I've always loved it, but not now. She glares over at Coach, who is making the rounds. Coach is making me hate it. It sucks. How can you get him to stop? I ask. She shrugs. Beats me. It seems like the more I refuse him, the more determined he gets. Her brow furrows, as if he's never been rejected before or something. Maybe he hasn't been rejected. I mean, look at him. There's no denying that Coach Daniels is hot as hell. With dark hair and dark eyes and a body to die for covered in tattoos. She sighs. Looks aren't everything. What did I tell you both about chatting? Coach barks behind me, making me jump. I swallow hard and get into my stance. Why don't you flip me this time? Adriana nods and lunges forward, effortlessly flipping me onto my back. Good work, Adriana, Coach says, moving on. Adriana helps me to my feet. You think he's so hot? Why don't you try to get in his pants so he forgets about mine? I laugh at that. He's hot, but I don't want to have sex with him. And the reason is that I'm utterly obsessed with another professor entirely. If it were Nitkin, I'd be first in line, and probably the only one. She turns her nose up. Then stop telling me he's hot. I don't want anyone's sloppy seconds. He's had too many students in the time we've attended SA. It makes me sick. True. I stretch out my shoulder, which aches from the pressure Adriana put on it. Quiet, both of you. I won't ask you to keep your mouth shut again. Coach barks behind us. Even though everyone chats during combat training, the coach is singling us out, which makes me snap. I turn around and glare at him, rage slamming into me for some inexplicable reason, mainly because this asshole was just harassing Adriana, as if he has the right to and then tells us to shut up. Maybe I'll keep my mouth shut when you stop sexually harassing my friend and trying to get her to suck your cock. The words escape my mouth before I can really think about it. Adriana's eyes widen and she stares at me in disbelief. Coach, who is always the most easygoing of the faculty staff, looks utterly furious as he walks toward me. That's it, Morone. Go to Nitkin now. I won't stand for you talking to me like that. I swallow hard at the mention of Professor Nitkin. Sir, I'm sorry, Now, Morone, no getting out of it. I glance at Adriana, who gives me an apologetic look, even though it's not her fault. Yes, I was sticking up for her, but it's about time someone did. And then I turn and head out of the gym toward Nitkin's office, my heart thundering in my chest. Deep down, I think I wanted this to happen. This is the way to find out if my reactions in 9th grade to his punishment were a on-time thing, or whether deep down I'm a masochist. Gavriel. The knock at the door stiffens my spine as adrenaline pulses through my veins. Whenever I get a knock at the door during a free period, it's always a student being sent for punishment. My bloodlust from earlier this morning, when I punished that boy, still hasn't cleared. I clear my throat. Who is it? Camilla Morone. The blood rushes south at the sound of her voice, and heat slams into me like a freight train. It's my luck that it would be her while I'm struggling to maintain control of my sadistic urges. Could she really be here for a punishment session? Merely 40 minutes ago, she stood in front of me and handed me her essay, which, ironically, I'm grading now. She barely masked the disappointment on her face as I snatched it from her without really paying her much attention and told her to get to her next class. I realize I've been silent too long when her voice calls again from the other side of the door. May I come in? The sweet sound of her voice makes my cock harder than it's ever been as awareness skates down my spine. Of course, come in, I call, hating the gruff tone of my voice. No one has sent Camilla to my office since she was in 9th grade. I know she was ashamed that day, confused by the natural sensations she experienced from my rough treatment of her. I'm guilty of many things, but I've never been a pervert, and yet I couldn't forget the way she rubbed her thighs together harder with each lash of my whip, a natural-born masochist. It was difficult to ignore, even harder to forget. Camilla opens the door, looking tentative as she steps inside. Every muscle in my body turns rigid as she's not dressed in the SA uniform. Instead, she's in her sports kit, which means she must have been in Archer's combat class or gym. The SA sports kit for the girls comprises a too short skirt and too tight fucking top that leaves nothing to the imagination, especially with a curvy girl like Camilla wearing it. Of course, Archer had a hand in the design because he's a dirty son of a bitch. How can I help you, Miss Morone? I ask, fighting against questionable urges clawing at my insides. Coach Daniels sent me for punishment, sir. My pants get tighter as she licks her bottom lip, placing her hands behind her back and looking innocent. What did you do? She shrugs. I spoke out of turn. I arch a brow. That's unlike you, Camilla. Although Camilla is no great a student, she isn't usually insolent or bratty like some students can be. I know a lot of the girls here at the academy can't be bothered, because they know the fate they'll face after graduation, an arranged marriage to someone who gives their family political, financial, or power gains. They aren't motivated enough to work hard, except for the ones who expect to lead or become part of the hierarchy within their family. I stand then and walk to the other side of the desk, leaning against it so there's less distance between us. What exactly did you say? Her cheeks turn a dark red as she stares at me in what seems like surprise. I don't think I should repeat it to you, sir. I narrow my eyes at her. I'm asking you to repeat it. She turns uncharacteristically shy as she wraps a strand of hair around her finger mindlessly. He told me to stop talking. She shrugs. I told him to stop sexually harassing my friend and trying to get her to suck his cock. The word cock on her lips makes my own twitch in my pants as I narrow my eyes. Well, I can't deny that you shouldn't talk back to a teacher, but it's not like that was a lie. I assume we're talking of Miss Vasquez. She nods, glancing at me with a hint of surprise in her expression.
Yes.
Archer has been after her since the start of the year. It's clear she's a tough cookie to crack, but Archer is persistent. Very well. Did he confirm what kind of punishment he expects me to give you? Camilla's eyes are wide as she shakes her head. No, okay. I clench my fists by my side, knowing that once the words on the tip of my tongue escape, there's no turning back. Let's go down into the basement, I say, despite every part of me screaming that it's a bad idea to take her down there, especially as I'm so on edge today and already semi-hard. Her throat bobs, and she bows her head. Of course, sir. She's so fucking submissive, it makes my balls ache. I walk out of my office and into my classroom next door, heading for the door down into the basement. Oak assigned me this classroom because of the basement adjoining it and my skills for punishment. There's a tension in the air as we descend into the dark, dank space together. Excitement races through me as I wonder if Camilla will have the same reaction to pain as she had the first time we came down here. And if she does, will I be able to hold myself back? Once we're in the basement, I glance at her to find she's staring at the floor, her lip trembling slightly.
Shirt off, I say.
Knowing that normally that order does nothing to me, male or female subject, and yet the idea of her half-naked in my presence makes me crazy. Her brow furrows, but she complies, pulling the shirt over her head. I grit my teeth as she's wearing a sports bra that is too tight, pushing her cleavage up in the most sinful way. Unfortunately, the bra will get in the way too, and I can hardly believe the next words escaping my mouth. "And the bra, I'm afraid?" Her eyes widen. "Sir? It will impede the whip." She swallows and turns her back to me for some privacy, reaching around and unclasping the bra. It drops to the floor below her. My cock is harder than nails now as I stare at her bare skin, wanting nothing more than to paint it with angry red welts. And then, once she thinks it can't get worse, slice through her skin until she bleeds, and then worship her with my hands, lips, and teeth. I clench my jaw, shaking my head in an effort to clear the haze from my mind. This is no different from any other punishment I dole out, even if it is Camilla Morone. A means to discipline and teach, not a way for me to get my rocks off or feed some sick fantasy. I reach for the handle of my whip and pull it down from the wall, shutting my eyes and drawing a deep breath. Flexing my fingers, I get used to the familiar and calming feel of the leather-bound handle in my hand. It brings me the calm I need as the sadistic thoughts had taken control. I open my eyes. "Brace your hands against the wall and don't move them. Otherwise, I'll have to bind you." She steps forward, placing her hands in front of her. And then I bring the whip down in a heavy arc across the center of Camilla's back. She cries out at the pain and impact, her legs trembling beneath her as she claws at the wall. It's not a scream, but there's pain in the sound. Anticipation coils through me as I wonder if I'm right about Camilla and her preferences, or whether I was mistaken 3 years ago. My grip turns unnaturally tight as I whip her again. This time, the sound is more of a mix between a cry and a moan, which makes my cock harder. The third time I do it, I groan as she presses her thighs together in reaction, and there's no doubting the pleasure in her cry as she takes my punishment. "This is supposed to hurt, Miss Morone. Why does it sound like it's pleasurable to you?" I growl, lost in my sick fantasies. I never speak to the students when I punish them, and yet I broke that rule with the one girl I certainly shouldn't. "What do you mean, sir?" she asks, her voice sweeter than honey. I bring the whip down again, and her thighs rub together as she moans. "You sound like you're getting fucked rather than whipped." She gasps at that, glancing at me over her shoulder. Those honey-brown eyes are dilated so much so there's barely a rim of brown, dilated from the mix of pain and pleasure. Face forward, I snap, not saying another word as I repeatedly bring the whip down over her perfect skin, leaving angry welts over it. The sadist inside of me is lost to this, painting a picture over her unmarked, blemish-free skin. Pain can be an art form, or at least, it's always felt that way to me. Skin is my canvas, and blood is my paint. "Oh, God," Camilla grumbles as her thighs seem to shudder, and that's when I realize she's climaxed from the pain, as I see the wetness of her arousal dripping down the inside of her thigh. The sight drives me insane, and I used too much force this time. The whip comes down and slices through her beautiful skin, enticing a sharp whimper from her. The sight of blood drives something wild and primal in me as I drop the whip, the need to touch her, smear the blood on me utterly intoxicating and impossible to ignore. And yet I have to remind myself she's a student, forbidden, off limits, and too damn innocent for me. Camilla keeps rubbing her thighs together like the dirty little masochist she is, even after I've cut her open. Even after she's had her climax, I walk over to her, despite knowing it's a bad idea. "You're bleeding," I say, my voice rough as I touch the wound. She straightens, suddenly, a tension in her body as she didn't realize I was so close. "Sir? I think I went too far." My finger traces the cut, and I smear the blood over her tanned skin, my nostrils flaring as I want to lick it up and devour her. The sadist inside of me is desperate to break free and ruin this innocent girl. She glances over her shoulder at me. eyes dilated from pleasure. "I'm not so sure," she murmurs, biting on her bottom lip. I growl, a sound so animalistic it ignites fear in her eyes. She should be scared of me, because she does not know the sadistic, sinful things I want to do to her. Enjoyed your punishment a little too much, didn't you, Camilla? Her nostrils flare, and that fear remains as she drags her tongue over her bottom lip. I don't know what you mean. I grab her hip then, making her tense. You know exactly what I mean, rubbing your thighs together at the exquisite pain. Don't think I didn't see. I'm so aware that she's half naked, and the desire to squeeze her breasts and pinch her nipples is tempting, but I resist. I saw everything, I murmur, suggesting that I'm well aware she climaxed from the pain. Camilla shudders, and her cheeks turn a deep red as she breaks my gaze. There's something wrong with me. My fingers move up and down the slice in her skin, smearing her blood over the beautiful canvas. I bring my blood-stained fingers to my lips and lick them, groaning. Delicious, Camilla. She glances back at me, eyes wide when she sees I'm licking her blood. There's nothing wrong with you at all. Her nostrils flare, and that fear and desire seem to go to war in her eyes, each emotion battling the other for dominance. But it's that fear that snaps me back to reality. This girl is a student, for fuck's sake. I drop my hand from her skin and take a step back, picking up her bra and shirt.
Your punishment is over, Camilla.
I thrust the shirt and bra into her hand and turn away.
I trust you can find your way out.
Yes, sir, she says, her voice small and breakable from behind me. I don't look back as I walk out of the basement and back toward my study, knowing that I let that encounter get out of hand. If she comes to me again, I can't punish her. Not like that. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to stop myself from having my way with her. Camilla, the cafeteria is busy because I'm late for breakfast. My friends are already sitting at our usual table. I make my way through the crowd and grab a tray of pancakes before heading over to join them. I sit in my usual seat, wincing as I do. Still hurts? Adriana asks, noticing my discomfort. Yeah. I nod, spooning a forkful of pancakes into my mouth. It's been 5 days since my punishment from Nitkin, but the bruises he inflicted this time on my back are far worse than the ones he inflicted when I was in 9th grade, and the cut is only just healing. I guess he got a bit heavy-handed compared to the last time I got sent to him. Eva clears her throat. Nitkin's corporal punishment is barbaric, if you ask me. Nat shakes her head. What do you expect from a school like this? You really shouldn't have stuck up for me like that to coach. I smile as Adriana hates it when people get in trouble because of her, but it wasn't only that. Isn't that what friends do? I shrug. After all, he was being an asshole picking on the two of us because he's butthurt that you won't fuck him. Everyone else was talking, and yet he was singling us out. I clench my jaw. So I snapped. Eva nods. Yeah, Arch can be a real asshole, it seems. But maybe keep your mouth shut next time to avoid this. Nat nods at me as I sit forward awkwardly, making sure my back doesn't rest against the chair. Eva arches a brow. Unless you want to be sent to Nitkin. I swallow hard, as one thing I've noticed about Eva is she's freakishly perceptive. Could she know that deep down I enjoy being subjected to his pain? I'd always wondered about that first time in 9th grade and whether it was a fluke. But after the other day, I know it wasn't. At one point, I'm pretty sure I moaned while he whipped me, the ache between my thighs so incessant I thought I'd combust, and then I climaxed. I climaxed from nothing but my thighs rubbing together and Professor Nitkin whipping me and inflicting pain. There's clearly something not quite right about how I'm wired. He knows I orgasmed, and it's so damn embarrassing. Perhaps my moaning and reaction spurred on his brutality, and that's why he went so far that the whip cut through my skin. I'll try not to get sent to him again, I say, despite wanting to explore this crazy, fucked up part of myself with him more. The one thing I didn't tell my friends is that he drew blood. The whip sliced through my skin, and that's when he stopped. But it all got a little crazy after that. the way he touched me and smeared the blood over my skin. He even tasted it like some kind of crazed vampire hungry to feed on me. I shudder, as although it was arousing, I can't work out if it was a step too far. There's something very dark and tortured about Gavril Nitkin, and although he excites me, he scares me too.
Is he really that brutal?
Ava asks. I nod in response. He's a sadist. Natalia clears her throat. Exactly why we told you that you're insane to want to pursue him. I don't want to pursue him, I lie, as deep down I know I wanted to get sent to Nitkin to find out if my reaction to the pain in 9th grade was a one-off. It was a joke, right? Adriana says, nudging me. You've had a crush on him since forever. Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm crazy enough to pursue him, as I said. He's a sadist. My cheeks are blazing with heat as I focus on my stack of pancakes, forking some into my mouth. Talk of the devil, Nat says, nodding toward the entrance of the cafeteria. Nitkin strides in confidently, and students in his way cower before him, getting out of his way sharply. It's awe-inspiring, the amount of fear he commands, especially amongst the brutal mafia heirs that attend this academy. I wonder if that's part of the allure he has on me. The power and fear that he commands. Adriana nudges me. Even after he beat you, you're staring at him like he's God's gift to this earth? I clear my throat and tear my eyes away from him. Bullshit. Eva laughs. I've got to admit, Adriana is right. I glare at her. You're all being a bunch of assholes. Nat holds her hands up. Hey, what did I do? Okay, you excluded. I shake my head. Yes, I find him attractive, but I'm not insane enough to want to actually be with someone so crazy. I fork the rest of my pancakes into my mouth, hoping that ends the discussion. I'm not sure I even believe what I'm saying. After I climaxed from the pain, I fear I'm at more risk than ever of pursuing that monster. He's not a man, he's a beast the way he tasted my blood, and yet it makes me want him more. A shudder skates down my spine at the memory, and I steal a glance toward him to find that he is watching me intently, those unique hazel eyes of his burning with a fire that steals my breath away. For a moment I'm captivated by them and him, unable to look away. Dark, twisted smirk curls onto his lips, and I quickly look away, trying to focus on anything but Professor Nitkin. I clear my throat. Has everyone got class first period? I ask. Eva shakes her head. No, I've got a free period. I smile, thankful that I'm not the only one. Do you want to go to the library for it? Nat raises an eyebrow. Since when do you voluntarily go to the library? Normally it's like pulling teeth to get you to go, I shrug. I've got the assignment to catch up on for Professor Jameson's class. Eva winces. Didn't you hear they fired her? What? No! I shake my head. Why? Adriana clears her throat. I hear she tried to seduce a married man after having a go at him for marrying a student. Eva nods. Something like that. My eyes widen. Wow! What a bitch! Who's taking math now, then? I ask. I hear Professor Nitkin is standing in until they find a replacement, Nat says. Eva nods in agreement. Yeah, and Professor Davidson is standing in on English class. I swallow hard. All the more reason to get my assignment done. Eva nods. True. If he knows that the assignment was due in the first place. I have no intention of turning up without it and finding out. Especially not since my back isn't healed from his last punishment. A shudder races down my spine as I wonder if he'd whip me again, break open the wound healing on my back like a savage. I'll never get that flash of excitement in his eyes out of my mind when he licked my blood from his fingers. It was sinful and utterly beast-like. And yet the image makes my thighs clench. Camilla? I shake my head. What? I asked if you want to go swimming after class, Adriana asks. Adriana and I always swim together, as we're both strong swimmers and used to be on the team when SA had one. After an incident with one of our students assaulting a student from a normal local school, the team got disbanded. In fact, they stopped all team games involving competing with other schools from that day because it shed too much light on the questionable practices of SA. I'm about to agree, and then I remember the cut on my back, which I definitely don't want her to see. My stomach dips. A rain check for now? I'm still so sore. Adriana nods. Sure, I wasn't thinking. She sighs. I wish they didn't stop the swim team sessions, even if we can't compete with the other schools. We still could have had training, Nat smirks. Why don't you mention it to Coach? I'm sure he'd love to train you. Adriana makes a growling sound. Now you're being an asshole, she laughs. I'm only messing about. Well, don't. Adriana crosses her arms over her chest. I get enough shit from him without you bringing him up all the time, Eva sighs. Do you want me to mention it to Oak? What? Mention how his best friend is being a fucking asshole and won't leave me alone? Adriana shrugs. What would he do about it? She arches a brow. You realize he's the principal of the academy? I'm sure he can talk to him and ask him to back off. No, I don't want him to think he's getting to me enough for me to run crying to Principal Byrne. Adriana's jaw clenches. Then he wins. Suit yourself, Eva says, downing the rest of her orange juice. Shall we head to the library then? Her attention moves to me. I nod. Yeah, I need to get this work done before next period. I glance toward Professor Nitkin, thankful he's no longer staring at me, but engaged in a conversation with Coach Daniels. I stand and follow Eva out of the cafeteria toward the library, wondering if I'm certifiably insane for wanting more from Gavril Nitkin. It's clear he's wicked beyond compare after the way he tasted my blood like an animal, and yet it makes me want to learn more about him and explore this weird kink of mine with him. Shit, we're late, I say, as we rush down the corridor toward the classroom. Eva shakes her head. Because you took so long to finish the assignment. I told you to copy mine. I blow out an irritated breath. He would have known. Normally, I wouldn't be bothered if I were late for math, as Professor Jameson was by far the nicest professor at the school. But now she's gone, and Nitkin is covering. We'll be in serious trouble. A flush of excitement races through my gut at the thought. We skid to a halt outside of the shut classroom door. Here goes nothing. Eva looks a little pale as I push open the door and enter. Everyone's eyes land on us, including those Professor Nitkin's as they narrow. You two are late, he says, the calm in his tone more threatening than if he were shouting. I apologize, it was entirely my fault. I thought we had enough time to get to class, I say. Sit down and see me after class, Morone. Eva grabs my hand and drags me to our seats at the front next to Nat. Second time in trouble with Nitkin in less than a week, Nat murmurs quietly. I swallow hard and pull out my assignment, along with my math book, glancing in Nat's direction. It was be a few minutes late, or turn up with my assignment part finished. I shrug. Maybe I picked the wrong option. Nat opens her mouth to reply, but she doesn't get a chance. Silence, Nitkin growls, slamming a ruler on my desk with a crack. I purse my lips and look up at him. There's no doubt that the heat I felt before is accompanied by fear now after he showed me a glimpse of the darkness that lies within. Sorry, sir, I mutter, bowing my head and focusing on my textbook. Now, all of you turn to Chapter 5. He paces away from my desk, giving me some room to breathe again. I believe you were working on calculus with Jameson before she left. I swallow hard and watch as he paces up and down the front of the classroom, knowing that he won't be lenient on his punishment with me. A part of me is excited and another part is frightened. I need to stop down this crazy path toward destruction before the fear overtakes the excitement. There's no doubt after what I witnessed in that basement that Professor Nitkin has what it takes to destroy me completely. He's mean and tortured, and I'm not sure what he's capable of. And for some fucked up reason, I want to find out. Gavril, Camilla sits at her desk, waiting for me to dole out her punishment. She doesn't seem to be able to meet my gaze for very long, ever since the incident down in the basement. I guess she's embarrassed that she climaxed from the pain. The sound of her moaning and whimpering, while I inflicted pain on her, was the most tantalizing sound I've ever heard. Even better than screams of agony. I flex my fists beneath the desk, wanting nothing more than to put her in shackles in my basement and flay her skin until she bleeds, and then lick her wounds like an animal until she's begging me for my cock in her tight virgin cunt. That's exactly why I can't punish her that way, as I know I won't be able to stop myself. She's too tempting. And while I try to maintain an air of control, I'm always fighting my sadistic instincts. Every single day is a battle against myself. I stand and walk toward her desk, noting the way she keeps her focus down, her head bowed in perfect submission, as if everything about Camilla was designed to tease and tempt the beast to come out and play. Explain to me why you were late. I stop in front of her desk, crossing my arms over her chest. She finally looks up at me, her wide honey-brown eyes full of fear with only the barest hint of excitement. Camilla doesn't look at me with the same desire ever since I showed her a glimpse of the true darkness inside of me. I was late because I was finishing my math assignment in the library, and it took me longer than the hour-free period I had. Her tongue darts out over her full bottom lip, drawing my attention to them. Why wasn't the assignment done before today? I narrow my eyes at her. Her throat bobs. Because I forgot. I arch a brow. As although Camilla's work is never perfect, she always hands it in on time. You've never once forgotten to do homework for my classes, Miss Morone, so I find that hard to believe. She shrugs. Professor Jameson was always very lenient. It's true. Out of all the professors at the academy, Jameson was the kindest. She rarely sent students into my sadistic clutches, believing my methods were too barbaric. What made you decide to get the work done on time then? I heard you had taken over from her. I can't help the smirk that twists onto my lips, and you know I don't do lenient. I nod in response. Which do you think gets you a worse punishment, sir? Being late to class or not handing work in on time? She purses her lips together as she considers it, her brow slightly furrowed. I'm honestly not sure. I thought the assignment was more important than a couple of minutes at the start of class, I guess. Yes, but you also made a fellow student late. I clench my jaw, trying to rack my brain for a suitable punishment. If pain doesn't work, perhaps humiliation will. I'm struggling to decide how to punish you, Miss Morone. She tilts her head to the side slightly. Why's that, sir? Because it was clear last time that inflicting pain on you wasn't exactly the punishment you deserved. I narrow my eyes. More a reward, if anything. Camilla turns a deep shade of red and focuses on her desk. I see. I notice the flash of disappointment in her honey-brown eyes before she looks away and wonder if I'm mistaken. She surely can't want me to subject her to the same brutality I did a few days ago. There's no doubt her bruises and the cut won't have healed, as I took it pretty damn far. Wait here, and while I'm gone, write the following sentence 50 times. I will not be late again. I tap her notebook. She opens it to a blank page. Yes, sir. I watch as she lifts her pen to her lips and chews on the end of it innocently. The image is anything but innocent to me. I shift my hardening cock in my too tight briefs and try to ignore the clawing desire burning in my gut. It takes all my willpower to move away from her and walk into my basement to fetch the items for her punishment. Camilla Morone is a fucking goddess, and the things I want to do to her are driving me crazy. Humiliation is an entirely different form of punishment, and one I rarely use on students. However, Camilla is immune to corporal punishment, so I have little choice. Once in the basement, I select a collar and leash which should fit her. Camilla is going to experience what it's like to be reduced to nothing more than a pet. I fear I may enjoy this far more than she will. I clench my fists around the leather in my hand, feeling that clawing desire to lose control with her burrowing deeper into my veins. Once I return, Camilla is still scribbling on the notepad. She doesn't even notice me enter, keeping her eyes down. I have nothing to occupy myself with except for watching her, waiting for her to finish. Math isn't my strong suit. I've been roped into standing in temporarily, but wouldn't know the first fucking thing about marking the assignments everyone handed in. Professor Davidson is strong at math, so she's going to mark them until we find a suitable replacement. Oak was hasty firing Professor Jameson for making a pass at him, but it's clear that for Oak, anyone who opposes his relationship with Eva is the enemy in his eyes. The man is possessive of her like I've never seen before. Hell, like me. I've literally never seen him have a relationship until now. Camilla's eyes dart up from her paper, and she drops her pen, her attention fixed on the leather items in my hand. Finished? I ask. She nods in response, still staring at the items. Yes, sir. What are those? No questions, I say, taking a seat behind my desk. Her throat bobs and she falls silent as I watch her. Stand and come to me. She does as she's told, even though her steps are hesitant. Dawn entirely is the sexy vixen who wanted to seduce her sadistic professor. I wonder if I was right all along and Camilla doesn't have what it takes to stomach my depravity. After she climaxed from pain alone, I was convinced that she could. Kneel. Her eyes widen, but she doesn't question me. I've never met such a naturally submissive girl in all my life. Whether it's in her nature or born from her desperate need to please me, I don't know, and I don't really care. I'm going to put this collar on you. I wrap the leather strap around her neck and fasten it, and then attach the leash to the collar. For this period, you are going to be my little pet. Do you understand?
Yes.
Sir, I bark. She swallows hard.
Yes, sir.
Good. Now I want you to get on your hands and knees next to me facing the classroom so I can use you as a footrest. Her eyes widen slightly, but she does as she's told. I groan when I see her on all fours, feeling my cock getting harder by the second. Removing my shoes, I slide my feet onto her back and use her as a human piece of furniture. I don't expect you to move a muscle until I say you can move, do you understand? She shudders slightly at the tone of my voice.
Yes. I grind my teeth.
Yes, what, sir? She murmurs. My cock throbs incessantly against my thigh, and I rub myself to stave off the desire to pull it out. After all, she's facing away from me. I can't be sure, though, if she can see what I'm doing out of the corner of her eye. I grab a magazine off the desk and open it, thumbing through it casually as an awkward silence ensues. That's when I realize I've left the newest edition on the bookshelf by the door, and this is the old one. Camilla, I want you to fetch a magazine off that bookshelf. I pull my feet off of her. She moves to stand, on all fours. Her wide eyes move to my face, as if trying to gauge if I'm being serious. Okay. She crawls away from me on her hands and knees with a leash trailing behind her, and I damn near lose my mind. Even in the less than sexy SA uniform with the too long skirt, she's the most alluring thing I've ever seen. Her hips sway in a tempting rhythm as she moves across the dirty classroom floor. Whether on purpose or not, I'm uncertain. Either way, it makes my cock throb as I grab it and rub myself through my pants, trying to give myself some relief. She has to get out of her kneeling position to reach the magazine as she grabs it off the shelf, but then looks puzzled how to carry it and crawl. I notice her glance toward me for instruction. Carry it in your mouth. She places the magazine between her teeth and then crawls back toward me, eyes fixed on mine now, as if she's suddenly found the courage from somewhere to be alluring again. It's when I notice the way she moves, each time her thighs rub together, purposely dirty little girl. She's enjoying this, just like the pain, a masochist who loves being degraded. Perhaps I've finally met my match. Once she gets back to my side, she waits for me to take the paper. I tap my hands against my lap. Bring it right to me, Camilla. Her nostrils flare as she glances at my bulging crotch, cheeks getting redder again. And then she moves forward until her chin is practically touching my knees and the magazine is splayed out on top of my lap. Good girl, I murmur. The flash of desire in her eyes is unmissable as she rubs her thighs together again, back in position. She does as she's told and gets back into the same position, allowing me to slide my feet onto her back. And that's when I notice the soft, rhythmic movements as she rubs her thighs together in the chase of pleasure. No moving, I bark. knowing I can't let her have pleasure this time. It's a punishment, not a fucking reward, but I'm thinking that there is no way to punish Camilla Morona. She stills, but the frustration in her expression is clear as she glares back at me. And don't look at your master like that. She turns her head, so she's looking straight ahead, and I flick open the magazine, thumbing through it casually. For a good 30 minutes, I keep her in that position, noticing the way her arms tremble as she struggles to hold herself up with the weight of my legs. I clear my throat and remove my feet. I think that'll do for now, Miss Morone. I reach forward and undo the collar around her neck, allowing my fingers to brush against her soft skin. She gasps at the contact, and I feel the sound right to my balls. It's a sound of pure desire as I let them linger a little longer before finally pulling the leather away from her skin. Tell me, Camilla, which punishment was worse, sir? She asks, looking a little dazed as stretches her arms out. The pain or the degradation? Her tongue slides over her full bottom lip, and she looks worried, as if she might say the wrong thing. There's no right or wrong answer to the question, I confirm. It's hard to say. They were both equally confusing. I arch a brow. Confusing? I want her to elaborate, even though I know she means they were both sexually confusing. It gives me pleasure watching her squirm in discomfort. How? Neither really felt like a punishment, she whispers, her voice so delicate. My cock aches in my pants at her confirmation. Then how am I supposed to punish you, Miss Morona? She shrugs. I'm not sure anything you do to me would be a punishment, sir. That light is back in her eyes, and it's dangerous. Dangerous because all I really want to do is drag her into the basement, strip her down completely, and flog her until she climaxes, and there's blood dripping down her tan skin. And only then would I bury myself inside of her, make her scream my name while she comes all over my cock, her blood smeared over the both of us. The idea makes my cock harder than stone, but I must resist, very difficult to believe. I run a hand across the back of my neck, knowing this conversation is getting into dangerous territory. You haven't seen the tip of the fucking iceberg of my depravity. She shudders in response. Will you show me, sir? You don't know what you're asking for, Miss Morone. I swallow hard and chuck the collar and leash still in my hand on the desk. Now, get to your next class. The disappointment in her eyes is as clear as a summer's night sky. I swallow hard, knowing that if she keeps looking at me like that, I'll crack. I'll show her what makes a sadist like me tick, which is dangerous. The darkness inside of me needs to be fed a little but kept on a tight leash, and I fear the control I keep on it will be ripped to shreds if I ever cross that line with Camilla. She could end up hurt or worse. When she doesn't move, I narrow my eyes. Now, Morone. She rushes over to her desk to grab her bag, quickly gathering her belongings. I watch her, because it appears I'm incapable of keeping my eyes off of her. And then she strolls out of the room without another glance in my direction. I sigh heavily and shut my eyes, cracking my neck. Camilla Morone is becoming a thorn in my backside that is getting more and more difficult to ignore. If she keeps pushing me, I'll snap, and then the real trouble will start. Camilla, where the hell is she? I pace up and down Adriana's bedroom. I'm on edge. I have been ever since my punishment from Professor Nitkin. Eva shrugs. Maybe she forgot? We're waiting to start movie night, but Nat isn't here yet, and it's unlike her to be late. I'm the one who's always late, and yet I've been here for 20 minutes. Adriana clears her throat. Shall we start without her? She's not replying to my texts. We're all ready to chill out and start the movie, and I need something to distract my chaotic mind. Ever since the weird punishment in Nitkin's classroom, I've been highly strung and unable to think of anything else. Shall I look for her? I suggest, heading toward the door. A knock sounds at the door as I reach it. Finally, I fling it open to find Nat is standing there, but she has a large hold-all slung over her shoulder. My brow furrows. What's with the bag? My brother called and he's getting married tomorrow. Nat shakes her head in disbelief. He's got a car waiting to take me back to Boston. Lucky bitch. Adriana says. I'd do anything to get out of here for a few days. I'm not surprised Adriana wants out of here, as she's still getting non-stop harassment from Coach Daniels. Something needs to be done about that serial flirt, but I know it's no use. Principal Byrne is his best friend, so it's not like he's going to call him out for it. To be honest, right now, I wouldn't mind getting some space from this place. And yet it's another 10 weeks until spring break, which is when I'll be allowed to leave. Eva approaches the door. Have fun, she beams at Nat. Nat raises a brow. You already knew, didn't you? She shrugs. Oak might have mentioned it. You have a very unfair advantage. I glare at Ava. Perks of being the principal's wife. She sticks her tongue out at me. Nat shakes her head. Have fun tonight, but we'll have to have another movie night next week when I'm back to make up for me missing it. Eva shrugs. It was hard to convince Oak to let me come tonight. I can't guarantee it. He's hoarding all your time, Nat complains, as she pulls me in for a hug before hugging the other two. See you in a couple of days, she says, before walking out of the room. We all call out our goodbyes, and then I sigh, shutting the door. Looks like it's the three of us then. Adriana beams as she holds up a huge bag of snacks. More snacks for us. I shake my head. I don't know where you put it all, honestly. Eva slumps down on the sofa in front of the TV. What are we going to watch? It was Nat's turn to pick. I honestly don't give a shit what we watch. I just need something to distract my mind for a couple of hours. As it feels like I'm going insane, how the hell could I have enjoyed being treated like a dog by Professor Nitkin? It's fucked up. At one point, my pussy was so wet, I thought it was going to make a mess of my skirt. Clearly, I'm not wired up correctly. No one enjoys being degraded or hurt, and yet I love both. I shudder as the worst part was when he rejected me. You haven't seen the tip of the fucking iceberg of my depravity. I asked him to show me, and he dismissed me. Why the hell I want to delve deeper into his insanity, I don't know. The image of him licking my blood still frightens me as well as excites me, and yet I want to see more. I want him to drag me into that basement and do whatever the fuck he wants to me. Camilla? Eva says my name? I shake my head. Sorry, what? We said. What do you think about watching Cruel Intentions? I nod absent-mindedly in response. Sure, whatever. I'm not fussy. Adriana selects Cruel Intentions on Netflix, and it starts. Want some snacks? She chucks the bag at me, and I catch it. I nod and select a bag of chocolate M&Ms and a pack of Reese's peanut butter cups before passing it to Eva. We all fall silent, and I relax back on the comfy sofa, pulling a thick blanket around myself. This is exactly what I need to distract myself as the movie starts, and I open the chocolate, shoving some into my mouth. At least I think it is, as I try desperately to focus on the movie starting. Even with that to distract me, I can't wipe the image of Professor Nitkin ordering me around out of my mind. He's so damn beautiful and yet so damn twisted. There's a darkness inside of him, one I fear I shouldn't want to be anywhere near, and yet it's like he's a magnet pulling me toward him. No matter how hard I try to pull away, I'm drawn to him by his sadistic dominance, a trait I don't seem to be able to resist now that I've opened the door. I'm going to have to find out how far he'll push this, otherwise I fear I'll go crazy. Eva links arms with me as we walk toward law class. When is Nat supposed to be back? I shake my head. She said she'd be gone a couple of days. It's been almost 2 weeks now. Right weird, isn't it? Eva's brow furrows. Her texts have been cryptic as well. Yeah. I asked where she was, and she just said at home. Her brow furrows. You don't think something bad happened during the wedding? I shake my head. No. We would have heard about it. I know Boston is chaotic at the moment, but if there had been an incident, everyone at this school would know. Eva sighs. True. I just miss her. Me too. I swallow hard, knowing that really my mind has been elsewhere. Ever since my last punishment from Professor Nitkin, I can't think of anything else. Part of me feels I should back off, and another part wants to push further, to see how much pushing Gavril Nitkin will take until he snaps. It's been a week since he treated me like a pet in an attempt to punish me. If I land in detention with him again, I wonder what exactly he would try next. A mix of fear and uncertainty has kept me from finding out. Is it odd going to class and being taught by your husband? Eva shrugs. Not really, I guess, because it's been like this since I met him. I nod in response, wondering what it would be like if Professor Nitkin and I were in a relationship. I'd imagine it would be exciting, tantalizing even. My desire for him clearly knows no bounds, considering he reduced me to nothing more than an animal on a leash. Have the complaints slowed down now? I ask. Eva looks a little sad and shakes her head. No, a lot of parents are disgusted by the news, but Oak sends the same generic letter back to them. If they have a problem, pull their kid. I squeeze her arm. Hey, you are lucky to have found a man who would risk everything for you. She smiles. I know. I just wish people were more understanding. It's inevitable. It's not exactly traditional for the principal to marry a student, especially one still attending the academy. Her brow furrows. Well, it's not exactly a traditional academy. It's an academy where students are taught how to kill and maim and poison and fight. Touche, I say, nodding. You have a point there. Of course I do. I laugh as we enter Burns' classroom, where he's already sitting behind his desk. The moment Eva walks into the classroom, his eyes flash with desire, and he watches her take a seat. It's intense the way he watches her, but it kind of reminds me of the way Nitkin has been looking at me lately. I shake my head, trying to ignore the hope which is trying to worm its way into my heart. Professor Nitkin and Principal Byrne are oceans apart. For a start, Nitkin is a sadist that many say is borderline insane. Byrne has always been the in-control and calm principal of this school who rules with an iron fist. But he's not crazy. He's not a monster, as many brand Gavril Nitkin. I sink into my chair next to Eva, my mind racing. Good afternoon, class. I'd like you all to read Chapter 32, as we're going to look at the legal methods for circumventing evidence in a case against you. It sounds beyond boring, and I make a split-second decision not to open my book, but open my notepad to do other work. Digging in my rucksack, I find a pen and write the name of the anatomy assignment at the top of the page. The assignment isn't even due until next week, but I know Principal Brine hates it when students are writing when they shouldn't be. It should be enough to land me in Professor Nitkin's office once he realizes I'm working on an assignment for another class. Tuva nudges me softly. What are you doing? You will get in trouble, I shrug. I've got so much work to do. I'm drowning. Hopefully he won't notice. She looks at me skeptically, shaking her head. After a few minutes, I hear Principal Byrne's footsteps stop right in front of my desk. Did I tell you to write, Miss Morone? I look up and swallow. No, you didn't. Have you even started reading the chapter I assigned? He glances at my law book, which is still closed. No. My shoulders slump.
I apologize?
What exactly are you working on then? He snatches the notebook up and shakes his head.
An anatomy assignment?
I nod in response, swallowing hard as he scans over the words.
And what possessed you to do work for another class during my class? Moron?
I'm behind on my assignments. He slams the notepad back down on the desk, making me jump. Nitkin, now? But now, Camilla. Don't make me ask again. I grab the notebook and my law book, shoving them into my bag. Eva gives me a look as if she knows exactly why I got caught, and it makes me feel a little vulnerable. Could she put two and two together? See you at lunch? I ask. She nods. Yeah, see you there. Less chatting and more moving. Camilla, Principal Byrne barks. I shoulder my backpack and then head out into the corridor, my heart pounding faster than my feet can carry me. My gut twists with sickness as I get closer and closer to Professor Nitkin's office. It's been 1 week since I last got punished by him for being late. I wonder what kind of punishment he'll come up with this time. Gavril. I crack my neck as I stare at the student standing in front of me. It's been 1 week without so much as a flirtatious glance from Camilla Morone. I was convinced that my refusal to show her just how depraved I can be was the final nail in the coffin, so to speak. I had fully believed that she'd given up her pursuit of me, even if I couldn't stop the fantasies running wild in my head. It was best that way. I couldn't deny that I'd missed her sexy gazes and the way she stared at me as if she wanted me to drag her into my basement and give her my cock, amongst other things. She'd endured 2 very different punishments from me, both of which she appeared to enjoy. The second went beyond the realms that I've ever used for punishing a student. But that's because my savage corporal punishment that she endured was so pleasurable she climaxed. And yet she was the same dirty little girl rubbing her thighs together while I treated her like a pet. Clearly, I was wrong that I put her off as she stands in front of me, jabbering on about Oak, sending her for punishment. "What did you do this time?" I ask, clenching my fists beneath the table. She bites her bottom lip. "He caught me doing the anatomy assignment in law class," adds insult to injury that she was doing an assignment for my fucking class in Oak's class. I stand and pace the floor of the office, racking my brain about how I'm supposed to punish her when 2 of my options failed spectacularly the first time around. There's no way in hell I can drag her back down into my basement, as I know I'll do something that I'll regret, particularly if she can't control herself and climaxes again. I stop pacing and glare at her. "Well, corporal punishment wasn't really a punishment for you, and neither was degradation." I run a hand through my hair. "You said it yourself, that you're not sure anything I do to you would be a punishment, so what can I do? It takes every ounce of willpower that I possess not to drag her back into my basement and have my wicked way with her. How do I punish you, Camilla?" She shrugs. "I guess the pain was punishment in the end, since you left me bruised for days. Hearing that I left my mark on her for days makes all the blood in my body rush south as I slide my hands into my pockets to hide my bulging arousal. The desire to have seen those bruises makes my stomach tighten, and I want to mark her skin again just so I can witness the aftermath. I still have a scar from the cut on my back." She shakes her head. "I couldn't swim for almost a week, so it was a kind of punishment." I walk toward her, wanting nothing more than to observe the damage I did to her beautiful skin. "Yes, but you enjoyed it a little too much, didn't you?" Her throat bobs as she swallows, and she can hardly meet my gaze. "I'm not sure I understand your meaning, sir." Her face turns a pretty shade of pink. I grab her chin hard, forcing her to look into my eyes. "Don't lie to me. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Camilla." Her nostrils flare, and fear ignites in her eyes as she shakes her head. I don't. The fact she's playing dumb with me grates on my last nerve. "You climaxed like a dirty little pain slut from getting your back whipped," I growl. "And when I treated you no better than an animal, you were rubbing your thighs together chasing that same fucking release?" Her eyes widen and she gasps in surprise. "Sir, She's speechless as she doesn't finish her sentence. And to be honest, I don't blame her. I've lost control, and I'm on the edge of snapping and showing her the true monster she's toying with, all the dark and dirty secrets I harbored deep within." "What, Camilla?" I search her honey brown eyes. "Tell me I'm wrong?" Her throat bobs, and then she shakes her head. "You're not wrong. Then how can I punish you when you take pleasure from pain and degradation?" She shakes her head, wrapping her arms around her as if they'll protect her from me. "I don't know, sir. My jaw clenches and I have to remind myself that I'm dealing with a virgin, an innocent young girl who couldn't imagine how depraved I really am, even if she let her mind run wild." I release her chin, pacing away from her to put some distance between us and get control over my urges. If I'm not careful, this could spiral out of control.
How about denial?
I ask, glancing at her over my shoulder. "Or do you like that too?" She shrugs. "I don't know what it is, sir." My cock throbs harder every time she calls me sir. "On your hand and knees, Morona." Her eyes widen. "I don't understand. Now." I snap. Camilla drops to her hands and knees for me in a hurry. eye dilated with both fear and excitement. In that moment, with her on all fours in front of me and her eyes trained on my face again, I feel like a god. I wish that she was wearing her sports kit like the day I took her into my basement, as the SA uniform for the girls is too conservative, the skirt is too long, and she has her shirt buttoned almost all the way up, and yet she still looks as sexy as sin. I pull my desk chair around to the other side of the desk and sit with my arms crossed over my chest, glaring at her as she gazes up at me through those thick, dark lashes, her confidence waning with each silent second that ticks past. "Are you going to treat me like a pet again, sir?" she finally asks, her tongue darting out over her thick pink lips. "Something like that?" I narrow my eyes. "You're going to do as you're told, do you understand?" She swallows thickly and then breaks my gaze, unable to hold it any longer.
Yes, sir.
I clear my throat. "Now crawl toward me like the other day." Her eyes meet mine, and she arches a brow. "Why?" "No questions," I growl. Her face pales at the tone of my voice. "I'm on edge." The beast inside of me fighting to break free. She slowly and sensuously crawls toward me with her eyes fixed on my face. Even when she's scared and uncertain, the girl just oozes pure sex appeal. Makes it very hard to organize my chaotic thoughts and keep my mind out of the gutter. The things I want to do to her should be illegal. In fact, they may be. It's not the morals of it that are holding me back, as I hardly have any. My other colleagues don't give a shit about fucking students, and neither do I, to be honest. Until now, I've never really wanted to. The thing holding me back is that Camilla is a virgin and innocent and likely to become attached if our relationship took a sexual turn. She's hoping that an outcome like Eva and Oak have achieved is possible, and I could never give her that. Once she's a couple of feet away from me, she stops and gazes into my eyes. "Did I tell you to stop?" Her nostrils flare, and she continues until her head is between my calves, and she can't move any further. Camilla keeps her eyes forward, no longer holding my gaze. "Look at me," I order. She cranes her neck awkwardly to meet my gaze, and the desire in her eyes makes my cock stir. A natural-born masochist that loves degradation. She's too damn perfect. "Now fetch me a pen and paper from my desk." I nod toward the desk behind me, knowing I need to approach this carefully. Her expression turns irritated, but she does as she's told, crawling on all fours to get the pen and paper I left out on the top. She's about to reach up and grab the items off the desk. "With your teeth," I instruct. Her expression turns shocked. "Sir?" I said, "with your teeth, one at a time." Her throat bobs, and she grabs the pen off the desk with her teeth after struggling to get it twice, crawling toward me and handing it to me like the good little pet she is. Good girl. Now the paper. Her nostrils flare, but she does as she's told, crawling back to the desk to get the paper and grabbing it with her teeth. When she returns, I take the paper from her mouth and pat her head like a dog. "Well done, Camilla." Her eyes dilate at my praise, and she remains still, eagerly awaiting my next instruction. Add another aspect she loves, praise as well as degradation. The look in her eyes drives me wild as I set the paper down on my lap. "Now, I want you to take the pen in your hand and write what I tell you. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." She takes the pen from my hand. "Place your other hand on my thigh," I say. Her tongue darts out over her bottom lip as she places her left hand on my right thigh to steady herself and await my instruction. Write the following: "I am a dirty little pain slut." Her cheeks redden as she writes the first sentence. My cock is hard beneath the paper on my lap, and I should learn to control myself and not climax while I'm being whipped. If I thought her cheeks couldn't get redder, they do. But like the dutiful submissive she is, she does as she's told and writes the next sentence, her hand trembling slightly as she does. Our proximity is making it difficult to focus as I watch her sink her teeth into her bottom lip and gaze up at me, waiting for the next sentence. "Tell me what you're thinking right now, Morone." "I'm thinking this is a weird as hell," she mutters. I grab her chin forcefully, digging my fingertips into her skin hard enough to hurt. No lies. No fucking filter. Tell me the truth, sir. What are you thinking in that dirty little mind of yours? I ask again.
And don't make me ask you again.
She flutters her thick eyelashes before saying softly, I'm thinking I'd like to see the bulge you're hiding in your pants underneath this paper. Her eyes dip to my crotch, even while I'm holding her chin, which is indeed bulging and hard. Camilla licks her lips, making my balls ache. Any resolve I had to control my urges shatters in an instant at the thought of her pouty lips wrapped around me as I slam my cock into her throat like an animal. Do you deserve that after being such a bad girl? She shakes her head and averts my gaze. No, sir. I release her chin and throw the paper on the ground, grabbing the pen in her hand and chucking it on top. What are you? I grab her wrists and force her hands palm down on each of my thighs, close to my cock, but just far enough. Don't move your hands. Do you understand? She nods in response. Yes, sir. Today your punishment will be to stay like that and watch while I jerk myself off. Her eyes go so wide they're like saucers as she almost splutters. Sir? And then I'm going to come all over that pretty little face of yours. I unzip my pants and she stares up at me as if she's frozen in time. To be fair, this is insane, but I don't care. Camilla Morone doesn't suffer from pain, and she doesn't suffer from degradation. So dangling something she wants in her face and denying her it is the best option. I will force her to watch, but not touch, no matter how badly she wants to, no matter how hungry she is for my cock. Forcing her to watch me pleasure myself before climaxing in her face will be a punishment of a sort for her, even if she will enjoy every second from the spark in her eyes. I've met my match with Camilla Morone, girl who is impossible to punish because she's just as fucked up and twisted as me. I pull my cock out of my pants, and Camilla's eyes widen. Have you ever even seen a cock before, Morone? She is mesmerized by it as she shakes her head. No, sir. Her tongue darts out across her lips, and she looks like she's starving for it, as if she wants to reach out and worship it, but she doesn't get what she wants. Now, remember, no moving. Her eyes meet mine, and there's disappointment in her expression. I tighten my grasp on the shaft of my cock and stare down at her as I move it up and down, watching the way her eyes dilate with desire. It's impossible not to watch her beautiful face as I fist myself with harder, more forceful strokes, my balls heavy with cum. Camilla moves her hand toward my cock, and I shake my head. No moving. Remember the rules, she pouts at me. Sorry, sir, I just really want to touch you. I groan. And bad girls don't get what they want, because then it wouldn't be a punishment, would it? She shakes her head and puts her hand back in place on my thighs, looking up at me like an eager puppy. It makes my cock harder as I slide my hand up and down with more force, imaging her lips wrapped around me. I groan, my cock leaking pre-cum. And that's when I notice her shuffle, as if in discomfort, trying to rub her thighs together while she's kneeling on the floor and chasing her own pleasure. No moving, I bark. Her eyes widen. But, sir, I grab her chin with my free hand and yank her even closer, so her lips are now about 2 inches from my cock. The image is so fucking perverse as she stares at it hungrily. But nothing, Morone. You stay as still as a fucking statue and sit like a good girl, do you understand? She releases a frustrated sigh, her breath teasing my shaft. Yes, sir. This is a punishment, not a reward, and it's damn right excruciating, she murmurs. Good. I know exactly how she feels, as, although this is supposed to be a punishment for her, it feels like torture for me, having her lips and hands so close to me. And yet I can't let her touch me as that would give her what she wants. Her expression turns adorably furious as she watches my hand move up and down my shaft intently, as if she's waiting for me to tell her she can touch. Unfortunately for her, she will be disappointed. I'm nothing if not disciplined. Watch her face and allow my imagination to run wild with thoughts of all the dirty fucking things I'd like to do to her while she bounces up and down eagerly on my cock. My eyes dip to her breasts, which, despite being completely hidden by her shirt with no cleavage in sight, look full and firm beneath the fabric. The image of her naked and on top of me is almost too much to bear as I grunt, my release coming hard and fast. Take every drop, I growl as I come apart, shooting my cum at Camilla. Her face turns startled as I climax all over her face and neck, making a mess of her shirt as some splatters onto there too. Once the shock wears off, I notice her tongue dart out to taste my cum. It's the most erotic thing I've ever seen from such an innocent virgin. Clearly, she's not so innocent after all. I grab a fistful of her hair and angle her face up to me. Are you hungry for my cum, Camilla? She nods in response, eyes dilated. Yes, sir. Such a dirty little girl. I'm not sure if this was a punishment for you either, was it? Her nostrils flare as she brings a finger to her face and scrapes off the cum and then slides it into her mouth, sucking suggestively. It was punishment not to touch you, but at least I get to taste you. My cock hardens again, forcing me to release her hair and shove it back into my pants before I take this a step too far. To Camilla looks disappointed as she keeps her hands on my thighs, but grips them tighter. Crawl backwards, I order. She reluctantly takes her hands off of my thighs and crawls backward on all fours. Now clean yourself up and get to your next class, I say, standing and marching toward the door of the classroom. Twice in a week isn't like you, Morone. I don't expect to see you again so soon. Do you understand? I don't look at her, keeping my back facing her. I understand, sir. There's a slight ache to her voice, as if she's hurt by my cold treatment. She needs to understand that I'm barely a man anymore. A beast is more of a fitting description. I march out of the classroom and leave her on all fours with my cum coating her face, knowing that I never should have crossed that line with her. Camilla Morone is like my kryptonite, and the more I learn about what makes her tick, the more I want her in ways she could never imagine. Camilla. I'm filled with shame as I rush down the corridor toward the pool on the far side of the school, knowing I'll be late to meet Adriana. The scar on my back is healed enough to hide beneath my swimsuit, and so I agreed to get back in the pool with her today. I can hardly believe what just happened with Professor Nitkin. He treated me no better than a dog as he told me to sit and came all over my face, dismissing me with barely a glance in my direction. And the sickest part of it all, I enjoyed every damn second of it. The masculine, salty taste of him still lingers on my lips as I let my tongue dart out over them, groaning as the ache between my thighs increases. Watching him jerk off was excruciating, as all I wanted was to touch him or taste him. It was a form of punishment, but such an enjoyable one. I can't get the image of his hard cock out of my mind or the way he stared down at me angrily, fisting it as he leaked pre-cum. Ooh, it made my mouth water. He shamelessly pulled out his cock right in front of me, not caring that I'm his student. Something tells me that kind of thing doesn't bother him. But I've never heard of rumors of him with students, unlike Coach. Maybe it's because most students aren't crazy enough to get that close to him, except for me, it would seem. Clearly, I'm wired up the wrong way, as I loved the pain and I loved the degradation and I loved the denial. I wonder if there's anything he could do to me I wouldn't love. My locker is on the way to the pool, so I stop and grab out my rucksack with my swim kit in, only for Nick to lean against the nearby locker with a smirk on his face.
Good session with Nitkin?
He asks. I glare at him, as he knows that Burns sent me to him during law class.
Great.
I say, hoping my face isn't as red as it feels right now. He arches a brow. You don't look as beaten up as I expected. What the fuck do you want? I snap, slamming my locker shut and shouldering my swim bag. He holds his hands up, an arrogant smirk on his lips. Just saying, I'd expect you to be a little more roughed up after a session with Nitkin. How do you know if I'm roughed up or not? I ask, irritated that this asshole is even talking to me. It's bad enough that he's best friends with Elias, and likes to harass Nat too, but I won't take his shit. I don't know what Elias has over her this year, but it can't be good, because if you'd been under his whip, You would be in pain right now. He smirks cockily. And there's no pain in your expression. He had a more rudimentary punishment for me. I shove him. Now get out of my way. He chuckles. You keep getting off too easily with Nitkin. I wonder why that is. I walk down the corridor, ignoring his taunt. Nick is an asshole, but he's right. 2 of my punishments lately from him resulted in no corporal punishment. If it continues like that, before long, people will question why I'm not getting punished the same way as everyone else. Not that I intend to end up being sent to him soon. Who the hell am I kidding? I want to get sent back to him first thing in the morning after what just happened. Hell, I'd spend the rest of my school career in punishment with Nitkin if it's anything like the experience I just had. The swimming pool is relatively quiet when I arrive, and Adriana is waiting on a bench on the side, tapping her foot impatiently in her swimsuit. Finally.
Sorry, I was in detention with Nitkin.
She rolls her eyes. Not again. What did you do this time? I was doing my anatomy assignment in law class. Does that mean you're too sore to swim? I shake my head. No, he just gave me an essay to write. I lie, my cheeks flaming with heat as I can't erase the image of him stroking his cock inches from my face out of my mind, or the way he ordered me about like a dog. It was beyond erotic in a very fucked up kind of way. Thank fuck for that. She nods toward the changing room. Get dressed. I scurry into the changing room and get dressed into my swimsuit as fast as I can. When I return, my heart skips a beat to see Coach Daniels cornering Adriana. Hey, leave her alone, I say, rushing toward them. Coach glares at me, his dark eyes angrier than I've ever seen them. Marone, didn't Nitkin teach you a lesson last time you disrespected me? His nostrils flare. Or do I need to? I swallow hard, knowing pushing him will lead to more punishment. Adriana gives one quick shake of her head to tell me she can handle this, but it's clear Coach is taking this too far with her. He will not leave her alone. I clench my jaw and nod. Fine, I'm getting into the pool. I walk away from them, leaving him to harass my friend against my better judgment. Clearly, he's never going to stop until he's in her pants, or until she escapes this academy at the end of the year. I get onto the block and dive in, enjoying the way it feels to be wrapped in the cold water, and then I break into freestyle, warming up with a 400-yard swim at an easy pace. Once I finish my warm-up, I see Adriana is already swimming, and there's no sign of Coach Daniels, thankfully. She stops at the end and pulls her goggles off. Were you trying to get sent to Nitkin again? I shake my head. No, but the guy was fucking cornering you. Don't worry about it. I can handle Coach. Adriana shrugs. The asshole is making us go out with him tonight. Out? I ask. She nods. Yeah, Oak won't go out without Eva, and Eva wants the 2 of us with her. So, we're going out on the town. She sighs heavily. I don't want to be near that asshole, but I can't deny I wouldn't mind getting out and having a few drinks. So the 3 of us are going out with Coach Daniels and Principal Byrne, I confirm. She nods. Yeah, and Professor Nitkin, apparently. My body tingles at the mere mention of his name. After the punishment he just gave me, the idea of spending a night out with him makes my stomach flutter. I bet Nat will be jealous. Jealous? Why? I shrug. Because we actually get to go out and not be in trouble for it. Adriana nods. I guess. I wonder how she's doing in Boston. Who knows? Probably enjoying a break away from this shithole. Adriana says, probably. I nod. It's just weird when any of us aren't here, isn't it? Adriana nods in response. My stomach is still churning at the idea of spending tonight out at a bar with Professor Nitkin. Less chatting and more swimming, I say. Adriana purses her lips, as normally it's her telling me to shut up. Fair enough. She glances down the length of the pool. I'm feeling in the mood for some medley. I shake my head. You always are, and I never am. I'll stick with freestyle. Such a wuss. Okay, let's do 10 reps of 100 yards to start off. I nod in response, and we both start our sets. My mind is barely on swimming as it conjures up dirty flashbacks of what Gavril just did to me less than 30 minutes ago. It's a terrible idea for me to go out tonight to a bar when he's going to be there. I won't be able to focus on anything but the way it felt to be at his mercy earlier, treated no better than a dog, and how much I loved it. I can't believe we're going out with teachers. It's a little weird, isn't it? I ask, hoping that somehow I can convince my friends to back out. You realize one of those teachers is my husband, right? I sigh heavily. Yeah, but the other two aren't. Not to mention, one of them won't stop harassing Adriana. If he's inappropriate, I won't hesitate to call him out with Oak there to back me up, Ava says, as she applies a small amount of lipstick whilst sitting in front of the mirror. You have such an unfair advantage, Adriana moans. I wish there was a way for me to get Coach off my back for good. Sleep with him would be the most effective way, I say. Todriana just glares at me in silence as she pulls up her dress and fastens it at the front. I hold my hands up. Sorry, I know you don't want to, but the fact is that man will never stop pursuing you until he gets what he wants. She makes an irritated sound and her shoulders slump. I know. I'm actually a little surprised that she admits it, since Adriana is nothing if not stubborn. I think she may have met her match with Coach Daniels, though. They're both stubborn and determined, and I fear it's only going to end in tears. Sorry to say it how it is, I say, walking over to her and wrapping an arm around her. It's just that man is as stubborn as a mule. Tell me about it. Adriana glances at Eva. I haven't asked up to now, but do you think there's anything Oak would do about it? Her lips purse together. I've already asked him a couple of weeks ago, and he said he'd talk to him. She shakes her head. It's difficult because they're close friends. Adriana rolls her eyes. I guess I'm going to have to find a way to use it to my advantage.
Use what?
Coach's attention? Eva asks. Adriana nods. Don't worry. I've got a plan. She looks determined as she fixes her hair in the mirror. By the time I'm through with him, he'll wish he never messed with a Vasquez. Oh no, don't tell me you're getting your family to carry out a hit on him, I say, as I know how ruthless they can be. No, nothing that drastic. She laughs. He's annoying as hell, but I wouldn't go so far as to say I want him dead. She pauses. Yet. Eva laughs. Maybe you'll change your mind by the end of the year. Maybe, Adriana says, grabbing her clutch off the dressing table. Are you three ready? The sooner we get this over with, the better. I tend to agree, as I fear the only person who's actually going to enjoy tonight is Eva. After what Nitkin did to me earlier, I can hardly stand the thought of facing him. How are we getting to town? Oak is driving us. I swallow hard. Just the three of us, right? Her brow arches. Yeah, Archer and Gav are meeting us there. Gav. I feel a little jealous she's on such a casual first-name basis with him, which is ridiculous since Ava is more than spoken for. She's married, for fuck's sake. Adriana scrunches up her nose. Isn't it weird calling them by their first names? Eva shakes her head. Not really, since Oak talks about them so often. It's kind of weird calling them Professor Nitkin or Coach Daniels now. Fair enough, I say, linking arms with Eva and the Adriana. Let's get this show on the road. I try to seem as cool as I can, acting like myself, but deep down I'm a mess of nerves. Tonight I'm going to see Gavril Nitkin outside of the academy after he climaxed over my face hours before. The timings couldn't have been worse, and I just hope we're there before him, so I can get a few drinks in me to take the edge off of facing him. Gavril. We're going out, Archer says. I shake my head. No thanks. The last time you roped me into going out, we ended up stuck with a load of students. It's non-negotiable. I even got Oak to agree. I arch a brow. Now that I'm not sure I believe. Well, believe it. He gives me a stern look. There's no way you're weaseling your way out if Oak has agreed. I sigh heavily. And we can guarantee no students will bother us?
Not exactly.
My brow furrows.
What do you mean?
Not exactly. Well, one requirement of Oak coming is that Eva and her friends come too. I sigh heavily and pinch the bridge of my nose. And let me guess, that includes Adriana Vasquez. His dark eyes flash with a mix of anger and desire. Yes, forget it. I'm not going. There's no way I can trust myself to sit in a bar with Camilla Marone for the night and not take things too fucking far.
Are you going to make me and Oak drag you with us?
I clench my jaw, glaring at Archer.
You can be a real asshole. Did you know that?
Yeah, he says, shrugging. But I am a lovable asshole. Oak walks into the staff room.
What are you two jabbering about? I can hear you in the corridor. I'm telling this asshole that I don't want to go out tonight.
Oak's jaw clenches. Good luck. The guy is a fucking menace. He won't give up until you're on your knees. My eyes narrow. I'd like to see him try. Archer laughs. Just make it easy on all of us and stop being a killjoy. We're not going to that seedy bar again, are we? As the place was fucking terrible. No, Oak says, running a hand through his hair. I've picked a nicer place. It won't be packed full of students. His jaw clenches. Except the 3 we're letting come with us. 3? I ask, wondering why it's not 4. Eva hangs out with Camilla, Adriana, and Natalia. Yeah, Natalia Gurin is still back in Boston for her brother's wedding. My stomach dips as a small part of me had hoped that Camilla wasn't going, as I just can't be sure that I can keep my hands to myself, not off campus, not after she was such an eager, good girl while she let me come over her face. I clench my jaw. Fine, but it's totally not appropriate for students to be going out with us. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Archer says. What's that supposed to mean? He sighs. Vasquez is making me work hard for it. Perhaps if I can get her to let her guard down, she'll finally give in. To what end? You'll have another notch on your bedpost. It's disgusting how ruthless he's being in his pursuit of Adriana, especially since it's about the conquest to him and nothing more. His jaw clenches. Not exactly. There's an odd look in his eyes as he shakes his head. Let's just have fun tonight. Do you know how to do that, Gav? I glare at him. My idea of fun is entirely different to yours, Archer. Yeah, because you are a sadist who loves inflicting pain. I know. Archer has no idea. Not really. Neither does Oak. No one knows the depths of my depravity or how much I lack any humanity anymore. There's always been this dark, empty void inside of me ever since I can remember. But I can feel it growing larger with each passing day. My childhood growing up in Russia was dark and twisted, and most of it I've blocked out. But I know it's what created that void, that darkness, and I've fed it with my twisted desires. It's grown so much that I think it controls me entirely, and now I know there's no way to satisfy my cravings for blood and destruction. I thought discipling students would be a good enough outlet to keep the urges at bay, but for a while now, they've been getting out of hand. A few years ago, I let that craziness take over. An assistant teacher by the name of Gail was a masochist to a certain extent, and we started getting intimate. As with most subs, she got attached to me, but I let it carry on for too long. I let that attachment deepen, enjoying the emotional pain I inflicted as well as the physical. And then we got caught. Oak had sent a student for punishment and walked into my basement with her tied up on a swing while I cut her skin and fucked her with blood on both of us. The student had screamed and ran away straight to Oak. At that point, we were in big trouble. It wasn't so much that we were fucking, but it was during school hours and a relatively young student had witnessed it. Gail got fired because she hadn't been with the academy long, and Oak put me on probation for 3 months. He didn't want to fire me, as he knew I had nowhere to go, but he clarified I needed to rein in my sadistic tendencies, at least on school property. It's why Camilla Marone is so dangerous. She's a masochist in more ways than Gail ever was, and her desire for pain will only feed and fuel my desire to inflict it. Gav? I shake my head. What? I said meet back here in an hour, okay? Arch asks, looking at me intently, I nod, fine. I should tell him to stick it up his ass. But there's a part of me that wants to get closer to Camilla. A part of me that wants to explore this fucked up dynamic between us further. Find out just how much of a masochist Miss Morona truly is. The bar Oak chose is far better than the one Arch picked before winter break. It's classy and not so loud. The kind of place we'd never stumble into any students, and yet we've fucking invited 3 of them tonight. I notice Oak and Eva already sat at a table near the back, along with Adriana and Camilla, who have their backs to me. Archer and I made our way here together in a cab, and that way it means I can make an escape whenever I want. A heavy hand lands on my shoulder.
What are you waiting for, Gav?
I shrug Archer's hand off. Keep your hands to yourself. He holds them up. Sorry, forgot how touchy you are. Sometimes I wonder why I even put up with this asshole. Come on, let's have fun. Winks and strides cockily into the bar toward the girls and Oak. I swallow hard and enter too, knowing that tonight is a mistake before it has even begun. Once I get to the table, I realize the only seat available is the one next to Camilla. Fucking perfect. I take the seat without a word, glancing at her as I do, her cheeks flush pink as she meets my gaze. Good evening, sir. I grit my teeth. Evening, Miss Morona. You two are both late, Oak says, glaring at me. I shrug. Sorry, got held up. He arches a brow, but doesn't question me. The fact is, I'm late because I didn't really want to come. I do not know what Archer's excuse is, since he's the one that set this fucking thing up. This is nice, isn't it, Adriana? Archer asks, sitting too close to her. The girl looks about ready to punch him in the throat. Not particularly. Eva clears her throat. When are you going to stop harassing Adriana? Archer, she questions, glaring at him. I'm surprised Eva questions him. But to be fair, she's got Oak to protect her. If anyone gives Eva any shit, I'm pretty sure he'll kill them, even if it is Archer. I'll stop once she gives me what is mine. Eva's expression turns furious. And what is that? He smirks as he lifts a glass to his lips. Adriana knows. He takes a sip. I don't owe you shit, she says. I turn toward Camilla. What's your take on this situation? Her lips purse. I think you know after what I got sent to you for other day. I smirk. Indeed. But you didn't learn your lesson, did you? Camilla's cheeks turn as red as a cherry now. I don't know, sir. Not very convincing, Miss Morone. Perhaps I need to try harder next time. Next time, she squeaks, her voice so high-pitched it's adorable. I lean even closer to her, enjoying the effect I seem to have on her. In 2 weeks, I've had to punish you 3 times, and yet before that, it had been once in your entire essay career. Something tells me we're going to be seeing more of each other this year, or am I wrong? Her throat bobs as she grabs her drink and takes a long gulp. I don't know, sir. I reach for her wrist beneath the table and find her pulse, which races the moment my hands are on her. Tell me the truth, Camilla. Have you been getting in trouble on purpose? I keep my voice quiet, so that no one else at the table hears. Her eyes widen as she tries to reclaim her hand, but I keep my grip tight. No, she says simply, her eyes narrowed, her pulse jumps the moment she lies. I lean closer to her. You're lying to me, Miss Morona. She licks her lips, drawing my attention to them. I want to bite on them until they bleed. Tell me the truth. Her eyes dilate slightly as she takes a long sip of her drink and then leans closer to me. The truth is, sir, that I love getting punished, and so I've been acting like a brat to get sent to you. Yes, her confession makes something inside of me heat, as it's the confirmation I need. Camilla Morone wants me in the most primal way, and I'm more than tempted to give her what she wants, if only to see her run away screaming. The thing I fear the most is that even when she sees the extent of my depraved tastes, she'll remain and enjoy it. And how soon do you want to be sent to me after today, I ask, knowing the line I'm flirting with is dangerous as hell. She leans even closer to me now and whispers in my ear. First thing tomorrow morning, hell. I'd stay in detention with you for the rest of the year if that's what it's like. My cock grows in my pants and I lean back, searching for any sign of uncertainty in her honey brown eyes. She does not know how dangerous it is to toy with a man like me. "Careful, little girl, you might just get torn apart," I murmur back, placing my hand on her thigh and squeezing softly, her lips pursed together, and I see the way her pupils dilate almost the instant my hands are on her. My sadistic tendencies have always made me keenly attuned to a woman's reaction to me, and right now I'm enjoying watching her cheeks redden and her chest rise and fall harder and faster with each breath she takes. Her pupils dilating so much, I can't be sure if it's purely from desire or partially from fear, but both are intoxicating. My palm tingles on her leg as the desire to wrap it around her throat and feel her pulse quicken is so damn tempting, but I resist. After all, we're in public right now. Suddenly, Camilla stands, my palm falling off her thigh. "Excuse me a moment," she says, before dashing away through the crowd toward the exit of the bar.
That's right! Little girl, run away before the monster destroys you.
I give it a few moments and then stand and follow, not bothering to excuse myself. Chasing is one of the biggest thrills a sadist can experience, and Camilla is playing right into my hands. I fear I can't hold myself back much longer. "Camilla," I walk out of the bar to get some fresh air, as I've hardly been able to breathe with Professor Nitkin so close to me. For some crazy reason, I admitted to him I've been getting into trouble on purpose, but it's like any time he demands anything from me, I can't deny him. And so when he demanded the truth, I had to give it to him. It's stifling in the bar, but I think it's because of him and the way he looks at me that has me so hot under the collar. I run a hand across the back of my neck and then lean against the cool brick wall, shutting my eyes. It feels good to get some fresh air, as it felt like I might suffocate inside. "Problem, Morona?" His voice to my left makes me freeze in both fear and anticipation. The tone of it is so sinfully deep that it makes my thighs clench as I imagine all the dirty things I want him to do to me. I plaster on a smile, but I know it doesn't reach my eyes before turning to him. I just needed some air. He arches a brow and walks closer to me, making goosebumps prickle over every inch of exposed skin. "I wouldn't say it's that warm in there." I swallow hard. "It is when I'm sat next to you." His gaze dips down the length of my dress suggestively before traveling back to my eyes. "Is that right?" He moves closer, making my heart pound harder against my rib cage. "Because you can't stop thinking about my cock, can you, Miss Morone?" My tongue darts out over my lips as I wonder how the fuck I'm supposed to respond to that question. Honesty wins out. "No, sir, I can't." The flash of delight in his eyes should scare me. But right now I'm too aroused for fear. He glances through the glass front of the bar toward the table before nodding at an alleyway to the side. "Walk down there now," he orders. The dominance in his tone is so damn alluring. I never knew that being ordered about could be so fucking hot, and yet he gives me an order, and my entire body tingles with excitement at doing as I'm told and hearing him call me a good girl. I give him a nod and walk down the alleyway.
Stop,
He orders. I come to a halt, but don't turn around. Every nerve in my body feels like it's alight with excitement as I tremble a little, unable to stop my muscles from shaking, the anticipation damn near killing me, as all I can hear is my heavy breathing and the far-off beat of the music in the bar. Professor Nitkin breathes so quietly I can't even hear him, and it makes me shudder. "Are you scared, Miss Morone?" he asks, his hand barely skating over my hip as he closes the gap between us. "No, sir." He leans toward my ear, and his breath skates over it. "You should be." I tremble. "And why is that?" "Because you've tempted a monster to come out and play, and the thing about monsters is they never play fair." He grabs hold of my hips so hard it takes my breath away, spinning me around to face him. Those hazel eyes almost shine in the dim light of the street lamps, and I know as I look at him that I've never seen such a terrifyingly beautiful image in all my life. "Do you understand, Camilla?" I nod in response. "Yes, sir. I think I like it when you don't play fair, though." His nostrils flare. "I think you might be right." I notice the way his chest rises and falls with deep, rasping breaths, as his unique hazel irises fix on me with an intensity that could knock me off my feet if he weren't holding me, supporting me. His strong and painful grip on my hip is a reminder of how dangerous this man is, how utterly depraved. I shiver, not because of the cold, but because this man affects me in ways that I never dreamed of. Sir, what are we? Before I can finish my sentence, he yanks me hard against him, and his lips cover mine. They're forceful and demanding against my own as he thrusts his tongue through my lips, searching my mouth with frenetic desperation. There's nothing gentle about it as he devours me from the inside out, clawing at my hips. As he does, I moan and set my hands on his broad, muscular shoulders, wanting nothing more than to get as close as physically possible to him. It's as if I've needed him all my life, as if I've been waiting for this moment. He lifts me off my feet, forcing me to wrap my legs around his strong hips, and then his lips move from mine lower to my collarbone, where he bites me hard. I yelp in surprise, but the pain only adds to the heat flaring between us, a heat that feels like it wants to burn me to cinders and leave me as nothing but ash in its wake. My pain doesn't stop him as he continues to bite my skin like a rabid animal. Slowly, my yelps of surprise turn into whimpers of pleasure as I fork my fingers through his dark hair, feeling the pressure building deep within. Out of instinct, my hips grind up and down, trying to find friction at my throbbing center.
I want to fucking devour you, Camilla.
He groans against my skin.
You would run far away if you knew all the fucked up things I want to do to you.
Maybe you underestimate how fucked up I am. I gasp as he pushes down the front of my dress and sucks on my nipple roughly. And then he bites, and I can't believe how good the pain feels. Sir, what are you? Silence, he growls, pulling the other side of my dress down and doing the same on my other nipple. I moan, my panties wet between my thighs as I grind myself against the hard bulge at his crotch. The need for him is so consuming it feels like it's trying to swallow me whole. Please, sir. He stops, looking at me with a feral expression. Please? What? What is it you want, Camilla? I swallow hard, losing the courage I'd had a moment ago as I stare into those alluring hazel eyes. I'm not sure. Liar, he growls, biting my collarbone like an animal until I'm sure he's going to pierce the skin. Tell me what you want, and then he does bite me hard enough to pierce the skin, licking at my blood like a beast. Tell me now. You, I whimper. My pussy so wet I can feel my panties are soaked between my thighs. I want you, sir. What do you want me to do to you? He kisses a path up my neck and then bites my earlobe, making me shudder. I want specifics from that dirty little masochistic mind of yours. I swallow hard. Everything. I want you to hurt me, sir. He pinches my nipples hard, making my entire body shudder. Like that? I nod and whimper. Yes, and I want you to humiliate me. Treat me like your pet. He groans and grinds his hard cock against my center. Tell me more. And I want you to tease me and deny me until I'm begging you to fuck me. A beast-like growls come from his throat, and he bites my bottom lip hard until I taste blood. You want me to fuck you, Camilla? Are you sure you know what you're asking for? I nod in response. Yes, sir. I want it more than anything in this world. His nostrils flare as he pulls back and searches my face with those beautiful eyes of his. You want to give a monster your virginity? Is that right, Camilla? I nod, my head falling back as he continues to devour my skin with his teeth and lips. I want your cock so bad, sir. Fuck, he groans as he forces my back against the wall. I feel his hand between my thighs and he tears at my panties, the fabric ripping apart at the force he exerts. You are so fucking wet. He slams 2 fingers inside of me suddenly with no warning, making me moan as I arch into him. Such a dirty little slut, Miss Morone.
My dirty little slut. Yours, sir? I'm going to punish you properly tonight.
My brow furrows. What for? For that climax during our first session? It was a punishment, not a reward. He drops me to my feet and then sinks to his knees in front of me, lifting one of my thighs up. Now be a good girl and hold still. I shudder as he lifts the skirt of my dress, struggling to work out how this is in any way a punishment. His tongue flicks against my throbbing clit, and my knees almost give out. However, he steadies me with his strong hand, and then his tongue delves deeper between my thighs as he feasts on me like a beast. My head rolls back against the rough brick wall behind me, and I struggle to draw enough oxygen into my lungs. Is this really happening? I glance back down at him to find his unique hazel eyes fixed on my face as he sucks, nips, and licks at me. It's hardly believable that Gavril Nitkin is between my thighs, devouring me the way I've only ever dreamed of in my fantasies. The intensity in his gaze both thrills and scares me as he pushes me higher. The pressure within is building at such a speed I'm not sure I'll be able to hold on much longer. "Oh God, Professor," I moan, sliding my fingers through his dark hair. "I'm going to come." I sink my teeth into my bottom lip, and then he stops suddenly, leaving me gasping and on the edge of release. "But bad girls don't get to climax, Camilla." The tone of his voice is downright evil as he raises a brow. "You don't deserve to climax." My heart pounds frantically in my chest as I realize that was his intention all along. Punish me. I swallow hard. "Are you serious?" The smirk that twists onto his lips is devilish, deadly. He bites my thigh suddenly hard enough to hurt. "I want to keep dangling you on the edge of the cliff and watch you squirm in blissful agony while I deny you over and over until you're crying with desperation." He bites my other thigh, and even then I won't relent. I shudder at the thought of him tormenting me like that, but a part of me enjoys the idea. What the hell is wrong with me? I wonder if this punishment will finally break you. Is orgasm denial the ultimate punishment for a dirty girl like you, Miss Morone? I swallow hard, knowing that what I said before was true. Anything this man does to me is enjoyable, even if he torments me to tears. Even if by the end I'm begging him for release. "I don't know, sir." He tilts his head slightly. "Let's find out." And then he's devouring me again, his eyes focused on my face, as if searching it for cues how close I am to coming apart. I arch my back further against the brick wall and slide my fingers through his hair, which results in an animal-like growl. "No touching, Morona." I force my fingers out of his hair and sigh heavily, keeping them pinned against the wall behind me. So unfair. He nips at my clit with his teeth, sending a shockwave through my entire body. "Punishment is never fair, Camilla," I groan as his tongue drives me closer again, my breathing becoming labored. It's ridiculous how skilled he is at this, how easily he pushes me toward my climax as he watches my face. I try to keep it impassive, but it's impossible. The pleasure is unlike anything I've felt. "Professor," I rasp, staring down at those because hazel eyes in awe. "What, Miss Morona?" he asks, smirking up at me devilishly. "I need to come," I say, swallowing hard. "Please." His smirk widens. "And how would that be a punishment?" I know he won't give me what I want, no matter how badly I beg him for it, so I just sink my teeth into my bottom lip instead. "Camilla?" Adriana's voice crashes through the crazy haze we'd both fallen into and tears us back to reality. I freeze, too mortified to consider one of my best friends finding me in this position, with the resident sadist of a professor on his knees with his head between my thighs. Although Professor Nitkin has stopped, he looks as cool as ever as he wipes my arousal off his mouth and stands slowly, eyes fixed on mine with an intensity that takes my breath away and tells me I've pursued a monster and now I'm at his mercy. And oddly enough, I'm excited about it. "Gavril!" "Camilla!" Adriana Vasquez's voice echoes down the alleyway, making both of us freeze like statues. I wipe Camilla's exquisite arousal from my mouth and then rise to my feet, holding her gaze. She's about to speak when I move forward and place a hand over her mouth. "Quiet," I mouth. She nods in response, her eyes wider than saucers. I release my hand from her mouth but grab her hips instead. The idea of letting her go just yet does not sit well with me. Getting caught by a student wouldn't be ideal, but it's not really a huge concern. After all, Archer has been trying to get into Vasquez's pants. It's not unheard of, and unlike Oak, I'm not responsible for the reputation of this academy. However, I don't really want this bubble to burst that we've found ourselves wrapped up in. The sneaking around only makes it more thrilling. I know I shouldn't be doing this, crossing a line with a student like Camilla, a virgin who is clearly not innocent, but virgins can be tricky. They get easily attached. However, I can't help myself. She's too damn perfect. Where the hell is she? Adriana grumbles to herself before finally heading back into the bar. Camilla sags against the wall with relief, and then her eyes widen again. I can't believe we almost got caught. I shrug. Part of the thrill? I nod toward the bar. We better return before they send out a search party. The flash of disappointment in her eyes is easy to detect, I guess. She catches her bottom lip between her teeth. My panties are torn, though. I tighten my grasp on her hips, and no one will know except for me. Will you be dripping on your seat, making a mess while you think about my tongue? I move my lips closer to hers, knowing she wants me to kiss her but still teasing and tormenting. Yes, sir, she moans, the desire in her voice downright sinful. Good. I grab her wrist and pull her down the alleyway until we get to the end. Now you go on in first. I'll wait a while. I arch a brow. We don't want anyone getting suspicious, do we? Her nostrils flare. But she shakes her head. No, sir. I spank her ass. Hurry now. She groans and then walks away from me, her hips swaying from side to side in the most tantalizing way. My cock throbs incessantly in the tight confines of my briefs as I watch her, knowing that the rest of the night is going to be damn-right torture, sitting next to her and unable to touch her, taste her, consume her in every physical way possible. Camilla Morona has awoken the beast inside of me, and there's no way in hell he's letting her go. She does not know what she's gotten herself into. I walk casually toward the front of the bar and stare in through the window, watching as she makes her way back to the table. Adriana turns to her the moment she sits down, brow furrowed, no doubt questioning where she had disappeared off to. It may be a little obvious that we were together, considering we were the only two people missing from the table. I walk through the entrance and head to the bar first, knowing I need a stiff drink to stop myself from dragging Camilla out of this bar and taking her home with me. A blonde woman behind the bar notices me approach and smiles widely, batting her eyelashes at me in an attempt to flirt. Hey, handsome, what can I get you? It takes all my self-control not to roll my eyes. A double scotch on the rocks. She nods. Coming right up. The woman is attractive, and if it weren't for my obsession with Camilla right now, I'd probably flirt with her harmlessly, with no intention of following through. After all, men like me can't exactly pick women up at normal bars, at least not usually anyway. Most of the women in this bar would go running for the hills if they knew the true depravity of my tastes. A firm hand lands on my shoulder and squeezes. What are you up to, Gav? Oak's voice holds a hint of suspicion as I glance toward him and shrug his hand from my shoulder.
Getting a drink. What does it look like?
His eyes narrow. Don't think I didn't notice you follow Camilla out of the bar. My friend has always been very perceptive. I shrug. I went out for some air. Is that a crime? His jaw clenches. Don't take me for a fool, Gav. I see the way you look at that girl. I face him. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that you're walking a dangerous line. He runs a hand across the back of his neck. There's a difference between Archer sleeping around with students and you. I narrow my eyes. And what difference is that exactly? I know what he's saying. He knows my tastes in sex aren't vanilla. In fact, they're pitch fucking black and sadistic, and that's why he's worried. But I don't like being called out by him. You know the difference? Do I need to remind you how we met? It feels so long ago that it's easy to forget that Oak has seen the extent of destruction that my tastes can cause, especially when I'm out of control. When we met, It was at a strip club just south of the Canadian border. I'd been getting pretty hot and heavy with a few strippers who I'd told about my tastes. They were up for anything as long as the price was right, but unfortunately there's nothing safe about breath play, and it went too far with one girl until she didn't wake up again. The other two girls freaked out and said they'd call the cops, and I saw red. I still have flashbacks of their blood painting the walls in the rundown motel room. Oak helped me cover up my sadistic crimes, as if he could see something good in me. God knows why. And that's when he offered me a job at the academy that night, telling me it was a place for troubled people like me to find somewhere to belong. I'd never forget that night. I'm pretty sure Oak saved me from a life in prison that day. To be honest, it's sick that the girl's accidental death never made me feel guilty, as it's one of the perils. It's what I did after that, when I lost control entirely and tore those two other girls apart, that haunts me. That wasn't an accident. It was a savage and brutal murder spree. The blonde clears her throat, eyeing Oak. Can I get you anything? Oak shakes his head. No. Put this drink on my tab. Oak burn. He brushes her off and I grab my drink. Her face falls as we both walk away from the bar. All I'm saying is tread carefully. She's a student, and I can't deal with any more fallouts right now. He pinches the bridge of his nose. I pissed off enough of the parents by marrying one of my students. I don't need some kind of sadistic act going wrong and killing a student on my watch. I clench my jaw, as the fact is, I'm more in control now. That day at the strip club, I was spiraling with no purpose in life. Things are different now. I don't take crazy risks with my subs' lives. His brow hitches. Are you saying Camilla is one of your subs? Not yet. I shake my head. Of course not. We flirted harmlessly, that's all. It's a lie if ever I've told one, but I can't bring myself to tell Oak the truth for fear he'll try to stop me. Now that I've stepped over the line with Camilla, I fear nothing can stop the beast inside of me from laying his claim on her. Oak doesn't look convinced. Just be careful, all right? Do you really need to tell me to be careful? When have I ever crossed the line with a student? I apologize. You are right. You've never crossed the line before. He claps me on the shoulder. Let's enjoy the rest of the evening. I don't say another word as we return to the table, and I sit next to Camilla. Instantly, I feel her gaze on me, but I don't meet it. Not right away, as I know Oak will watch carefully, looking for any signs that I am indeed in a sexual dom and sub relationship with Miss Morona. Adriana shakes her head. Quit now, Daniels. No one can beat me at drinking games.
It's true,
Eva says, leaning forward slightly. She beats all the guys at beer chugging. Archer's brow furrows and the look of determination in his eyes, if enough to make me want to run for the hills. This bar may be upmarket, but if these two are going to chug beer, we will bring the place down a notch. Challenge accepted. He calls over a waitress. 2 large beers, please. She nods and scurries off to get their order. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. How are you even a professor when you act like a fucking child? Archer glares at me. How are you a professor when you're such a sadistic son of a bitch? Oak clears his throat. I never thought I'd be sitting in a bar with my 2 friends who are professors at my school and find that the more mature guests are students. He glares at me, and then Archer, stop being idiots. I flex my fingers around my glass and bring it to my lips, glaring at Archer. Camilla shuffles next to me, drawing my eyes to her. I smirk when I see the flush to her cheeks and the way she rubs her thighs together beneath the table. Our little encounter in the alleyway has left her needy and desperate. Are you okay, Camilla? I ask, drawing her eyes to me. Her throat bobs as she swallows slowly.
Great.
There's a hint of sarcasm in her tone. I steal a quick glance at Oak, who is talking now with Archer in depth. A perfect opportunity. Slowly, I slide my hand onto Camilla's thigh, making her tense beneath my fingers, and then I let my fingers tease beneath the skirt of her dress until I find her soaking wet cunt. She tries to close me off, squeezing her thighs together tightly, her hand clasping around my wrist as she stares at me in shock. I force apart her thighs and then dip my middle and forefingers deep into her virginal entrance, making her shudder. She bites her bottom lip to stop herself from crying out as she breaks my gaze and focuses on her drink in front of her. "What do you think, Camilla?" Adriana asks. She stiffens as she meets her friend's gaze. "About what?" "What beer is better, Budweiser or Heineken?" Camilla wrinkles her nose. "You know, I don't drink beer." The waitress returns as I keep my hand firmly beneath Camilla's dress, my fingers inside her. But still, I can tell it's driving her insane as she wiggles her hips from side to side, trying to find some friction or pressure. Dirty little girl. Rules are simple. First to finish the beer wins, Oak says. I can tell that Camilla is hardly focusing on what's going on around her, while my fingers are deep in her greedy little cunt. She places a hand around my wrist and tugs. "Sir, please," she whispers. I smirk. "Please what, Malishka?" I murmur into her ear. "Finger you or stop?" Her lips purse as if she hasn't quite decided which she wants me to do. "The first." "Dirty girl," I scold, slowly moving my fingers a little way out of her, and then as slowly moving them back in, torturing her with delicate movements to ensure she won't come apart. By the time this night is through, I want her desperate and panting when we part ways. And then I'll imagine her desperately masturbating when she gets home, chasing her release, which I denied her. "Have that?" Adriana says, slamming her glass down a few seconds before Archer. Archer growls like an animal. "Motherfucker." "I'm afraid Adriana is the winner," Oak announces, smirking at Arch, who looks like he wants to tear the entire place apart with his bare hands. He really has met his match with Adriana Vasquez in every sense of the word. Adriana smirks at Arch, looking like the cat who got the cream. "I told you no one can beat me." As the conversation continues, I slowly torture my dirty little masochist as she squirms beside me. The rhythm is steady but too slow to push her over the edge as her breathing becomes labored. "Sir, please," she whispers. I shake my head. "No." I clench my jaw. Naughty girls get punished, not orgasms. She makes a cute, irritated sound. I glance toward Oak to see he's watching me, eyes narrowed slightly. It doesn't rattle me, though, as I lift my glass toward him. Cheers. My other fingers are still buried deep in my student's virgin pussy. Camilla swallows hard and takes a drink also as Ava says something to him. Neither me nor Camilla are contributing much to the conversation, but that's not unusual for me. I pull my fingers out of her and wipe them on a serviette, cleaning away her sweet arousal, and then I lean toward her to murmur, "Later, when the night is over, you will go home and get yourself off, thinking about me and all the dirty things you want me to do to you." She trembles, biting on her lower lip. "However, it won't satisfy you because it won't be me giving it to you." I lean even closer. But naughty girls don't get what they want. I move away from her then and down the rest of my whiskey, standing. "I'm getting another drink. Anyone need one?" "Get a round in on my tab," Oak says, barely glancing in my direction. I walk away, knowing that the line I crossed tonight with Camilla was reckless. And yet I'd already flirted with it earlier today when I shot my cum over her face. Hell, I guess you could say I obliterated it. Not just flirted with it. Perhaps it's time I heed Oak's warning and keep my distance from her before I do something I regret. "Camilla, you are finally back," I say, wrapping Nat in a hug as she walks up to me in the corridor. She's been gone for almost 2 weeks, way longer than we expected, as she told us she'd be gone for a few days. Texts from her have been rather cryptic and unspecific about why she wasn't back, and that she'd break the news to us when she was back at SA. "Yeah, I'm back." She doesn't sound too thrilled about it, which surprises me. I break the hug and glance at her. "So, what's this news you've got to break to us?" Adriana squeezes my shoulder. "Give her a second." She's only just walked into the academy, for fuck's sake. Nat gives her a thankful glance. You're right. Sorry, I shrug. You know how impatient I can be. They both laugh at that. Where is Eva? Nat asks. She wasn't at breakfast, so I assume she's otherwise detained by her husband. Adriana wrinkles her nose. They're so inseparable, it's sickening. I wouldn't call it sickening, I'd call it adorable. Eva is lucky to have found a man who is so crazy over her. He risked everything. Word is a lot of the SA students' parents are up in arms about what happened, suggesting it's difficult to trust an academy where the principal thinks it's acceptable to marry and fuck his student. And yet Oak doesn't seem to care. Apparently he answers any complaint, telling them to find another academy if it's such a big problem for them. Obviously, SA is one of a kind. There is no other academy like it in North America. Nat! Eva comes rushing down the corridor, smiling widely. Where the hell have you been? She wraps her in a hug. Even Oak doesn't know why you've been gone so long. Makes a refreshing change, I say. Eva rolls her eyes. Are you going to tell us what's going on? Nat nods. Yes, but not in the corridor. Where then, I ask. We've all got a free period, right? Nat asks. We all nod in response. Then let's head back to the dorms for this. Eva and I exchange concerned glances, as Nat seems oddly serious. You can't tell us in the common room? I ask. Nat shakes her head. Too many people about. She links her arm with mine. Come on, you want to find out? Stop stalling. I let Nat drag me back toward the dorms and in through the carded entrance, Adriana and Eva following close behind. Once we're in Nat's room, she turns to us and lets out a long sigh. What is it? I ask, eager to find out. She nods to the sofa in the corner. You might want to sit down for this. I clench my jaw and take a seat. Ava and Adriana following and sitting down next to me. Spill it, Nat, Adriana says. I'm engaged. My mouth practically drops to the floor. At least, it feels like it does. What the fuck? Nat's brow furrows. I think the normal reaction is congratulations. To who? Adriana asks, shaking her head. Elias, of course, Eva says, as if we're both being dim. I shake my head. No way. She may have slept with him, but marrying him. I trail off when I see the look on Nat's face. Eva is right. I'm engaged to Elias. Are you insane? I ask.
Yeah? The guy has been a total asshole to you the entire time he's attended SA, Adriana says. She sits down on the edge of her bed and shakes her head. A lot has happened that you don't know, but he promises to make it up to me. Right? Adriana says, unable to keep the sarcasm from her tone.
I mean, he gave up his crown to Finn for me and my family, to protect us from something I can't explain to you without putting them in danger. My brow furrows. I wondered what the fuck that was all about. I shake my head, although no one is listening to Finn, though they don't respect that asshole. I think it is wonderful news, Nat. Congratulations, Eva says. I have to remind myself that until this year, Eva wasn't here. She hasn't witnessed the shit we've witnessed over the years. I don't know you'd say that if you'd attended the academy as long as we have. Adriana nods. I don't think the things he's done and the way he's treated Nat are forgivable. Nat clears her throat. It doesn't really matter what you think, does it? She crosses her arms over her chest. I love Elias, and we're getting married after graduation. It's simple, love. I never expected to hear that word from my friend's lips regarding Elias freaking Morales, but it's clear from the look in her eyes she's deadly serious. So I hold my hands up in surrender.
Fair enough. Congratulations.
Adriana swallows. Yeah, congratulations. But don't think I'm not worried about this. That boy has treated you so damn badly over the years. Nat nods. I get it. You're skeptical. But we both love each other. Adriana narrows her eyes. Fine. But if I witness him treating you badly just once, I will not hesitate to beat his ass. We all laugh then. But Adriana just crosses her arms over her chest. It's not a joke, you know. I can best him at combat. It's true. Adriana is a true hard ass. The only person she can't beat is Coach Daniels. I agree, I'm happy for you, but cautiously, I hope he makes some serious changes for the rest of the year, I say. Nat nods confidently. Believe me, he already has. Fair enough. So how did this come about, anyway? Nat sits up straighter and tells us the story about how Elias showed up and the crazy shit that ensued, including her brother threatening to kill him, and then an agreement drawn up between his uncle and her brother for them to marry. It took 2 weeks for them to hash out the specifics, and it's why they've both been gone that long. If I'm honest, I hadn't even noticed Elias was gone, or if I had, I didn't really give it any thought. That's crazy, Eva says, sighing as she finishes the story. When is the wedding? It won't be until after graduation. It was one stipulation made by both my brother and his uncle. She smiles widely. All 3 of you have to be my bridesmaids, and hopefully Georgia if she can make it over from Sicily. Both Adriana and Eva jump up excitedly. Of course, I smile. You know me, always up for a reason to buy a new dress. Although I'm happy for Nat, I can't help but feel skeptical about Elias Morales' intentions. Not to mention, right now, it feels impossible to think of anything other than the insane situation I've got going on with Professor Nitkin. I've been distracted ever since he pulled out his cock and climaxed over me, hardly able to think of anything else. Ever since last night, I've been so damn horny it feels like I'll never be the same. We returned to my room and had a very long and what seemed like a satisfying session with my vibrator. Even after the most intense climax I've ever had in my life, it wasn't enough to stave off this hungry sensation because it wasn't Gavril Nitkin giving it to me. Are you all right? Nat asks, brow furrowed as she stares at me. I shake my head. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? You just looked spaced out for a moment there, like you weren't really with us. Sorry, I'm tired from last night. What happened last night? Nat asks. Eva clears her throat. The 3 of us went out with Oak, Archer, and Gavril. Nat's mouth falls open. You went out with our professors? Eva shrugs. One of them is my husband, remember. Oak wouldn't agree to go out with Archer if I didn't come, and I wouldn't go out without my friends, so that's what happened. Adriana is oddly silent as she stares at the ground, kicking her foot across the carpet. I bet that was fun, especially since Archer won't leave Adriana alone, Nat says. Adriana meets her gaze. It wasn't as bad as I expected. She glances at Eva. But I think I have Eva to thank for that. She put him in his place before the night started, didn't you? Eva blushes. I may have had a word with Oak before and he spoke to him. I thought as much, but that just means he'll be as persistent as ever today. She rests her head back on the sofa and sighs heavily. Someone kill me now. I place a hand on her shoulder and squeeze. At least we're over halfway to spring break when you get 2 whole weeks away from him. She pinches the bridge of her nose. Thank God for that. It can't come quickly enough. I have the opposite feeling as I want to stick around here longer and find out what Gavril Nitkin has in store for me. After last night, I want so much more from him. I want him to be the one to take my virginity, even if he believes I'm too innocent to handle him. My footsteps falter as I approach our usual table that evening, with my tray of food, swallowing hard. We've got some new arrivals, it would seem. Elias is sitting next to Natalia with his arm draped over her shoulder possessively. My stomach churns as it's weird to see them together like that after everything that's happened over the years. And yet, as he murmurs something in her ear and she laughs, I can't deny that I've never seen her look so happy and at ease before. I keep moving, taking note that Alec, Rizzo, and Rosa have also moved to our table. Rizzo has the audacity to be sitting in my usual seat. I clear my throat when I get to him. Why are you sitting in my seat? Rizzo's brow raises as he meets my gaze. He's Elias' newest friend, who none of us have really spoken to. He seems to keep himself to himself. Supposedly, Rizzo's father had bad blood with my family and intended to overthrow us until they uncovered his father has been poisoning his mother for years, And now Maxim Volkov and his sister have taken over operations. As far as anyone knows, his father is on the run, but I fear that on the run is code for something more sinister, as it normally is in our world. I'm sorry, I didn't see your name on it. I grit my teeth together. I've sat in that seat since first grade. Move. Elias clears his throat. Move over for the girl. This is their table after all. Rizzo doesn't look pleased at being told what to do, but moves to one side. Nat may be embracing this new change, but she's going to have to give us time to adjust, as this is just weird. I can't help but cast my mind back to the day the same boy kicked Nat off her usual table and out of her friend group. A day that was our gain when she joined us and became one of my best friends for life. But now the tables are turned and everything feels upside down. Adriana leans toward me. This is weird, right? I nod in response. Pretty damn weird, yeah. I mean, I get it. They're together now, but do they have to sit together for dinner? I shrug. She looks happy, though. I glance over at Elias' usual table and see that Jeannie is glaring over at us. At least Jeannie stayed put, Adriana groans. Fuck. I wouldn't be sitting here if she was at this table. I'm not sure I would either. Eva with Oak? I ask. She sighs. Yep. Alec and Rosa are the two of Elias's friend who are friendly and likable, and they're sitting opposite us. What is the chili like, Rosa? I ask, glancing at my plate of pasta. I was torn between that and the pasta. She smiles widely. It's delicious, but then all the food here is, isn't it? I nod as she has a point. There's not a bad meal I've had here at SA. True. I tap my finger on my chin. Maybe I'll try some afterwards, and you say I can put the food away. Adriana laughs. I'm not sure how you're even hungry after sinking 2 meatball subs at lunch. I said maybe. I feel my cheeks heat as I don't normally overeat, as it all goes on my hips. But ever since last night with Nitkin, it feels like I need something to distract me, and it turns out food works pretty well. A's if I have a radar for the man. I feel him the moment he steps into the cafeteria. Before I even look in his direction, I know he's looking at me. When I do glance toward him, I wish I hadn't. My body heats instantly as I look into those fire-filled hazel eyes of his. It feels like he's looking right through me, as if one look can pierce right through to my soul, and I draw in a deep breath before looking away. Elias clears his throat. Have any of you done the most recent anatomy assignment? I look at the ex-king of the academy and find it weird that he's sitting with us talking about such mundane things. Nat elbows him. You know I have. He shakes his head. Yeah, because you're a nerd. His tone is playful and so unlike him with Natalia. I can't deny that they make a cute couple, but it's going to take some time to adjust to this new dynamic. For years, whenever I saw Elias coming our way, a fight-or-flight instinct kicked in. My guard went up, and I struggled to work out how Nat has overcome that and appears so at ease with him now. It's going to take some serious adjusting to get used to this new setup. Gavril. I rest my feet on the footstool in the staff room and take a long sip of whiskey to calm my nerves. Drinking on the job isn't something I do often, but since the other night with Camilla, I've been on edge. I've also been avoiding her like the plague for an entire week, and it's driving me crazy. Whiskey takes the edge off. Oak is right. Getting involved too heavily with a student is a bad idea, because most full-grown women can't handle the sadistic side of me, let alone an innocent little virgin like Camilla Morona. No matter whether she's a natural masochist, there are some things even most masochists can't handle. Drinking on the job, Gav, Archer says as he walks into the staff room. Who says it's alcohol? He arches a brow. No one carries anything but alcohol in a fucking flask, and I can smell it. He holds a hand out, expecting me to give him a swig. Get your own. He crosses his arms over his chest. You're not the only one who is having a bad day. Now hand it over. Who said I'm having a bad day? I arch a brow at him, but pass the flask into his hand. You don't drink unless there's something wrong. He snatches the flask and takes a long swig. Vasquez troubles? His expression turns deadly as he glares at me. Don't even go there. I shake my head. You really don't know when to quit, do you? His jaw works before he takes another swig of my whiskey. I'm determined to get her, and I will. Believe me. I chuckle. I think the only person at this academy as stubborn as you is her. It will take a miracle for one of you to back down. He claps his hands together, looking infinitely pleased with himself. And a miracle is what I've found. I give him a questioning look as he passes the flask back into my hand. What kind of miracle? Information. The kind she doesn't want out in the open. So now you're blackmailing her into your bed? I shake my head. That's not playing fair, is it, Arch? He growls. I don't need to play fair. I've never seen Archer Daniels so wound up, and I find it rather amusing to be honest. Careful, you might get hooked on her. His jaw clenches. No chance. I just want to fuck her. I'm not entirely sure I believe that, as he's acting too obsessively over her. Adriana Vasquez is the first person to put up a fight to his advances, and Archer always loves a fight. He's so damn used to the girls falling at his feet and spreading their legs with nothing more than a request. I sense this is going to end differently. Whatever. You should give up before you get in too deep. You know I never give up. Yes, I nod. One of your many flaws. He clenches his fist and turns around. Determination isn't a flaw. It's a strength. I'm done talking to you. He walks out of the staff room without another word. It's never been this easy to wind up Arch, but I take great delight in it. The door slams behind him, and I sit up straighter, checking the time on my watch. It's not long until the bell will ring, signaling the end of lunch, and I know Camilla has a free period next. There's only so long a man can stay away from pure, sweet temptation. It would make a damn saint sin. I'm the opposite of a fucking saint. I'm a sinner through and through, and now I'm at my breaking point. Today I'm going to hunt her down and make her mine. By the time I'm done with Camilla, she'll be unrecognizable. The first chime of the bell breaks through my thoughts, forcing me to my feet as I march toward the staff room door, slipping my flask into the inside jacket pocket as I step into the corridor. I may or may not need it later, depending on how this encounter turns out. Students are hustling through the corridors to their next classes, but all of them give me a wide berth when they see me heading in their direction. My reputation makes it easier to navigate through the school, especially when it's busy like this. Every step I take is faster, as I don't want to miss her and be too late. I round the corner to the senior lockers and release a breath I didn't know I was holding when I see her standing at her locker with the door open, rummaging through her books. Desire floods through me as I lean against the wall and let my eyes dip slowly down the back of her beautiful, curvy frame from behind. It's nice to see her firm ass from this angle. My balls tighten as I feel my pants become uncomfortable over my hardening cock. It's fun to watch her from a distance while she stands there unsuspecting, completely oblivious to the fact a monster is watching and waiting to pounce. She flicks her chestnut brown hair over her shoulder as she slams the locker door shut and then turns around. Her eyes meet mine instantly, and I notice the way her cheeks flush a deep red. She licks her bottom lip, and it's as if every little movement and quirk of hers is designed to drive me wild. Camilla Morone calls to my sadistic instincts to hunt, catch, and punish. Her femininity is impossible to ignore, and it drives me downright insane. I push myself off the wall and walk toward her, eyes fixed on my prize. This part of the corridor isn't too busy. Her honey brown eyes are wide as she stares at me for a moment, frozen to the spot. And then she pivots to turn her back to me and marches in the opposite direction. Morone, I bark her surname, stopping her in her tracks. I see the way her whole body stiffens as she comes to an abrupt halt, turning slowly to face me. Yes, sir? Her voice is high-pitched as her cheeks turn so red I can't believe it's possible. I fold my arms over my chest. My office now. The delicate column of her throat bobs as she swallows hard, drawing my eyes to it. I want to put my collar around it and make her wear it day and fucking night. Sir, I'm supposed to be meeting my friends at... I don't give a shit, Morone. I step closer to her. towering over her small frame. Now, and don't make me ask again. It's clear that trying to resist a pull like Camilla has on me is a grave mistake, as it has only become stronger and more uncontrollable as time passes by. It's been 1 week since we all went to the bar together, and I licked her sweet virgin cunt outside in an alleyway. Ever since, I've tried to avoid her, knowing that what we were doing was walking a tightrope. Camilla's nostrils flare, and for the first time I see defiance in her eyes. May I ask what this is about? You may not. The buzz of whiskey is still filtering through my bloodstream as I hold her steely gaze, knowing I will not back down on this. She's coming to my office whether she likes it or not. Her chest hitches as I take another step forward, leaving barely a foot between us. Now get your ass into my office before I drag you in there. I sense her hesitation as she stares at me. For a moment, I honestly believe my submissive little pet might refuse to obey for the first time, until her shoulders slump in defeat and she relents, turning to walk toward my office without saying a word. I keep close to her, watching the way her hips sway in such a sexy way. It's not something she does on purpose, but it's damn right irresistible. Camilla comes to a stop outside of my office door, glancing back at me. I love the way her full lips purse together softly as she tangles her fingers together, proving that she's anxious, that I make her anxious. Slowly, I move close to her so that my arm is brushing against hers. I watch as her full breasts heave inward with a sharp intake of breath, as if my touching her so briefly floods her veins with electricity. Forcing myself to stop staring at her, I pull the key to my door out of my jacket pocket and slide it into the lock. And then I look at her again as I push the door open, waiting for her to step inside first. I can practically taste her fear as a visible tremor moves through her body as she breaks eye contact and walks into my office. She hugs her arms around herself as if that's going to protect her and doesn't look at me. "Have a seat," I say, watching her like a hawk. She glances at the seat opposite my desk before moving toward it and awkwardly dropping into it. I watch her for a moment as she shuffles, trying to get into a comfortable position. The need to remain as close to her as physically possible drives me to stand between her and the desk, rather than taking a seat behind it. I perch on the edge, casually, watching as her honey brown eyes widen and her lips part temptingly. There's never been a woman I've wanted more than I want Camilla Morona. My cock is as hard as steel in my pants, pushing against the fabric and trying to break free. For a moment, I revel in her discomfort as I remain silent and watch her fidget under my gaze. It turns out she is so uncomfortable that she breaks the silence. "What's this about, sir?" I clench my jaw. "I think you know exactly what this is about, Camilla." Her eyes narrow. "I'm afraid I'm not a mind reader, so you will have to enlighten me. Attitude. So far, Camilla has been the perfect submissive. There's been no sign of bratty behavior from her, but that will be the last attitude she gives me once I'm through with her. I guarantee it. Moving forward fast to catch her off guard, I grab her chin hard enough to hurt. "Don't play dumb with me, Malishka." Her eyes dilate with both fear and arousal. "This is about what happened in the bar 1 week ago." "What about it?" She shakes her head. "You've barely looked me in the eye since." The grip on her chin tightens as the beast within me is barely contained in his cage, longing to break free and utterly devour the girl in front of me. Her cheeks turn pale as I move my hand lower, wrapping my fingers around her slender throat and yanking her forward with it until she's so close I can smell her sweet strawberry scent. It's utterly inappropriate of me to touch a student like this, but I'm too far gone. There's no way I'll get the monster back in his cage, not when I'm around Camilla. She's too tempting, just like the apple in the Garden of Eden, drawing me in with the allure of sinful delights. She's going to ruin me, and I'm going to ruin her, and yet I can't find it in myself to care. I'm already damned to hell anyway. "Did you want me to look you in the eye?" I ask. The flush in her cheeks returns. "Maybe?" I tighten my fingers around my throat, imagining the way she'd look with my leather collar around her neck. The collar I own with property of Gavril Nitkin etched into it. I would love to see her crawling around on all fours like an animal wearing it in a leash for me, while I whip her beautiful skin until it's red with my marks. Hell, until she's bleeding for me and begging me to fuck her. The depraved images in my mind make me harder than stone. As I return my attention to the innocent virgin in front of me, it's impossible to ignore how wrong it is. Camilla can't know what sick fantasy I have playing in my mind, a fantasy I want to make a reality. She's an untouched student who hasn't even had normal, boring, vanilla sex. Normally, that idea would be enough to turn me off, but it only makes me long for her more, forcing me to tighten my grip and pull her flush against me until her firm breasts are pressed into my chest. I can't hold back any more, I murmur, almost to myself. There's a flash of red-hot desire in her eyes. Then don't. She holds my gaze with such determination, but she doesn't know what she's asking for. You don't know the monster that you're tempting to come out and play. She licks her bottom lip, drawing my eyes to them. Maybe I've never been scared of monsters. Her nostrils flare. Maybe I've always been drawn to them. That's all it takes to snap the thread like control I have on my urges, as if she's worn down an old rope that was stopping me from falling over a sharp rock face, and it's finally given way, spiraling me into uncontrollable territory as the monster breaks free. I yank her violently toward me and press my lips to hers, thrusting my tongue with force through her lips before she can even stop me. The need to consume drives me crazy, as I've wanted to do this again ever since our first kiss 1 week ago in the back alleyway of the bar. Hell, I think deep down I've wanted to kiss her for longer than that. Even if it's a sick thing to admit, she wasn't 18 years old when she showed me how much of a masochist she was. Now that she's legal, I'm not holding back any longer. My tongue swipes every inch of her mouth, searching desperately. Camilla moans and I feel it right through to my bones. I flex my fingers harder around her throat, enough to cut off her oxygen to see how she reacts to being choked. Her body tenses against mine initially, but then she relaxes and moans again, a sound so fucking hot it makes me want to fuck her right here and now, but I have to take my time. As I pull away from her, I bite her lip hard, which makes her yelp. I let go of her throat and move my fingers to the buttons on her blouse, unfastening them quickly and sinking my teeth into her collarbone. The pain entices a groan as she grabs the edge of my suit jacket to stabilize herself as her legs shake beneath her. "Sir," she breathes, trying to pull away from me. I don't relent, firmly holding her in place as my lips move lower toward her breasts, which are framed in a white bra that complements her skin tone perfectly. My lips skate over her exposed cleavage with soft, almost kisses, and then I sink my teeth into the soft and tender skin. Camilla yelps in surprise, trying to pull away from me. No fighting, Malishka. I dig my fingertips into her hips. I know you love the pain as much as the pleasure. Her lips part as if she's about to speak, but she closes them again.
It's true?
She says, shaking her head.
But when are you going to stop messing around and fuck me?
The brazen question startles me as I release her hips, searching her eyes.
That would be a bad idea, Camilla?
I can hardly believe that's what she really wants, her sadistic professor to take her virginity.
Why?
She asks, her tone wounded as she takes a step back from me. And don't tell me it's because I'm an innocent virgin who can't handle you. Her lips purse together. It's clear that considering how much I love pain, I'm not as innocent as you think. I strike forward and bite her bottom lip hard, drawing blood and licking it from her skin. Because I crave things most sane people would never understand. Things that most sane people would have me committed for. I want to taste her blood and paint her skin with it. Create a masterpiece of pain and suffering over the most beautiful living canvas I've ever met. My obsession with inflicting pain runs deep and is far more perverse than you can imagine in your wildest dreams or darkest nightmares. Fear dilates her irises, but she doesn't break my gaze. Show me, and we'll find out if I can handle it or not. I clench my jaw. It's not only that you are a virgin, and virgins are notorious for becoming attached to the first man they fuck. I narrow my eyes. Sex is merely a transaction for me. The golden rule is I never form attachments. Camilla tries to hide her disappointment and fails spectacularly as she says, I don't care. There's no doubt it's a lie, and it should be my cue to break this off. Virgins are too clingy. It's just a fact. I turn away from her, knowing that taking Camilla's virginity would be a huge mistake. It would open a can of worms. What are you saying? She asks, her voice laced with what I can only describe as pain. Emotional pain. The kind I intended to avoid by making sure I didn't take her virginity. And yet somehow she's already hooked on me. I don't look at her. I'm saying that taking this any further would be a mistake. Saying the words goes against my primal instincts to ravage the beautiful young girl behind me, but I know it's for the best. Camilla grabs my shoulder and squeezes. Sir? I turn around to face her. She allows her hand to move to my chest and then lower to my abs, holding my gaze with determination blazing into those honey brown eyes of hers. It's clear she will not walk away that easily. Please. Her hand dips lower as she grabs the end of my belt and unbuckles it, never once taking her eyes from mine. Please, what? Please fuck me, sir. She breathes, her voice barely above a whisper. I let her unzip my pants, and then I feel her small hand slide into them, cupping the rock-hard length of my cock through my briefs. Her eyes widen as she slides her hand up and down the length. She squeezes, and that's when I snap, yanking her hand out of my pants and forcing it above her head. Let us get one thing straight before we go any further, Camilla. I grab her other wrist and join it with the other, holding them above her head by her wrist. My lips are a mere inch from hers as I loom over her. I'm in control for every single second we're together. If you don't like it, then find someone else to fuck you. The idea makes my stomach churn as I hold her gaze. You do nothing without my permission, do you understand? Camilla nods. Yes, sir. I groan and then pull her body against mine, running a hand down her perfect figure. You're about to find out what true hell feels like despite her palpable fear, she says. I can't wait. I shake my head, knowing she does not know what she's talking about. The sadistic side of me knows no bounds, and I fear this girl is going to destroy what little control I have over it. I can feel that darkness pulling at my insides, longing to break free the more I'm around this tempting woman. Camilla Morone is going to destroy everything I've worked so hard to control, and yet I can't help but fall into the trap. I know it's a mistake, but I'm making it anyway, because I'm not a good man. And men like me take what they want, consequences be damned, Camilla. Gavril's arm wraps around my waist forcefully, and he lifts me off my feet, carrying me as if I weigh nothing into the empty classroom adjoining his office and toward the door into the basement. He supports me with one arm and uses his free hand to open the door. My heart clatters at 1,000 miles an hour, racing like horses on a racetrack as we're engulfed by the darkness. Gavril's dark, sadistic torture room is a place I've been fantasizing about him bringing me back down here since the last time when I climaxed from pain alone. Why are we going down here? Butterflies beat around in my stomach as a cruel smirk spreads onto his lips. Because you need punishing, Malishka.
Punishing for what?
I ask, knowing I have done nothing wrong. He bites my lip again, making the sore skin bleed, and then he licks it like a hungry animal desperate for a taste of its prey. You need punishing for being a dirty little pain slut who can't help but get aroused every time I whip you.
You've only whipped me once.
I point out. His eyes narrow. Twice, if you include 9th grade? How the hell does he remember that? You remember punishing me that day? I clarify. His smirk widens. Of course, I could hardly think of anything else but the dirty girl who rubs her thighs together while being subjected to pain. Heat slams into me as I break his gaze. He puts me on my feet and then lifts my chin, forcing me to meet his stare. Don't be ashamed, it's natural, Melishka. And then he moves his lips to my shoulder and plants soft kisses along it until he reaches the juncture between my neck, sinking his teeth hard into my skin. He yanks my blouse off of me and chucks it onto the floor. I moan, Unable to understand why the pain is so pleasurable, he moves higher, biting my neck like an animal. Are going to try something today. Something that will either send you running for the hills, or you'll enjoy it as much as I do. There's a strange tone in his voice that makes my stomach knot. What exactly are we going to try? Knife play, he murmurs into my ear before biting it. I swallow hard. What exactly is that? I play with you with my knife. His voice is deep and husky and sensual, cutting your skin just a little and playing with your blood. It turns more raspy, painting a masterpiece on your beautiful skin with it. That took a turn toward true depravity far faster than I expected. In fact, I couldn't have imagined that was what he was going to say, not in my wildest dreams. And yet, I remember the pure delight in his eyes when he saw he'd broken my skin with his whip, the way he had tasted my blood like a savage animal. I stare at him blankly for a short while and can see the impatience in his expression as he frowns at me. The fact is, what he's talking about should be repulsive, and yet it gives me a thrill, a sick thrill that makes little sense as I nod my head before I can rethink it. Okay. His shoulders relax slightly in relief as he yanks me against him, kissing me deeply. The way he kisses me is savage, as if he's trying to devour me from the inside out, just like the monster he warned me he is. I slide my fingers into his hair, pulling him closer as my need for him deepens. He groans, grabbing my wrists forcefully and pushing them both behind my back.
What did I tell you?
I swallow. I can't do anything without your permission.
Exactly.
The dominant tone of his voice makes my thighs clench. Sorry, sir. It's time for me to find out what beautiful artwork you will make, Malishka. He kisses me quickly once more before leaving me standing half naked in the dungeon as he walks toward the wall where his implements are hanging. The thought of allowing him to cut me sends a shiver down my spine. I recall the rumors that went around 3 years ago about a student walking in on him and a teaching assistant having sex in this basement while he cut her. It was rumored the student was traumatized by what she witnessed, but I never knew whether to believe it. Too often rumors get blown out of proportion or exaggerated, but I'm convinced now that it was indeed true. Gavril Nitkin is obsessed with making me bleed. The way his eyes lit up as he spread my blood on his fingers and licked it off has forever been imprinted in my mind. His returning footsteps pull me out of a daze, and my heart rate speeds up erratically when I see the large serrated knife in his hand. Sir, I'm not sure. No backing out now, Camilla. Those hazel eyes I always found so alluring appear almost demonic in the dim light of the basement. You've made it clear what you want. He tilts his head to the side. I won't hurt you, at least not too bad. As he gets closer, my stomach churns like the inside of the washer on the highest spin setting. It feels like I'm going to be sick, and yet I can't even move an inch. Even as he gets closer, I'm frozen to the spot as if I'm caught in a spider's web, entirely immobilized. I'm not sure about this, I say, despite knowing deep down there's a part of me that wants to experience this, but I can't deny that I fear the man in front of me too. Because he's not a man, he's a monster. The kind that thrives off pain and suffering. He reaches for me and slides a firm hand around my throat. You can't tell me okay 1 minute and then back out, Malishka. He squeezes forcefully. That's not how this works. I struggle to draw enough air into my lungs as he squeezes my throat like he's trying to kill me. The darkness in his eyes makes me shudder as he finally releases his grip. Be a good girl and turn around for me. Coldness spreads through my veins as I realize that coming down into a basement where no one can hear you scream with a monster is probably a terrible idea. I turn my back to him as instructed, as I can't seem to help myself from obeying his orders. It's crazy, considering I know how dangerous he is and what he's going to do to me. He grabs my waist and moves his hand to the buttons on the front of my skirt, unfastening them until the fabric drops to the floor, leaving me in nothing but my matching white bra and thong. The way he touches my bare skin sends goosebumps rising over every inch of exposed skin. and then his fingers hook into the catch on the back of the bra, unfastening it and yanking it from me before I realize what he's doing. "Turn around," he orders. Too anxiously, I bring my arms up to my chest, as no man has ever seen me this naked before. Being so exposed to a man like Gavril Nitkin makes me more nervous than I've ever been in my 18 years of life, and yet I can't disobey his orders, as if I'm programmed to do everything he says. I swallow hard and turn around. He instantly grabs my wrists and yanks my arms down, exposing me to him entirely. Those beautiful hazel eyes dilate as they fix on my breasts, gazing at them as if they're a masterpiece in the Louvre. It makes me feel more desired than I've ever felt, and yet my stomach churns as my eyes fix on the blade he's forced into his belt. "So damn beautiful," he murmurs in a deep and husky tone. Heat blazes through my cheeks as I stand almost entirely naked in front of him. And then he reaches up and pinches my right nipple, making me moan, the exquisite mix of pain and pleasure making me ache deep within. "You're a perfect canvas to paint a masterpiece on," he says, sounding almost absent or far away. My brow furrows. "What do you mean?" Gavril tears his eyes from my body and meets my gaze, and the look in them makes me shudder. It's dark and sadistic as he squeezes my left nipple even harder, making me yelp in surprise. Cutting is an art form. His other hand digs into my right hip as he yanks me forward so I can feel the cold metal of the blade in his belt pressing into my skin. Blood is my paint, and skin is my canvas, Camilla, and I've never seen a more beautiful canvas. I search his eyes and realize he's utterly serious. A silver of fear travels through my veins, lodging itself deep in my heart as I wonder why Professor Nitkin is the way he is. Only now do I realize that this man truly is not a man, but a beast. He'd warned me of such, but I didn't believe him until now, until he showed me his thirst for blood, pain, and carnage. He releases my left nipple and reaches for the knife in the belt of his trousers, pressing it gently between my breasts and dragging the serrated edge downward lightly against my skin, only leaving a red graze. It's barely painful, making me needier than ever before as he keeps his eyes on the knife and the marks he leaves on my skin, his canvas. The force increases as he draws it lower, past my rib cage and down just above my belly button. I glance down, noticing that while he hasn't cut my skin, the marks are redder. My breathing labors as he draws lower again, heading right toward my panties. Nitkin pauses, meeting my gaze and tilting his head to one side. "I can sense you're getting excited, and I haven't even broken skin yet." There's a demonic look to his light eyes in this dark dungeon as he watches my face with too much intensity, as if he's trying to see right through me and into my soul. The pressure on the knife increases, and I feel my heart race at 1,000 miles an hour in anticipation, and then he flicks his wrist slightly, cutting through my skin just above the waistband of my white panties.
Beautiful!
Gavril can't take his eyes off the small incision he's made, and the droplets of blood running into the fabric and staining it. He hooks the knife into my panties and slowly cuts them away from my body, making me hotter than I've ever felt. Even though this man has licked me to climax before, he's never seen me so naked. As the tatters of my panties drop to the floor, I know I've never felt more vulnerable. A soft rumble rises from his chest as his eyes dip between my thighs, making my body catch on fire. "Sir, are you?" He grabs my throat hard, cutting off my question before I have the chance to finish. No questions. There's a darkness in his expression, one that scares me right to the core. He drags the sharp edge of the knife past the cut in my skin in my lower abdomen and moves it downward, stopping just above my clit. I draw in a sharp inhale of oxygen as the anticipation is killing me. This man is unpredictable and clearly a little insane, and I'm standing here entirely at his mercy. Naked, vulnerable, and yet needier than I've ever been. His eyes flash with fire as he drags the knife lower, the serrated edge grazing against my clit. I shudder as I've never felt so sensitive before in all my life. My nipples are harder than stone as he drags it lower and then angles the tip inside of me. It feels like my heart stops beating a moment as I wonder how far he'd take this. Our eyes are locked together, and he's watching me with a sadistic glee that makes my stomach churn. Are you scared of monsters yet, Melishka? I swallow hard and consider the question. Monsters have never scared me, but then I've never been at the mercy of one like I am now, and yet I can't find any fear. As I stare into his hazel eyes, I feel nothing but pure, unadulterated desire. The more important question is, what the fuck is wrong with me for not fearing this beast? I shake my head in response. Gavril smirks, and there's a hint of disbelief in those hazel eyes. I may not fear monsters, but I fear just how far this one will take things. How depraved can Gavril Nitkin be? My breath hitches as I feel him gently move the sharp tip of the knife between my folds. The anticipation and danger of the situation only makes me wetter. Would he really shove a sharp knife inside of me? I feel the tip disappear, but just as fast as it's gone, I'm filled to the hilt with something. A scream rises up my throat, and I can't keep it in, as the thought that he just shoved a knife inside of me makes me sick. There's no need to scream, although I must admit the sound makes me harder than nails. It's at that point I realize he hasn't put the sharp end of the knife inside of me, but is holding it by that end and shoving the handle into my pussy. I swallow hard as I look down and see his blood dripping down the handle of the knife. You are so fucking wet. I can feel your arousal dripping down the handle of the knife and onto my hand, mixing with my blood, he growls. I sink my teeth into my bottom lip and look into his eyes. Maybe that's because I'm just as depraved as you. I swallow hard. Maybe you're not the only monster. Gavril shakes his head, fucking me with the handle of the knife in a steady rhythm as he drives me toward the edge. No, you're a fucking angel who's being corrupted by a monster. He grits his teeth as pain floods his irises, more blood dripping from his hand as he fucks me. How does it feel getting fucked with the handle of a knife? I fear the answer because I know it means I'm sick. It feels good, I practically whisper. And would you like it if I cut you some more? I shut my eyes, unable to believe my answer. Yes, sir. An animalistic sound tears from his throat as he pulls the handle of the knife out of me and drops it with a clang to the floor, making me jump. Gavril wraps his bloodied hand around my throat, his eyes utterly lost to the depravity now as he smirks. I want you to wear a collar of my blood around your neck. He squeezes harder, and I'm going to cut you more and smear your blood over my body. Once I've finally satisfied my sick bloodlust, I'm going to take your virginity, even if you scream at me not to. I stare at him in surprise, wondering why I'd scream at him not to when I've already begged him to fuck me. The prospect only makes me more excited, that no matter what I say, there's no stopping this beast's hunger for me. Gavril, a crease forms in between her brows. Why would I do that when I've already asked you to fuck me multiple times? Because we haven't even touched the surface of how sick I am. I slide the knife across her lower abdomen with more force, creating a 2-inch cut that's not too deep but bleeds well. Using my free hand, I drag my fingers through the blood and smear it across her beautiful, soft skin. She shudders, glancing down at it. The blood drives me wild as small rivulets cascade down her tanned skin and disappear between her thighs. I don't know how far I can take this, but now I've started. I won't be able to stop no matter what. Even if Camilla begs me to, I don't believe I have the control to bring this to an end. I flick the edge of the knife between her soaking wet folds, and she shudders, eyes widening. Are you regretting playing with a monster yet, little virgin? I taunt. Her eyes narrow and her lips pursed together. No. She's trying to sound certain, but I can hear the wobble in her voice. I can sense the fear rolling off of her in waves. This virgin has bitten off more than she can chew. There's no denying she's aroused as her juice rolls down her thighs, making them glisten in the dim light of the basement. I drop to my knees in front of her and lick her perfect cunt, tasting her arousal mixed with blood. A primal desire tightens my gut as I grab her hips hard and force her closer. Camilla gasps as I nip her clit with my teeth, making her legs tremble. "I'm going to devour you, Malishka," I say, looking up at her as she gazes down at me. It's rare that I'm so willing to be on my knees for a woman, but for Camilla, I think I'd do anything to have her. Her cheeks are flushed a pretty pink as she watches me with those honey-brown eyes, which are so dilated there's only a small rim around her pupil. Then get on with it. I growl softly and sink my teeth into her inner thigh, making her yelp. Be careful what you wish for. I do the same on the other thigh, and she shudders. And then I return my attention to her center, licking and nipping until she's moaning like a whore. When she least expects it, I bring the knife up and slide the serrated edge over the bite marks on her thighs, cutting through the skin until blood beads on the surface. Camilla stares down at me with pure desire in her eyes. "Stop playing with me, sir." I lick the blood from her skin, groaning. "You taste delicious." Her lips pursed together. "What part of me?" "Every part." I stand and kiss her roughly, my tongue thrusting into her mouth and forcing her to taste her blood and arousal, and then I pull away and look into her eyes. "Can you taste yourself?" Her throat bobs as she swallows. "Yes, sir." I grab her shoulder and slide the knife through her skin. All the wounds I inflict are superficial, but I know how to draw a heavenly amount of blood without doing too much damage. "I want to paint both of us in your blood." Camilla's eyes dilate as she braces her hand on my shoulder for stability. "And then I'm going to fuck you so hard you won't know what has hit you." I murmur into her ear, letting my teeth graze it as I slide the knife over her back softly, just cutting the skin as blood drips slowly down it. "Are you sure you are ready for this?" I pull back and gaze into her eyes. Her bottom lip trembles as she shakes her head. "No, but I want you so badly." I growl and bite her shoulder hard, leaving marks where my teeth sunk into the flesh. "Turn around," I order. She does as she's told, showing me her back and the small cut I inflicted. I drag a thumb through the blood, smearing it over her skin. The need to be naked and to have her blood against my skin drives me to undress as I pull off my tie, shirt, and jacket off first, discarding them on the floor. And then I unbuckle my pants and pull down the zipper, enjoying the way Camilla tenses as the sound. The knife falls from my hand with a clang to the stone floor. "I'm going to destroy you, Camilla. Are you sure you are prepared for this?" I ask as I drop my pants and kick off my shoes, standing in only my tight briefs. She glances over her shoulder with her bottom lip caught between her teeth. "Face forward," I bark. Her throat bobs as she reluctantly keeps facing forward. "I'm prepared for anything you may throw at me." I drop my briefs to the floor and kick them to the side, my cock hard as stone and straining, and then I bend over and retrieve the knife before moving toward her and pressing the hard length of my cock against her backside, making her gasp.
"Sir, I
spank her ass hard. No talking. I just want you to stop overthinking everything and enjoy this. I grab her leg behind her knee and force it to bend, opening herself to me. Her body shudders as she panics, feeling as if she's going to fall forward. "I'm supporting your weight." And then I put the knife between my teeth as I use my free hand to guide the tip of my cock against her dripping wet cunt. Her body becomes tense. "What are you?" Irritation at her questioning me drives me forward as I thrust my cock into her tight, virginal entrance. I don't give her a moment to prepare or overthink the moment as I tear her virginity from her in one quick moment. She screams in pain, and the scream makes me harden inside of her. I pull the knife out of my mouth with my free hand. "That's it! Scream for me!" I groan as I push my hips further forward, allowing the last couple of inches to sink inside of her. "I love it when they scream!" I murmur into her ear. "You're insane!" I can hear the mix of pain, shock, and pleasure in her voice. "Would you stop if I asked you to?" I bring the knife to her throat and exert pressure there, making her whimper in response. "What did I tell you?" "No questions," she mutters. I drag the knife lower and slide the sharp edge through the skin over her collarbone. She cries out in pain. Exactly. I lick my lips as I watch over her shoulder as the blood trickles down her chest. But to answer your question, no. There's nothing you can say now that can stop me. Please, sir, she begs. I don't know what exactly it is she's begging me for. Whether she wants me to stop or whether she wants me to fuck her, and it doesn't really matter, as the beast is out of his cage and the only thing that could stop me now is a miracle. I release her knee and pull out of her, which results in a frustrated little sigh from her beautiful mouth. Turn and face me. She spins around to look at me, her eyes taking in the sight of my naked body in the dim light, which hides the scars all over my skin. Her cheeks flush a deep red as she licks her lips, eyes fixed on my cock. I will have those pouty, thick lips wrapped around it, but not right now. Go sit on top of that table over there. I jerk my head toward it. Her brow furrows as she glances between me and the table, as if she's considering disobeying my order. After a moment, her shoulders slump. She does as she's told, but I can sense the hesitation in her movements. Camilla isn't as sure as she was before we came down here. I watch her for a moment as she seats herself on the table, her thighs clenched together now. I memorize the image of Camilla Moronen in all her naked and bloody glory as she waits for my next move completely at my mercy. This is the type of act I crave daily, despite the sadistic and perverse nature. I try to bury my urges and needs beneath the mundane punishments I dole out to students, but it's becoming increasingly more difficult. And now Camilla has opened the floodgates to the darkness I don't know how to control anymore. I spin the knife in my right hand as I approach her, enjoying the way her breath hitches and fear floods her irises, and then, with fast, precise movements, I make 2 superficial cuts beneath her breasts, delighting in the way blood spills down her skin. I rub my fingers in the blood and then smear it over my body, groaning as my cock spills pre-cum onto the floor. I'm going to break you, Camilla. I place the knife down on the table next to her and grab her thighs, spreading them wide for me. Once I'm through with you, there will be nothing left but a shell of the girl you once were. I line the head of my cock up with her dripping entrance, holding her gaze. Are you sure you still want to be claimed by a monster? Her throat bobs as she swallows hard, searching my eyes. Certain. I thrust my hips forward and bury myself balls deep inside of her. Good, because if you'd said no, I wouldn't have listened anyway. I growl. My bloodied fingers wrap around her throat as I block her airways partially, thrusting my hips in and out forcefully. Her mouth falls open, and she releases the most erotic sound I've ever heard, halfway between a moan and a scream. I see the pain written over her face as I stretch her virgin cunt around my cock. If Camilla expected me to be gentle because she's a virgin, then she will be greatly disappointed. I don't know the meaning of the word, and yet she enjoys every second as she arches her back, pushing her hips closer and allowing my cock to sink a little deeper inside of her. I grab the knife and slide it through the cuts beneath her breasts, making them bleed a little more before smearing the blood over the canvas with my fingers, and then I smear it over my own chest. She groans, eyes dilated and body bending to my will. I fuck her slowly and deeply, watching her face twist with pleasure. It feels so good, sir! I tighten my grasp on her throat, and her eyes widen as she struggles to draw in oxygen. I haven't even gotten started yet. Her eyes roll back in her head as she pushes her hips forward, the lack of oxygen only heightening her pleasure. I'm gripping onto the last threads of control as I watch her give in to the sadistic pleasures that rule me, knowing that once I let go, there is no stopping. Fuck me, sir, she rasps out, her honey brown eyes dilated so that there's only a little ring around the pupil. I growl then and let go, releasing her throat and grabbing her hips hard as I move inside of her. She's too damn tight as her cunt grips me like a vice, but I don't let it stop me. My hips move in sharp, forceful movements as I fuck her hard and without mercy. Such a good girl, I purr into her ear. No longer fighting who you truly are, I smear her blood over her chest and mine as we fuck before licking it from my fingers. Her mouth falls open on a soft moan as she watches me act like a feral animal. To it feels like her cunt gets tighter at that moment. Either that of my cock has grown harder. I grit my teeth together, knowing I've never felt pleasure quite like this. I move closer to her and drag my teeth down her neck. You are so fucking wet and so fucking tight. It feels like I've died and gone to heaven. I sink my teeth hard into her neck, and she groans from the mix of pleasure and pain. This was inevitable one way or another. I knew the moment I had her down here earlier in the year and saw her climax from the pain that it would have taken a miracle for me to stay away from her. In fact, I think I knew after our flirtatious conversation at the bar before winter break. Every muscle in my body strains as I fuck her harder than I've ever fucked anyone, watching her face twist with pleasure. Tell me how it feels to submit to darkness, I order. Her lips pursed together as I smear more of her blood onto me, ignoring the sting from the wound in the palm of my hand. It feels so fucking good, she murmurs, so quiet, as if she's scared to say it too loud. I growl, picking up the pace so much that the sound of our skin clashing together echoes around the room, punctuated only by her moans and my grunts. If anyone were to walk into my classroom now, they'd hear us down here fucking like animals even down here in the basement, and I don't give a shit. All I care about is claiming this girl's virginity and destroying her in ways she can't understand yet. I pull my cock out of her, which results in a huff of protest from her pretty little mouth. I want you to get on all fours on the floor, I instruct. She climbs down eagerly from the desk and gets into position, glancing at me over her shoulder. The image of her with blood smeared over her body and her tight cunt and ass on display for me makes almost lose my mind. My cock strains at the thought of slamming into her tight little asshole without warning or any lube other than her own natural juices. I claw back an ounce of control, knowing that would be a step too far, at least for Camilla's first time. Instead, I drop to my knees behind her, holding the knife, and thrust every inch of my cock deep into her tight, wet heat. Her cunt tightens around my shaft, as if it's trying to pull me deeper. I spread my fingers through the blood on her back, and then bring the knife to her ass cheeks. Slowly, I drag the sharp edge in a circular motion as I inscribe my initial in her skin, the need to put my claim on her, a foreign yet clawing desire. You will have my initials on your ass, so that you know you belong to me. She moans, but it's tinged with pain as I finish the first letter G in her skin, and then I carve an N next to it. By the time I'm done, my cock is like a steel rod inside her cunt, and she's grasping me so tightly, I'm not sure where she starts, and I end. Fuck me, sir, she begs, glancing at me over her shoulder. I grasp her hips hard enough to bruise. The need to dominate and destroy and corrupt clawing at my insides. I'll do more than fuck you, Camilla. I'm going to tear you apart. I thrust my hips in and out with violent movements, pounding her deep and hard despite knowing it's her first time. And you are going to take what I give you. I grunt. Despite the roughness, she arches her back as if inviting more. I focus on my bloody initials carved into her ass cheeks and almost come apart from the sight alone. I spank her other cheek hard and she moans, her pussy getting wetter around my cock. I want you to come on my cock, I say, gripping her hips even harder as I pull her onto me. I want you to prove to me what a dirty little pain slut you really are. She glances at me again over her shoulder. Your dirty pain slut, sir? I growl and fuck her even harder and deeper than I believed possible, until she screams, "Fuck yes, sir," warning me that the sadistic pleasures have taken her right over the edge of the cliff into a free fall. The tightness of her cunt becomes almost restrictive as her orgasm washes over her in waves. Camilla's body trembles violently from the intensity. Her eyes roll back, and I can tell that she's felt nothing like she's feeling at that moment. The sounds of pure pleasure radiating through the basement. I sink my teeth into her shoulder and pull her tight against me as I come apart, my seed filling her tight, virgin cunt. I can't even find it in me to care that we didn't use protection as I brand her as mine. Our labored breaths fill the echoing space as we both recover from our mutual orgasms. I pull my cock out of her reluctantly and stand, walking over to the sink by the wall to wash myself up. There are no words I can find to say to her, not after what just occurred. If she expected me to lie down on a soft blanket and snuggle, then she's going to be disappointed. As I told her before, sex is merely a transaction, and that's when I hear her thudding footsteps rushing toward the stairs. My brow furrows as I watch her run right out of the room in her bloodied shirt and barely put together skirt. Run, little girl, the monster inside of me goads. And yet a part of me feels disappointed that she's running, as it proves that perhaps she's not as depraved as me after all. She's a scared girl who can't handle true sadism. I should have trusted my gut instinct. But the problem is now that I've had a taste of her, she's not going to be able to escape that easily. Camilla. Where were you? Nat asks as I approach our table in the cafeteria. Did you forget you were supposed to meet us at the library? My heart pounds unevenly in my chest as I avoid her gaze. I got sent to detention. I lie, feeling sick to my stomach. Elias is sitting next to her with his arm draped over her shoulders. Cruel smirk twists onto his lips. I never took you for a rebel, Morone. I glare at him, a part of me wishing things hadn't changed between them. Granted, I'm thankful that Ned is no longer subjected to his torment, but now we have to endure his presence at every fucking meal. Shut up, Elias. I sit down in my usual seat opposite them. Flashbacks of what I did with Professor Nitkin keep recurring over and over, and the stinging cuts I had to bandage beneath my shirt are an ever-present reminder. I ran as fast as I could from that basement all the way back to my dorm room. Thankful I didn't run into anyone I knew, or at least no one who paid me any attention. The shirt I'd been wearing was so badly stained with blood that I threw it in the trash can. Feeling insurmountable shame as I washed the blood from my skin in the shower, I can still see the way the water turned red as it swirled down the drain, and then, once I was finished, I dried myself off and bandaged the cuts he'd inflicted, sobbing. I wasn't sobbing because of the pain or what we did, but because I can't quite understand what occurred between us and why I liked it. Ever since, I've been trying to convince myself that I didn't enjoy it, despite knowing that's a lie. There's something very wrong with me. Camilla, Adriana says my name, brow creased. I shake my head. Sorry, what? She sighs. I said Elias is right. What is with you and getting into trouble lately? I meet her gaze and shrug. I don't know. It's as if all the professors have it out for me. My cheeks are burning with heat as I pick up my fork, stab it into a potato, and place it into my mouth. It's the only distraction I have as I try to force any thoughts of Professor Nitkin from my mind. Eva clears her throat. Not without good reason. You haven't exactly been the model student. My brow furrows. Whose side are you on? It's a fact, Adriana says. Yeah, you can't blame anyone but yourself, Nat says. I'll never forget the look on Coach Daniel's face when you called him out about Adriana. It was classic. Elias laughs. True, that was fucking amazing. I'm surprised by the genuine tone of his voice. You really put him in his place. My face heats. Fine. That was deserved to an extent. Even though all I was doing was telling the truth, I focus on my plate and fall silent, knowing deep down that I've been acting out so that I get sent to Professor Nitkin. And now that I've got what I wanted, I'm not sure how I feel. I've never been so mixed up about something as I am about what occurred in that basement less than an hour ago with Gavril. The orgasm was the biggest high I've ever had in my life. However, once it wore off, reality had slammed into me harder than hailstones plummeting to the ground in a vicious thunderstorm. I can't erase the image of him with my blood all over him, as it was almost satanic. How could I truly have enjoyed what we did? My stomach coils with shame and disgust, not with him, but with me. And so I did the only thing I could do. I ran away like a coward. Now it's going to be awkward as hell when I see him next. There was nothing I could have said to him after what we did, as it was borderline psychotic. "Are you okay?" Eva asks, nudging me in the ribs. I clear my throat and nod, "Yeah, fine, just thinking." Her brow furrows as if she doesn't believe me, but thankfully, she doesn't push the matter. Instead, she changes the subject. "So, what are you all up to for spring break? It's only 2 weeks away." Adriana blows out an irritated breath. "Don't remind me. I hate going home." Nat arches a brow. "I thought you couldn't wait to escape Coach Daniels. I noticed the blush in her cheeks. I'm used to his bullshit now. My father is far more difficult to deal with." Eva nods. "I know all about difficult parents." There's a sad look in her eyes, as she rarely talks about her mother and the way she died. I mean, Coach Daniels shot her, for fuck's sake. It's insane. Even if she didn't get on well with her mother, it must be hard to lose her that way. I'd do anything for my mom to still be here. From what Eva has told us about her mother, she wasn't much of a mother. "Right. Have you heard from your father since?" Nat asks. Eva shakes her head. "No, and I never expect to." "Do you miss your parents?" Adriana asks. I notice the way her jaw clenches before she shakes her head. As terrible as it sounds, no. She sighs heavily. "I know it sounds heartless, but my mom wanted to kill me and I can't seem to get that out of my mind. I'm almost glad she's gone." She looks at Adriana. "And my father doesn't care about me enough to reach out, and it doesn't bother me. I'm happier than I've ever been here at the academy." She laughs. "Which is ironic, as I never wanted to attend. And now you are so glad you did because of us, right?" I say, joking. "Not because of the hunk of a principal you snagged. Of course, part of the reason I love it here is you three." She smiles. "I don't know what I would have done without you guys. This place would have been hell." Nat nods. "I concur that this place wouldn't be the same without you three." Her expression turns a little sad. "It would have been even better if Georgia was still here, though." I nod in response, my chest aching a little. Georgia was my first friend here at the academy, and it was hard when her family tore her away during spring break last year. She went back to Sicily expecting to return 2 weeks later and never did, and we haven't seen her since except over video chat. Out of all of my friends, she's probably the only one I would have felt comfortable to talk to about my dilemma with Nitkin. She's the least judgmental of our group and the most open-minded, but she's not here. "I'll be right back," I say, standing with my tray to return it and grab a dessert, when Professor Nitkin walks in through the entrance, heading straight into my path. I grind my teeth together and keep my eyes on the floor, having no intention of looking at him after what happened. He must think I'm pathetic, running away like a coward, unable to face the darkness inside of me and what it means. Hastening my steps, I rush toward the station for dirty dishes and put my tray down. And that's when I feel a hand grab my elbow hard.
Do you think you can just run away from me?
I swallow hard and glance at the man I was trying to avoid, swallowing hard when I see the furious expression on his face. Gavril Nitkin is so often expressionless, other than when he has the chance to punish someone. "Let go of my arm," I say, yanking it from his grasp. "Answer me, Camilla." I glare at him as he doesn't have the right to accost me in the cafeteria and talk about something that never should have happened in the first place. "Leave me alone," he growls softly. "That's not what you really want, and you can't convince me it is." He leans closer and tightens his grasp on my arm. "Why did you run?" "It's not important." I feel the shame returning as I try desperately to reclaim my arm from his grasp. "Now let go of me." "No, tell me why." He bares his teeth at me, like a rabid animal. "Or I'll drag you right back down to the basement and whip you until you tell me." "I ran because it was wrong what we did," I say, knowing that's not the entire truth. "There was nothing wrong with it." His eyes narrow. "Why are you running from who you are?" I search those beautiful, haunted hazel eyes. Who I am? Yes, a masochist. I've known it since you were 15, Camilla. You get off on pain, and there's nothing wrong with it. I shake my head. It wasn't just pain. What we did was sadistic. It was fucked up. And yet you loved every second. He purrs into my ear. I can feel my thighs trembling and my pussy getting wet just being close to him. There's a sickness inside of me for enjoying what we did. A sickness I don't know how to fix. There's something wrong with me. You are perfect, Camilla. There's something wrong with the world for telling everyone what is right or wrong. I shake my head. You are crazy. Now let go of my arm. He snarls like an animal. You have awakened a beast, Miss Morona. Don't think he'll let you walk away so easily. His stare is intense as he glares at me for a few beats before turning away and striding further into the cafeteria. His parting warning sends a shudder right down my spine. Clearly, I underestimated just how crazy Professor Nitkin is. His initials carved into my ass will surely leave a faint scar, branding me with his name for the rest of my life. And the fact it hurts whenever I sit reminds me constantly what we did. I dispose of my tray and return to the table without my dessert, as I've lost my appetite to find Nat watching me with her brow furrowed. When I sit down, she leans toward me. What was that all about? What? I ask. She sighs. Professor Nitkin, grabbing your arm over there. I swallow hard and shrug. He was reminding me I have detention with him after school tomorrow. I lie, as I literally have no other explanation to give her. It didn't look like a reminder. Her eyes narrow. It looked rather hostile. Isn't Professor Nitkin always hostile? I laugh, although my heart is galloping erratically at being questioned by my friend over that encounter. What else would it be? I regret asking that question the moment it escapes my lips. As I know, Nat has suspected I'm being sent to him on purpose, especially after the comment I made after winter break about trying to bag him. She shakes her head. I don't know. You just seem to get sent to him a lot ever since you mentioned trying to get into his pants. My face feels like someone shoved it into a furnace as I take a long sip of my Coke. I told you, it's as if the professors have it out for me lately, except for Coach Daniels on that one occasion. Nat nods and continues to eat, but I sense she doesn't quite believe me. Adriana gets up.
I'm going back to my dorm room as I'm tired and I've got a free period.
I'm thankful that she hasn't mentioned swimming, as there's no way in hell I can get into a swimsuit for quite a while, not after the wounds Professor Nitkin inflicted on me just this afternoon. Eva sighs. Lucky for some. We've all got law next. I'm thankful that we have law class with Principal Byrne next, as I don't want to see Gavril again today. Hell, I'm going to avoid him as much as possible. Clearly, after his warning, he has no intention of letting me get away so easily, but it can't be that hard to avoid him. The academy is big enough, and as long as I remain on my best behavior, there will be no reason for me to cross paths with him alone again. I can't understand why that thought makes my chest ache. Perhaps because, deep down, I want to cross paths with him again. I want to delve into depravity with a man who is clearly unhinged. That thought alone scares me more than anything. Gavril. I grind my teeth together as Camilla walks into the classroom without a glance in my direction. The bloodlust she ignited in me can't be quelled, and yet she's given me the cold shoulder ever since we fucked. I thought it was supposed to be the virgin that gets hooked on the person who takes it after the first fuck, not the other way around. Clearing my throat, I force my attention away from the bane of my existence and get out the textbook for the anatomy class. It's been an entire week since we took things too far, and then she ran, too scared to face the truth, that she's as fucked up as me. I tried to make it clear to her she will not be able to run from this that easily in the cafeteria, the very evening after I claimed her virginity, but she clearly hasn't taken me seriously. Since then, I haven't had the opportunity to get her alone. I showed her my true colors and what makes me tick, and the fact is, she loved every damn second of it until the endorphins wore off. And then she took one look at me with her blood smeared over my skin and ran like a scared rabbit running from a wolf who wants to tear its head off. She fled after I cut her skin, running from a crazed, blood-starved beast that wanted to devour her. There's a part of me that wanted to take things further, leaving her broken beyond repair. I stand up as the bell rings and the last of the students take their seats, trying not to focus too heavily on Camilla, as she won't even look me in the eye since that day. It's driving me crazy, as all I can think about is Camilla and how perfect our fuck session was in the basement. I want to repeat, but after her freak out, I'm pretty confident that will never happen. Ignoring my internal monologue, I draw in a deep breath and focus on the task at hand. I still need to teach, even if I can hardly focus on anything but her anymore, especially when she's sitting a few feet away at the front of the classroom. Who can tell me what the function of the kidney is, I ask, trying to focus on the class I'm supposed to be teaching and not the student who has been avoiding me like the plague. Natalia puts her hand up. Yes, Gurin? The kidney functions as a filter, essentially, removing any waste of toxic substances from the body. She shrugs. But it also works in reverse, returning vital substances into the bloodstream. Correct? And what happens if someone's kidneys are damaged or removed? Natalia's hand shoots up again. I clench my jaw. Gurin? If both kidneys are damaged or removed, it will cause death, as the body can no longer remove the toxins, which will ultimately lead to other organs being damaged. However, they can survive if given dialysis, but it's difficult enough with only one functioning kidney. If both are damaged, it's likely the patient will die pretty quickly. Correct, I say, my eyes moving toward Camilla, who is avoiding looking at me like the plague. Now, I want you to write an essay on which organ you feel is the easiest target in a fight and how you would go about stopping its function, whether it be via poison, knife attack, or any other means you can think of. I glance around the room. Pick the most vital organ with the quickest and most effective way to destroy it and kill your opponent. A few of the pupils grumble, as they always do when an essay is assigned. But I don't have the patience to stand at the front of the classroom and continue talking the entire time about organs when Camilla Morona won't even look at me. I knew it was a mistake to get involved with someone so innocent, even though I knew she was a masochist. It takes a certain type of masochist to get on board with my level of depravity, and I let my bloodlust take control, scaring her away from me for good. I should be glad, after all. Once I've had a woman, I rarely want a repeat of the event, but with Camilla, it's all I've been able to think of. Deep down, I know it's because even though Camilla was a virgin and completely unaware of her proclivity for pain, I've never been with a woman so in rhythm with me. Fear may have driven her away from me, but not because she was scared of me, but because she didn't like what she learned about herself. The enjoyment she took from such primal, depraved delights I've opened her eyes to is difficult for her to come to terms with. I sit down behind my desk and pick up the top essay on the pile of junior class essays for torture class I need to mark. However, I can hardly focus on the words in front of me as they all seem to blur together. At this rate, I'll get nothing done, and it's all Camilla's fault. Never have I been so hung up on another human in all my life. I tighten my grasp on the pencil I'm holding as I clench my jaw, wishing I could wash the delightful images of her naked and bloody out of my mind. And then the pencil snaps in half, breaking me out of the angry haze I'd fallen into. Fuck, Camilla leans toward Nat, and I snap then, knowing I need to speak to her after class before I go insane. What exactly is so important that you need to discuss during my class, Miss Morona? Her head whips toward me and eyes widen. I apologize, sir. I was just asking Nat a question about the assignment. I stand and approach her desk. Who gave out the assignment?
You did?
I nod. So, if you have a question about it, who should you ask? Her lips purse together as she glares at me. You. Exactly. Now, what question do you have? Her cheeks flush a dark red as she gapes at me. It's not important, Nat answered it. I narrow my eyes. So you were lying about having a question relating to the assignment? She shakes her head. No, I told you. I saw you speak, Miss Morone. But Miss Gurin didn't say a word in response before I interrupted you. So either you are lying, or somehow you've developed telekinetic abilities. The class snicker at that. Her shoulders slump, and she sighs heavily. Fine, I lied. You will stay behind after class. I turn away and return to sit behind my desk, feeling relieved that she's given me the opportunity to force her to be alone with me. I force myself to focus on the essays on my desk and put Camilla out of my mind just for the rest of the period. It feels like a lifetime before the bell chimes and the students get up, except for Camilla. I watch her as she frowns at her essay on the table, avoiding glancing at me. I watch the students exiting the classroom, waiting for the last one to fuck off and leave me alone with my not-so-innocent conquest. Once the door clicks shut, I allow myself to return my attention to Camilla. She's now staring at me with a vacant look in her eyes, waiting for me to speak. I don't say a word as I stand and approach her desk. Her eyes dilate with fear the closer I get, and the sadist inside of me delights in her fear. Once I'm an inch from her desk, I stop and cross my arms over my chest. What do you have to say for yourself, Miss Morona? Her eyes narrow. I apologized already for talking in class. And what exactly were you saying to Natalia? She shakes her head. It's not important. I want to know exactly what you said, Camilla. Her throat bobs. I was merely stating that this class was boring as fuck. I growl at that. Is that right? She nods. Yes, sir. Well, perhaps I need to make it a bit more exciting. I scrub a hand across my jaw. A bit more practical. I turn around and stride toward the basement door. Follow me. When I don't hear her move, I stop and glance over my shoulder. I can't go down there with you, not after. You can and you will, or I'll drag you down kicking and screaming. She stares at me as if assessing whether I'm telling the truth or not. Finally, she relents and stands, following me with hesitant steps. I open the basement door and descend into the darkness, excitement coiling through my gut. I have her exactly where I want her. I don't care if she doesn't want this. I'm too far gone. I warned her not to play with me, but she was adamant now she must deal with the consequences. Once in my basement, I turn around, close off every single item. She glares at me. I told you I don't want to. Now, Camilla, I warned you what you were getting into, and you kept on pushing. Clothes off before I cut them off you. The idea isn't unappealing. In fact, a part of me wants her to defy me just so I can get the knife. You are a fucking asshole. I move forward then with a growl, wrapping my hand hard around her throat. Is that any way to speak to your professor? I bring my lips to within an inch of hers. You will do as you are told, so help me God. I feel her pulse quicken beneath my fingers, and it makes me harder. Now stop being a brat. She glares at me and draws in a deep breath as I release her throat, and then she unbuttons her shirt. I watch her every move, waiting for her to reveal her beautiful skin to me. Flashbacks of her blood over both of us drive me wild with need, and I have to use all my willpower not to pull her clothes off myself and devour her. Finally, she drops the last of her clothes onto a pile on the floor and then glares at me. She doesn't try to cover herself up, standing there in all her naked glory like an angry goddess. Come here, I order. Her cheeks flush a darker red as she takes a step forward. I can sense her excitement, even as she tries to maintain her anger, the way her breathing labors and her eyes dilate. You are so fucking beautiful, I murmur as she gets closer. She averts my gaze, staring down at the floor. Look at me. Her submissive side kicks in as she raises her eyes to meet mine. Kneel. Her throat bobs forcefully as she swallows, but like the good girl she is deep down, she drops to her knees. I memorize the image for a few moments, enjoying seeing her completely naked and submitting to me, and then I step forward until I'm so close to her she's only an inch from my crotch. Take it out. She glances up at me with a questioning look in her eyes. Sir? I said take it out. I growl. She reaches for the button of my pants and unfastens it before unzipping them. Her fingers tremble as she pulls them down along with my boxer briefs. freeing my rock-hard erection. I love the way she licks her lips at the sight of me, as if forgetting that she's pissed. Now, put those lips around my cock and suck me off. Her teeth grind together. Why? Because you have driven me fucking crazy for an entire week, and it's time for you to make it up to me. I watch her carefully as she considers her options, and after a few long moments, she reaches for my cock with her hand. A hiss escapes my lips as she wraps it tightly around my painfully hard shaft and gives it a forceful tug. I said suck it. Her eyes narrow. There's no need to be so fucking rude. I'm about to make a retort when she wraps her heavenly lips around the tip of my cock and then slowly works it into her mouth. Groan, shutting my eyes at the exquisite sensation of being touched by the woman I've longed for like I've never longed for anyone. Normally, I don't feel the want and desire I feel when it comes to Camilla, so this kind of pent-up frustration has never been a problem in the past.
That's right, Malishka. Suck my cock like a good girl.
She purrs around my dick, eyes dilated as any reluctance has firmly flown out of the window. I lace my fingers in her hair and yank her harder down on my cock, the tip hitting the back of her throat. She glances up at me with wide eyes, her nostrils flaring. I smirk.
Did you forget that you're playing with a monster, Miss Morone?
Camilla, I stare up at him as he keeps my airways blocked with the thick girth of his cock, his eyes twinkling with sadistic delight. My throat aches as I wait for him to allow me to breathe, but I sense he has no intention of doing so. Panic claws at me as I writhe, attempting to break free from his hold. Still, he watches in delight at my panic, as if he's taking great pleasure from my discomfort. Who am I kidding? He is taking great pleasure from my discomfort. Finally, when I'm sure I'll pass out, he pulls his cock out and shakes his head. You have a nose, Miss Morona. Use it if you want to avoid passing out. I glare at him. I wouldn't need to if you weren't being such a bastard and choking me with your dick. His grasp on my hair tightens, and he forces his cock back through my lips and into the back of my throat. This is your punishment for ignoring me for an entire fucking week. He thrusts in and out as if he's fucking my pussy, making me choke and gag. Now breathe through your nose. Despite the panic I feel as I choke over and over, I listen to him and focus on breathing through my nose. To it makes it easier, and I gain a bit of control back, even if Gavril is entirely in control of this situation. Good girl, he murmurs. I hate myself for the way my nipples are hard, and my clit tingles the moment he calls me that, as if his validation is so fucking important. He groans, eyes flickering shut. Your throat is almost as good as your cunt. My eyes widen hearing a professor of all people using such a vulgar word, and yet I enjoy hearing him say it because it's so filthy. No matter how much I try to tell myself I hate this, I know it's not true. Ever since last week when he took my virginity like a savage animal, I've been secretly craving this. Contact with the man I ran away from, with the man I tried to avoid. It doesn't matter how much I try to run from the truth, it's going to try harder to resurface. I'm a masochist, a particularly fucked up one at that. So instead of fighting it, I let myself relax as he uses me, his cock thrusting in and out of my throat with immense force. I focus on breathing through my nose, even as saliva spills all over my chin and the floor and tears prickle my eyes. I hold his gaze, challenging him to push this further. As if he can read my mind, a smirk twists onto his lips as he grabs my hair and then thrusts even harder until every inch disappears down my throat and his balls are flat against my chin. Panic claws at me again, as it feels like I'm going to throw up all over his cock. And I forget to breathe through my nose. My vision blurs around the edges, and I'm sure I'm going to die of oxygen starvation at any moment. Professor Nitkin knows what he's doing, though, as he pulls out just at the right moment, as my head swims with dizziness. Now it's time for me to get what I really want. "And what is that?" I ask, my voice raspy and breathless. "Your asshole, tightly wrapped around my cock." I stiffen and stare at him in disbelief. "What? You heard me. I've had your cunt and your pretty little mouth. It's time for me to have that ass and claim every hole for myself. I swallow hard at the thought. No, he smirks. I don't think you have a very good memory, do you? What do you mean? I told you that monsters don't care about consent, Miss Marone. He still has hold of my hair and uses it to drag me to my feet. You defied me for an entire week and kept your distance. It's only fair that I punish you by taking whatever the fuck I want. He drags me over to a swing hanging from the ceiling in the corner. Lie on the swing, my stomach churns as I glance between him and it. You can't do this. I'll tell. His fingers wrap around my throat before I can finish the sentence. You'll tell who, Camilla? You never strick me as a snitch, but you know you want this. You fucking searched for this, turning up at my door over and over for punishment. I struggle to breathe as he pushes me down onto the swing with force. You'll take what I give you, like the good little masochist you are, and you will enjoy every fucking second. He spanks my ass cheeks hard, making me jolt. After all, you belong to me. His finger traces the barely healed initials on my ass. Mine. He thrusts 3 fingers into my pussy and groans. So fucking wet. We won't need lube, as you're making enough. I feel him spread my arousal onto my ass, and then he spits on it, making me shudder. And then he thrusts his cock into my pussy. I'll get my cock nice and wet in your cunt. There's a part of me that can't believe he's doing this, taking things this far, and there's this dark part of me that loves it. I want him to take what he wants from me, use me and abuse me in sick and dirty ways. Gavril, this is insane. His eyes flash. Have I ever told you that you could call me by my first name? I purse my lips together. No, but I assumed. Don't. It's master or sir to you. I swallow hard. Sorry, sir. He pulls out of my pussy, presses the hard, thick head of his cock against my tight hole, making me tense. I would tell you this won't hurt, but that's a lie. And let's be honest with each other. You love pain. He forces the tip harder against my tight ring of muscles, and I scream as the tip pops through. That's right. I want to hear you scream while you take it up the ass. I can hardly believe that after years of lusting after this man, my professor, that it has led to this. The pain is unbelievable as he keeps pushing, never once relenting as I scream in agony. His cock sinking deeper and deeper into my ass with only my arousal as lube. So fucking tight. His jaw is tight as he watches his cock disappearing inside of me. I should shout at him to stop, as this is so wrong. I tell him no, and yet he's doing it anyway. Masochist I may be, but I didn't believe I was so cracked in the head I'd enjoy being taken against my will, and yet, deep down, I know it's not really against my will. I want this. I want Gavril. I want what he does to me, even if I can't quite accept how depraved it is, and what that means about me as a person. I glance down as the pain seems to subside slightly, and I realize Gavril's cock has disappeared inside of me. You've taken every fucking inch. He sounds almost in awe. Now, let's see how you enjoy getting that ass ruined. His eyes flash with that same sadistic delight I've seen time and time again. A shiver races down my spine as he grabs hold of my thighs and pushes me away from him on the swing until his cock is almost all the way out of me. And then he pulls me back, slamming every inch with force inside of me. I scream, the pain unlike anything I've ever felt. It feels like he's literally trying to destroy me from the inside out. I fucking love it when you scream, he says, watching me as he repeats the same move over and over, delighting in the pain he's inflicting. It makes me so damn hard, and yet the more he fucks me, the less painful it gets. The throbbing between my thighs becomes almost unbearable as I reach between my thighs to touch my clit. Gavril swats my hand away aggressively. No one touches you except for me. I narrow my eyes. That's ridiculous. He grabs hold of my wrists forcefully and pushes them above my head, leaning over the swing as his cock remains buried deep inside of me. It's the rules. You will come when I want you to. Do you understand? I should hate how demanding he is, but it only seems to feed this sick and twisted need to be used by him.
Yes?
Yes, what? Yes, sir, I say, infusing my tone with sarcasm as he's being a jerk. If he notices, he doesn't berate me for it. Instead, he releases my wrists and moves again, every movement harder and rougher than the last, as if he's testing how far he can push this and just how much my body can take. If he expects me to beg him to stop, he'll be surprised, as the pleasure is unlike anything I could have dreamed of. It feels like the pleasure is going to tear me apart as I stare up at the man moving in and out of me. The suggestion that he's a monster has never been more poignant as he bares his teeth. "Scared yet, Miss Morona?" he asks, his voice gravelly and rough. I shake my head. "No, sir." He growls and then thrusts even deeper than I believe possible inside of me. And then he leans over and sinks his teeth into my shoulder hard enough to draw blood. "You should be," he murmurs into my ear, as when a beast craves something, he takes it no matter what, and this beast is addicted to every single part of you. I whimper as the pain and pleasure become impossible to tell apart, completely indistinguishable from one another. The wiring in my brain must be wrong as I crave the pain that he gives me as much as the pleasure. They're the same for me. "Your ass is so fucking tight," he growls, licking the bite marks he inflicted on my shoulder as he remains still inside of me. I shudder. "Fuck me, sir," I beg. He straightens and glares down at me with those otherworldly hazel eyes. "Ask me nicely." "Please fuck me, sir." He licks his bottom lip. "Call me master and maybe I'll consider it." I swallow hard. "Please fuck me hard and rough, master." The control in his eyes snaps, and he grabs hold of my thighs so hard and plows into me with unmeasured violence, his cock thrusting in fast and hard, as if he's trying to break me apart. The tip of his cock is so deep inside of me, it feels like I can feel him in my stomach, and I love it. I love how rough he's being, despite the logical part of my brain telling me this is fucked up. "Good girl, take my cock in that virgin ass just like that," he grunts, staring down at me with a mix of awe and desire stirring in his eyes.
Yes, master.
I purr, longing to drive him crazy with need. His jaw clenches.
I want you to come. I want to feel your muscles contract as you tip over the edge.
His nostrils flare. "I want you to come even though you told me you didn't want this, because deep down you love being taken against your will." My eyes clamp shut as he thrusts into me with more force than I believed possible, and then I feel his finger against my clit. He applies just the right pleasure, and within seconds, I'm unraveling for him like a badly wrapped gift. My body spasms, making the swing shudder as he continues to fuck me right through it. "Fuck. Oh, fuck. Yes," I scream, unable to think past the euphoria that is spiking through my veins. And then a flood of liquid squirts from my pussy all over his shirt, and if I weren't so far gone, I think I'd die of embarrassment. Gavril just growls and plows into me harder. "You dirty little pain slut," he murmurs, his jaw clenching hard. "I love that you just squirted for me." He roars then and holds himself deep inside of me as he empties his seed in my abused ass, a vein pulsing at his temple as his eyes clamp shut, and he ruts into me, draining every drop. When he opens his eyes, they're shining with triumph. "Now you are mine, Camilla. I have claimed every fucking hole, and you won't escape me, no matter how hard you try." His eyes narrow, no matter how fast you run. His words should scare me, but those words just ignite an excitement deep inside of me. Excitement to see just where this crazy twisted thing will go between us. Gavril. I slam shut the fridge in the staff room harder than I'd intended. "What the fuck is wrong with you today, Gav?" Arch asks, watching me with an arched brow. "Nothing," I mutter, opening the can of Coke and tipping the contents down my throat. I need something strong, but I know Oak hates me drinking on the job. Ever since I forcefully took Camilla's anal virginity 2 weeks ago, she can't stay away. She either gets herself into trouble so that she gets sent to me, or I'm dragging her away regardless and having my way with her. Never have I been this hooked on a girl. but I fear Camilla is getting too attached. You've been off for weeks now. What is it? I glare at him, as he's always sticking his nose into other people's business. Mind your own fucking business. Since when have I been into sharing and caring? You fucking fag. He chuckles and shakes his head. Okay, there's definitely something up with you. He holds his hands up in surrender. Keep it to yourself. I don't give a shit. Oak enters, then narrowing his eyes when he sees us both. What are you two bickering about? Every time I come in here, you are bickering like an old married couple. I give him an irritated stare, as he knows it's not me that instigates it. Archer, being a fucking asshole, as usual. Oak chuckles. After almost 6 years at this school together, I'd think the two of you would have got used to each other's bullshit by now. I sigh heavily and run a hand across the back of my neck. Any news yet on a replacement for math? Oak knows I hate fucking math, and he twisted my arm to cover it, but my patience is wearing thin. A few leads, but you might need to give me until after spring break. That's 4 weeks from now, for fuck's sake. He nods. I know. I've had trouble finding anyone who has the qualifications. I shake my head. Fuck the qualifications. We're a secret and illegal academy for mafia heirs. Find someone who knows their math. Oak looks at me thoughtfully. You have a point. I think you've given me an idea. Good. Well, I hope that idea means I'll be able to stop taking math class ASAP. He shrugs. Hopefully. Archer claps me on the shoulder. It can't be that bad. It is impeding my time to dole out punishment. I've got less free periods, and so I'm getting fewer students sent to me. Archer laughs. You're fucking crazy. Did you know that? Yes, and proud of it. There's a hockey game on tonight at the stadium in town. Either of you up for a guy's night out? Oak shakes his head. Sorry, I've got plans. Archer rolls his eyes. Fucking married life is cramping your style, Oak. He glances at me hopefully. I nod. Sure, I could do with a break from this place. Going out with Arch suggests I'm desperate. It's because ever since I fucked Camilla in the ass against her will just under a week ago, I've been barely holding it together. The darkness inside of me wants to tear free and rip everything apart in its wake. The deeper I go with my pretty little masochist, the closer the darkness rises. A break from the academy is exactly what I need. Perfect. Shall I drive? Archer asks. I can tell he wants me to say I'll drive so he can drink. I shake my head. I'll order us a cab. I want to drink and so do you, right? He smirks. Yeah, sure. I'll book it for 7 o'clock out front. Archer winks. See you then. And then he walks out of the staff room, leaving me alone with Oak. When I turn toward him, he's watching me with an odd look. What? I ask. He shakes his head. Nothing. You just seem different, I ask. Yeah. He looks concerned. Don't worry, I'm not going to fly off the handle. I'm not entirely confident of that declaration, but all I can do is hope that somehow I hold it together. I'm just pissed off with covering math. His brow furrows. I promise I'll get it sorted. Maybe I can ask Arch to cover some classes. I snort. You know, he can't take a class that doesn't involve moving around. Archer has ADHD and can barely keep his attention on anything. It's why combat and gym suit him as subjects to teach. He's always moving. I'll ask the other professors, see if any of them can split their time and help. I nod. I appreciate it. You sure that's all that's bugging you? Oak has known me for too long, and I know he can sense something else is wrong, but I can't trust him with the thoughts swirling around in my head. If he knew the depraved and fucked up things I'd done to Camilla, he'd lock me in my dungeon until I see a shrink and sort myself out. Shiver races down my spine as I remember him forcing me to see a fucking shrink for months after he found me and gave me a home here. Certain. It's just the workload that's put me off kilter. I head for the door. I've got Anatomy Junior anatomy class starting in 5 minutes. Sure, see you later, Oak says. I walk out into the hallway and take a deep breath to settle myself. If I don't get it together soon, Oak is going to call me up on my shit. Somehow I need to get Camilla out of my mind and stop pushing the boundaries before the darkness tears the both of us to shreds and leaves the academy in tatters. It wouldn't be the first time I've left carnage in my wake. I fear if I don't get a handle on the darkness inside of me soon, we're heading for a train wreck like that night in the motel when Oak found me. Only this time I know better, and if I let the darkness return to the surface, I know I won't come out unscathed this time. The stadium is crammed full tonight. I hate places like this as it feels like I can't breathe, and yet I was so desperate to get some distance from the academy, I agreed. Clutching a hot dog in one hand and a large beer in a paper cup in the other, I follow Archer to our seats. I don't normally drink beer, but this kind of place doesn't serve scotch.
You guarantee there aren't any students here?
Right? Archer's brow raises. Why does it matter if there is? I narrow my eyes at him. You said, I know, but I lied. Fuck, I murmur, running a hand over the back of my neck. Miss Vasquez is here, isn't she? He shrugs. I may have overheard that she's coming to the game tonight. Yes, I'm going to fucking kill you. His brow furrows. Why does it matter to you, anyway? It matters because if Adriana is here, then it's highly likely Camilla will be too. We don't exactly discuss our private lives or what we're doing in our free time. Our relationship up to now has been purely physical, and that's how it must stay. Because you make out like you just want a night out, and it's all bullshit. You want to sink your hooks into a girl, and that's the only reason we're here. He smirks. I'm pretty sure my hooks are already firmly in place. Are you telling me you've already fucked her? He shrugs. I don't kiss and tell. I sigh heavily and shuffle past some people to get to our seat, and then I feel a shock zap through me at the sight of Camilla sitting in the seat in front of me with Rizzo Bianchi. He has his arm draped over her shoulders as if they are together. Rage slams into me as I clench my fists so hard I squish my hot dog and spill my beer on the floor and my shoes as the paper cup crushes. Gav, what the fuck? Archer asks, staring at me as if I've gone insane. Adriana is also not alone, sitting next to Camilla with Nikolai Khrushchev. On the other side of Rizzo, Elias and Natalia are sitting there, as well as Rosa and Alex. It looks like your hooks aren't as deep as you thought, I say, nodding toward her. His eyes narrow when he sees her. Motherfucker. I lean forward and tap Camilla on the shoulder. May I ask what you're doing here, Miss Morona? Her body turns rigid at the sound of my voice. Rizzo's arm slides off her shoulders as he turns to face me. Hey, Professor, we're just enjoying the game. That's not against school rules, is it? Camilla turns to face me, and when she looks into my eyes, I can see the fear in them. Yes, just enjoying the game. And who cleared you to leave school grounds? I ask. Archer is glaring right at Adriana as she smirks back at him. Principal Byrne gave us permission, Adriana says, digging into her pocket for something and producing a permission slip to hand over to me. I could kill Oak right about now for this shit. And I'm surprised he approved Adriana's slip as she's clearly trying to get under Archer's skin attending with Nick. It's obvious from the look on her face she planned this and ensured he overheard that she was attending tonight. I find that hard to believe that he'd approve an outing for a student who has been constantly in detention lately, I say, fixing my gaze on Camilla. She shrugs. My name is on the slip, just like everyone else's. My little masochist is going to get a serious punishment for this stunt. She'll be lucky if I don't murder Rizzo for this shit.
Well then,
I say, glaring at her. Enjoy the game. She nods. Thanks, you too. She doesn't address me as sir, which also grates on my last nerves. I watch powerlessly as she turns back to face the front, Rizzo's arm slipping back onto her shoulder. He doesn't glance her way, though. I notice he looks at Rosa, who quickly looks in the opposite direction. Tuarch leans toward me. Vasquez is playing games with me, I smirk. About time a girl put you in your place. He growls at that, fists balled as if he wants to have a punch-up with me or anyone in the immediate vicinity. She'll regret this, mark my words. It's exactly the same thing I was thinking about Camilla as I sit in my seat and take a bite of my squashed hot dog. The punishment I intend to dole out to her for attending anything with any other man is going to be epic. If she believes that she's seen how sadistic I can get, then she's wrong on so many levels. The rage only feeds the darkness, a darkness that has a mind of its own. Since that fated day at the strip club, I haven't felt it this close to the surface, demanding to break free, which is proof enough that Camilla is a danger I should have steered clear of. I watch as she leans toward Rizzo. I'm going to head to the bathroom. Do you want another drink while I'm up? He turns his head toward her for the first time since I sat down. Sure, sounds good. And then he turns his attention back to the game, although steals a quick glance at Rosa first, who appears to be doing everything in her power not to look in his direction. Camilla stands and shimmies her way out of the aisle, and the darkness rises inside of me. Run? Malishka? Because I'm going to hunt you down and find you. Her second biggest mistake of the day is leaving her seat, as there's nothing that could stop me from following her and punishing her right here and now. She won't know what has hit her by the time I'm through with her. Camilla. My heart is hammering erratically as I rush into the ladies' bathroom and into the first cubicle, slamming the door behind me and resting my back against it. What are the chances? I agreed to come to this with Rizzo because he's Elias's friend, and I don't want my friends to get suspicious about why I'd turned down one of the hottest boys in school. And now the professor I've been sleeping with is sitting right behind us, glaring daggers into the back of my head. The door to the ladies' bathroom swings open and I freeze, listening. I don't know why I suspect he'll follow me, but I just do. He's that crazy. The moment I hear the lock on the back of the door click into place, I know it's him. I think you need punishing, Miss Morona. There's a lethal tone to his voice, one that sends a shiver of fear trailing across my exposed flesh. I thought I made it clear that you belong to me. I wet my two dry lips before speaking. You stated in no uncertain terms that sex is merely a transaction for you. It is, but while I'm sleeping with a sub, I expect her to be loyal to me and only me. I laugh. I'm just at a hockey match. It's not like I'm sucking Rizzo's cock. He growls then, and slams a hand hard into the cubicle door, making it shudder on its hinges. Out now! The thought of facing him when he's like this makes me sick to the stomach, especially here when my friends are out in the crowd waiting for me to return. I'm afraid I'm not finished. Don't make me break the fucking door down, Camilla. He shakes it again so hard I hear the hinges groan. There's nothing that can keep me away from you. Do you understand? Swallowing the fear attempting to rise up my throat, I reach for the lock and pull it across, intending to pull open the door, but Gavril doesn't give me a chance. He yanks it open and then steps into me, his fingers wrapping around my throat so fast I hardly see him move. What kind of game are you playing? I open my mouth to respond, but nothing comes out, as he's choking me too hard. Panic rises inside of me like a tidal wave, ready to crash against the shore and leave destruction in its wake. My head swims as he slowly starves me of oxygen, glaring at me with such uncontrollable rage I wonder if he really would take this too far and choke the life out of me. It's the moment that thought enters my mind that he releases his grasp slightly, allowing me the opportunity to draw in oxygen. I stare at him in disbelief. Are you trying to kill me? He tilts his head. No. But you need to learn your lesson. I feel relief as his fingers leave my skin, but I know from the look in his eye that this is far from over. Glancing at my watch, I say, I need to get back, or... He slams his palm against the doorway to block my exit. You are going nowhere until I say so. Someone will come looking for me if I'm too long. He bares his teeth like an angry wolf. Let them come looking. I don't give a shit. Before I can register what he's doing, his lips are against mine in an angry and passionate kiss that leaves me breathless. You belong to me, which means no dates with other men, do you understand? My stomach flutters like a million butterflies taking flight at how possessive he's being, although it's insane as he made it clear from the start that this is nothing but sex. There's a part of me that hopes this could become something more, And the way he's acting right now only feeds that fantasy. His fingertips dig into my hips harder. "Tell me you understand," he demands. "I understand," I lie, even though none of this makes any sense. Sex is just a transaction to him, so why does it matter who I date? Not that I'm interested in Rizzo, and I don't get the sense he's interested in me either. After all, our families are enemies. I just agreed to it because Nat begged me to come out with them and be Rizzo's date. Good. He yanks me out of the cubicle and bends me over the sink. "Time to punish you." He lifts my skirt up and then tears my panties down my legs. I swallow hard, wishing I hadn't worn a skirt, which makes it easier for him to get access. His hand comes down violently against my left ass cheek, making me jump. I yelp in pain as he moves on to my right ass cheek and does the same. The hard surface of the sink counter digs into my hips as he keeps the firm pressure of his weight against me. It's going to leave bruises in its wake, but I sense that's his intention, to inflict as much pain as physically possible, even if he doesn't have any of his implements here. Don't act like you don't love this, Morone. I grit my teeth together. I don't love that you are being completely unreasonable, he growls, his weight bearing into me harder. How would you like it if I was here with another woman parading her around? When he puts it like that, I'd be furious. The thought of seeing him with any other woman makes me sick to the stomach. I'd hate it.
Exactly.
He spanks me again, even harder than before, which is why you need punishing for making me so fucking angry. I can hear that anger in his voice, and it inspires a terror in me. It's clear that when I went after this man, wanting him to notice me the way I've always noticed him, I never considered just how crazy he is. There's a reason he's the resident punisher at the Syndicate Academy, reason why he loves inflicting pain, and I've opened the book to look inside and delve into the madness that lies within him. However, now I can't get out, or at least he won't let me. I swallow hard as his breathing is ragged behind me and glance into the mirror, meeting his gaze. He looks borderline insane right now, with wide hazel eyes and his hair messy. "I'm going to fuck you right here and fill you with my cum, and then you will return and sit next to that frat boy with my cum dripping into your panties." I swallow hard at the thought, but my thighs clench. "Yes, sir." The echo of his zipper coming down quickens my heart rate as he frees his cock and slides the head through the entrance of my soaking wet pussy. Without a second to catch my breath, he's inside of me, every inch deep as he pumps his hips in and out with rough, vicious movements, as if he's trying to rearrange my insides. I watch him in the mirror, and he watches me back with such unmatchable desire. It makes me forget the insanity of what we're doing, and it's impossible not to moan as he makes me feel intangible, as if I'm no longer in my own body. My friends are sitting in the stands waiting for me to return, and here I am, being fucked like some slut by our sadistic professor in the bathroom. I swallow hard as there's a bang on the door as someone tries to enter. My body turns to stone, but Gavril doesn't stop. In fact, he shows no sign that he's even heard them. He looks like he's in another world, drowning in a darkness that seems to tinge his soul. I wonder what made him the way he is, or if perhaps it isn't anything that happened to him, but just who he is. His makeup, after all. I have no explanation for why I love the pain he inflicts. It's just who I am, I guess. It's impossible not to moan louder as I feel myself getting closer to the edge. He pauses as suddenly as he started, glaring at me in the mirror. "You're enjoying this far too much, Camilla. It's supposed to be a punishment." I sink my teeth into my bottom lip. "Sorry, sir. It's hard not to enjoy you fucking me." He growls and pulls his cock out of me, making me whimper at the sudden empty sensation, and then I feel the head of his cock pressing against my asshole. I freeze when I feel him push forward viciously, tearing through the tight ring of muscles without mercy. I scream, the pain worse than the first time. Perhaps because I had less warning. You don't get to enjoy this, not after what you've done. His hazel eyes burn with that sadistic delight. The problem is, he thinks I won't enjoy it because of the pain. But that makes no sense. A masochist like me craves the pain as much as the pleasure. Hell, sometimes I'm not sure I can even differentiate between the two. He fucks me hard and rough in the ass, and slowly my muscles relax around him as the pleasure increases and the pain dims. I moan, which makes his jaw clench. Such a dirty pain slut, aren't you, Morone? I nod in response. Yes, you're dirty pain slut, sir. He roars like an animal, his fingertips digging even harder into my hips. That's right, mine. He ruts into me even harder, the burning pain of being forced open with nothing more than my arousal melting away. You are so fucking perfect, Camilla. My cheeks heat at the way he's looking at me in the mirror, as if I'm the most desirable thing on this planet. So fucking perfect and all mine. If I ever so much as catch you glancing at another man the wrong way, I'll murder him. He spanks my ass. I'll torture him and make him bleed before ending his life, and then fucking you covered in his blood. A cold shiver races down my spine at the intensity of his voice, the madness in his eyes that tells me he's completely serious. I wonder if he has ever killed people or what his life was before the academy. The voice in my head makes my stomach churn. Of course he's killed before. You don't talk like that so flippantly about murder if you haven't done it before. Professor Nitkin is a complete enigma, a ghost that arrived here over 5 years ago with Principal Byrne. No one knows anything about his past. All that is known is that he's originally from Russia, but that's it. Do you understand? My body is shaking with both fear, pain, and pleasure as I nod. I understand, sir. Good. He spanks my ass cheeks hard, and then slams into me with even more force than I believed possible, because I'm not messing around. I warned you before this started that you were playing with a monster, but you didn't listen. His jaw clenches. Now you have to deal with the consequences. I'll only give you one warning. He grabs my throat, forcing my head up at an unnatural angle as he fucks me even harder. The lack of oxygen only heightens the sensations that his rough treatment gives me as I watch his viciously beautiful face in the mirror. I forget everything else beyond these walls, as if the only two people in this world are me and Gavril, and everything else fades away. We're in our own warped reality where pleasure and pain go hand in hand, and for the moment I don't give a shit what anyone else thinks about that. I've fallen into a pool of pure insanity with Gavril Nitkin, and I never want to find the steps out of it. However, something tells me I'm more hooked on him than he'll ever be on me. The thought of this ever-ending makes my chest ache with a pain I can hardly describe, one far from pleasurable Gavril. I return to my seat first to avoid any suspicion. A few minutes later, Camilla returns, clutching a beer for Rizzo.
You were a while,
he mutters as he takes the beer, barely looking in her direction. Sorry, the cue was ridiculous. He grunts and continues watching the game, his arm about to go back over her shoulders when she shrugs him off. He isn't bothered, though, as she wisely keeps her distance from him. If she wants him to remain alive, she won't let him touch her ever again. For the rest of the game, she barely looks in his direction. I watch her with satisfaction, knowing that my cum is dripping out of her abused asshole while she sits next to him. Rizzo doesn't seem bothered, and to be honest, it's clear he was never really interested in Camilla. I sense he has a thing for Rosa, who is sitting with Alex. Torture is just as furious as I felt as he sits behind Adriana with his fists clenched, watching her more than the game.
I'm going to kill that little rat,
he murmurs to me. I arch a brow. I'm not sure that will go down too well with Oak if you murder students, he grunts. What the hell can Adriana see in him? I shrug. Maybe she did this to irritate you. His eyes narrow. What do you mean? Well, you only attended this shitty game because you overheard she was attending. I pause, wondering if he'll reach my meaning by himself. When he doesn't, I add, perhaps she did that on purpose, knowing you'd attend so she could rub Nick in your face.
Motherfucker!
He mutters, glaring at the back of Adriana's head.
If she wants to play games, then I'll play fucking games.
His fists clench, and I know without a doubt I've never seen him so angry before. I chuckle. You have definitely met your match in Vasquez. I clap him on the shoulder. Perhaps it's time to throw in the towel?
Never.
He growls, his eyes turning dark and defiant. I've never seen this side of Arch, as he's normally so calm and a complete joker. It's clear that Adriana has got under his skin just as badly as Camilla is under mine. The thing is, Archer isn't made the way I am. Darkness doesn't rule him, so it's strange to see it in his eyes. This game, as he calls it with Vasquez, has become something darker and more dangerous, I fear. Every year he fucks a student or two. But this is different. Instead of moving on from the fact Adriana has no interest in him, he's made it his mission to change her mind. He's made it his mission to claim her, no matter the costs. I know the feeling, but it's like walking a tightrope, and one wrong move could lead to destruction. Oak knocks on my office door, which I left open, hoping I'd see Camilla walk past and give me an excuse to drag her in here. Habit, which has become increasingly frequent over the past few weeks. Ever since I turned into a possessive beast at the hockey game, I could not stay away from Camilla, and likewise, she seems even more drawn to me, like a moth to a flame. "What is it?" I ask. He tilts his head. "Hello to you too." I run a hand across the back of my neck. "Sorry. Hey, Oak, what do you want?" I say sarcastically. He rolls his eyes and releases an irritated sigh. "I wanted to let you know you definitely won't be covering for math once the students are back from spring break." "I should hope not." I set down my pen. "Who is taking over?" "I'd rather not say until it's set in stone, but whatever happens, I've definitely got someone, unless all 3 candidates drop out." He grimaces at that, which is highly unlikely. I tilt my head. "How did you go from having no one to 3 candidates? I took your advice and stopped looking for someone qualified." I arch a brow and wonder what exactly that means, but it's clear he has no intention of telling me who he's hired. "Fair enough. I just want to get back to normal." He nods. "And you will?" There's an awkward pause as he lingers, staring at me. "Are you sure it's only teaching math that is bothering you, though?" I clench my jaw. "I told you it was." He glares at me as if he can see right through the bullshit. "If you were on the edge, you'd—" "Of course I'd tell you," I snap. Before he can finish the sentence, it's a lie since I haven't felt this close to falling off the edge in over 5 years. To say I'm defensive is an understatement when it comes to Camilla, as I don't want to believe I'd do anything to harm her irrevocably. Oak knows me better than anyone. He's seen the carnage that follows if I let the darkness reign. I have little control once it takes hold. It's as if my body goes on autopilot, and I know how dangerous it would be for that to happen here at the academy. Death follows me everywhere I go, but for 5 years, I've put a stop to it. Camilla opened up a door inside of me, allowing some of the darkness to seep back in, slowly but surely. He sighs heavily. "You forget that I've seen you when you have fallen over the edge. I know the warning signs. What are you suggesting?" I ask. "Jane Owens is in town, and I want you to have a few sessions with her." I force my eyes shut and press the palms of my hands against them at the mere thought of sitting in front of her for more therapy sessions. It was one condition of my position here at the academy that I attended therapy with her weekly. And then, lucky for me, she moved away and told Oak she believed I could graduate out of therapy. She was content that I had my urges under control. "Are you fucking serious?" He sits in the chair opposite my desk and looks me dead in the eye. "Tell me honestly that there's not chaos brewing inside of you, and I'll drop it." I look him dead in the eye, but I can't lie to him about that. My shoulders slump. "Fine. I'll attend the sessions." "Good. I've booked you 5 sessions in total over the next few weeks." Oak stands. "As long as she's happy with what she finds, then you don't need to continue with them." "Great, thanks," I say, sarcastically. Oak runs a hand across the back of his neck. "You know that I'm doing this for you, right?" Guilt slams into me as I know Oak has always had my best interests at heart. Hell, he saved me from a life in prison, for fuck's sake. I'm forever in his debt, and it's easy to forget that. "I know," I say, my voice quiet. "Thank you." He nods and turns to leave. "I'll see you later." I watch him walk away, knowing that it's probably a good thing that spring break is a few days away. It will give me space from Camilla, a chance to clear my head and my bloodlust. As if, like clockwork, she saunters past my office door, glancing in with those beautiful honey-brown eyes. The distance can wait for spring break, as right now I need her. Camilla, I bark her name. She stops and walks toward the door. Yes, sir. Her voice infused with false innocence. Come here. Her eyes light up as she walks into my office and shuts the door behind her. How can I help you, sir? On your hands and knees, I order. Within seconds, she's down on her hands and knees as instructed, gazing at me for the next order like a good, obedient pet. I roll my chair from under my desk and position myself in front of her. Crawl to me. She does as she's told, holding my gaze with such sexy confidence, and don't stop until I say. I let her crawl all the way between my thighs until her face is pressed against my crotch. Stop. She licks her lips, drawing my eyes to them. I grab her chin between my finger and my thumb and angle it up to me. Tell me what you want. Everything. I tighten my grasp. Be specific. Her cheeks redden, but she does as she's told. I want to suck your cock. My erection becomes increasingly uncomfortable hearing her say that. Is that all? She shakes her head. I want you to fuck my throat and then my pussy. Go on, I urge. I want you to hurt me while you do, however you want, and then I want you to fill me with your cum. I tilt my head. So fucking greedy. Take out my cock, Malishka. She reaches for the zip and eagerly releases my dick, waiting for me to give my next order. It's so refreshing how submissive she is, never making a move without my say-so. Suck it. She wraps her fingers around the base of my shaft and then closes her pouty lips around me, sucking on it eagerly. I love the way she acts ravenous for me. It feeds the beast that wants to break free. My heart hammers frantically, as something I've wanted to try with her claws at my insides goading me, the voice in my head urging me to do it and see how much she enjoys living on the edge. I let her work my cock in and out of her pretty little mouth for a bit, before grabbing her hair and fucking her throat the way she longs for. Once I'm satisfied and almost on the edge of an explosion, I force her to a stop, yanking her mouth off of me. I want to play a game. Her eyebrows arch. What kind of game? A thrilling one. Go and lie on my desk with your legs spread for me. She licks her lips and then gets onto my desk, lying on her back. I groan when I see she's not wearing any panties. My dirty little slut, walking past my office with no panties, so sure I'd call you in here. She smirks at me. It makes it easier, doesn't it? I growl and reach into my desk drawer, pulling out a gun. It may be questionable having a gun in my office when I'm a professor. But you can never be too careful when you're teaching the offspring of mobsters. Oak is aware I have one, and most of the staff also have guns stowed somewhere, just in case. Her brow furrows when she sees it, pushing up onto her elbows. What's that for? I show her it's loaded silently, and then put the safety off, rubbing the muzzle through her soaking wet cunt. Sir? She asks, her voice shaking. I'm going to fuck you with it. She shudders, her eyes dilating with fear. But what if? I won't kill you, Camilla. She wets her lips, shaking in a way I've not yet witnessed before. You may not on purpose, but what if? Stop thinking, Malishka. I thrust the barrel of the gun into her, and she cries out, eyes clamping shut as if she expects it to go off the moment it's inside of her. Just feel, it's fun to live life on the edge. The fear at the moment is overruling her pleasure, and the sick, sadistic side of me enjoys seeing her squirm. I watch the way her eyes dilate so much there's almost no brown left visible, and her chest rises and falls in ragged, frantic breaths. I reach up with my other hand and grab her wrist, finding her pulse racing beneath my thumb. Her fear only fuels my sickness as I fuck her harder. Even if she's scared, her pussy is soaking wet, the gun making a wet sound with each thrust. My cock is so hard it's dripping onto the desk as I loom over her. I've always enjoyed being the source of someone's fear, as much as I enjoy inflicting pain. I thrust my gun in and out of her harder and faster, knowing that one wrong move could spell disaster. The thrill tightens my balls as I watch her fear dissolve and the pleasure takes over. "Do you like that?" I ask, watching her as she moans softly. "Do you like me fucking your greedy little cunt with my gun?" Her eyes clamp shut, but she nods her head, as if she's too afraid to vocalize that she's enjoying it. "How about if I shove it in your ass while I fuck your greedy cunt?" She gasps, eyes shooting open. "You wouldn't? Don't push me, Camilla. You know full well I will now." Her throat bobs as that fear returns, going to war with the pleasure. I pull out a bottle of lube and squirt some onto the barrel of the gun. While she's not looking, I switch the safety on. I may be crazy, but the risk of me trying to fuck her and control the gun is too much. It's best to be safe than sorry. But she doesn't need to know that. And then I push it against her tight ring of muscles. She's so tense that I have to force it through, working the muzzle in and out a few times before she relents. "Good girl, take that gun in your ass." Her lip quivers, and she looks like she might be on the edge of a breakdown. I should have some kind of conscience and stop, but she doesn't know how fucking good this will be. She doesn't know just how amazing her orgasm will be with the threat of death hanging over her head. I push forward and slam my cock deep inside of her cunt. She screams, and I have to cover her mouth with my hand to stifle it. I may be the resident punisher, but I never punish students in my office, so I don't want to draw attention to what we're doing in here. The gun is wedged firmly in her ass, and it presses against the length of my shaft, making her already tight pussy even tighter. "Fuck," I mutter, gazing down at the beauty beneath me. "It feels so damn good," she swallows. "It feels good. It would just be better if it wasn't a gun." I stop so my cock is buried deep inside of her and shake my head. "No, it's so good because it is a gun. Because you trust me enough to fuck you with one, and that trust makes me harder than nails, Camilla." Her lips tremble as she holds my gaze. "I'm scared." "Good. You should be scared." I wrap my hand around her throat. "I enjoy your fear as much as your pain." Her nostrils flare as her pulse quickens further beneath my skin. "Fuck me," she says through gritted teeth. "I do as she says, fucking her so damn hard I'm not sure whether I'm trying to please her or break her. It's all the same, pain and pleasure. Violence and sex, with me, they've always gone hand in hand." Slowly, the fear she'd harbored over the gun in her ass fades away as the pleasure takes center stage. Her moans fill my office, and I know if anyone were outside this office, they'd know we were having sex in here. So I pull some fabric out of my top drawer and ball it up. "Open your mouth," I order. Camilla does as she's told in an instant, and I shove the fabric into it. We don't want people to hear us, do we? She shakes her head, her entire body trembling viciously on the desk. "Are you close to coming for me?" Her eyes flash with irritation because she can't respond with the fabric in her mouth, but she nods in response. "Good. I want to feel you orgasm with that gun in your ass and my cock in your cunt." I can feel the darkness pushing to the surface, my bloodlust returning with a vengeance. Unfortunately, I don't keep knives in my office, as it's too much of a temptation. If I did, I'd carve her skin while she came apart. I feel her muscles tightening around my cock with every thrust. Her eyes roll back in her head as the pleasure becomes too much to bear. The fabric muffles her moans as she comes apart, shuddering on my desk as the intensity of the orgasm seems to rock her physically. I can't hold out any longer as I unleash my cum deep inside of her. I know Camilla is on the pill since I've checked her medical records at the infirmary. The first time we had sex, I was an idiot who didn't check and fucked her completely unprotected. Once we both come down from our mutual high, I pull the gun from her ass and chuck it onto the desk, and then I remove the rag from her mouth and she takes a deep, rasping intake of air. Our ragged breathing is the only thing that falls between us, as there are no words to be said after what just happened. Every encounter with Camilla Morone is driving me deeper into insanity, and I know I need to stop before I fall off the edge and do irrevocable damage. Gavril. So, Gav, how have you been? Jane asks, a notepad and pen in her hands as she sits opposite me, looking attentive as if she gives a shit how I've been. Therapists are all the same. They want to take your money just for asking a few fucking questions, but I don't have a choice. Oak was not going to take no for an answer. Great, thanks. She nods and writes something down, as if somehow she gleaned some information about my mental state from 2 fucking words. Oak is concerned that you're on the edge of another breakdown. Can you explain why? Fuck knows. I run the palm of my hand over the back of my neck. I've been a little agitated because my workload is increased, that's all. She writes something down, a look on her face as if she doesn't believe my rehearsed bullshit. It always fooled her before, but I was more in control then. What? She draws in a deep breath. I just think you seem different. Well, it's been a few years since I last saw you. Yes, but I sense that the darkness we used to discuss is greater than it's ever been. I clench my jaw together. Perhaps I am the embodiment of darkness. What do you mean by that? For a while now, I've realized that I can't control it because all I'm doing is suppressing a part of myself. The darkness is a part of me, so I'm not trying to control it. Jane nods. Indeed, you shouldn't try to repress a part of you. It will only fight back harder. Yes, but I don't feel that I'm at any risk of a breakdown. I narrow my eyes. In fact, I've never felt further from one before in my life. That, oddly enough, is the truth, even if I've felt off balance lately. Jane writes down. Tell me what you think changed. This is confidential, right? Of course, I can't disclose anything we discuss with anyone, even Oak. I am skeptical about that. I met someone who accepts every part of me. I swallow hard. Someone that compliments me in a way I never believed possible. That's great news. She jots down some more notes. And are you in a committed relationship with this person? I shake my head. No, it's not serious. But you just said, yes. But I don't do serious. I shuffle in my seat. We are keeping it casual, as I don't want feelings to be involved. Her brow hitches. So when you say she compliments you, you mean sexually? Yes, that's correct. Frantically, she scribbles more notes down and it drives me crazy. Do you have to write constantly? It's the only way I can make a dossier and follow your progress. I grunt. I'm only here because Oak made me come. There's no way I need therapy. Her lips purse. Well, if you ask me, it sounds like you really need therapy. What the fuck for? Commitment issues? I grind my teeth together. I don't have commitment issues. I'm just not a relationship kind of guy. And yet you tell me you've met someone who accepts you in a way you never believed possible. She stares at me as if waiting for me to confirm it, but I've already fucking told her that.
Your point?
Then isn't that the kind of person you should be holding on to as hard as physically possible? I hate how much sense she makes, but what she doesn't understand is that I don't have the capacity for anything other than violence and pain. It's not as simple as that. Why not? There's not enough time in this lifetime to explain that. My childhood is the reason for my closed-off heart, and I know that without facing it, I'll never heal, but I don't want to face it or heal. Instead, my heart gets blacker with more time that passes like decaying wood in an ancient forest. And yet it feels like, since I got involved with Camilla, she has slowed the rot, but there's no repairing decay. Once something's decayed, it's gone forever. Try me. I shake my head. No, I can't go there. It's your childhood, isn't it? My childhood is hazy at best. From what age? Anything before 14 years old is pretty blank? I know it's blank because I've blocked it out. It would take some effort to unlock those memories, but I won't. Nothing good can come from unlocking the closet that holds my skeletons. I'll drown in the darkness if I do. Okay, how about after 14? I shrug. I moved to America when I was 14. That's my cover story, as I don't mention Toronto, not to anyone other than Oak, who with. I bite my tongue as I often try not to think about him. My older brother, Ivan, And where is Ivan now? Gone. She looks a little irritated by my short answer. Dead? She confirms. I nod, hating the way it feels when I think about him. We were two naive boys when we arrived in Toronto, thinking we could find jobs and make a life for ourselves away from the darkness of our childhood in Russia. We had plenty of money as we stole it from our father before leaving, knowing we'd be in danger if he ever tracked us down. Ivan was 18 years old and my official guardian on our visa, but it wasn't long before he got involved with some bad guys. We both joined the Sidorov Bratva, but because of my age, I wasn't put into as much danger as he was. He was shot dead on a simple drug drop because the police caught wind and busted it, and stupidly he tried to kill a cop, even though he'd never shot a fucking gun, the idiot. After that fated night, I made it my mission to train in every combat to ensure I could never be hurt. I was to be bulletproof. And that's when I climbed the ranks and became an enforcer, using the darkness and hurt to strive harder and block out all the bad. Can you tell me what happened to him? I am going to kill Oak for forcing me into this. After 2 years of fucking therapy with Jane before, I managed to avoid talking about my family or childhood, and suddenly I'm spilling my guts. What the fuck is that all about? I'd rather not. I need to shut this down before it gets out of control. Fine. Why don't you tell me more about the woman or man you met? I glare at her. Woman. I know I've experimented before and it's come up, but I generally go for women, which she knows. She shrugs. I didn't wish to presume. I'd rather not, to be honest. I glance at my watch. Oh, look at the time. Isn't that session over? Gavril? I have to report back to Oak whether I feel you are sound of mind. I cross my arms over my chest. Well, I'm not about to murder the entire school, am I? How am I supposed to know when you won't talk to me? Fine. She's great. All right? In what way? She is perfectly in tune with my sexual tastes. I pause. You know about those? Jane's cheeks redden. Yes, you explained them before. I nod. And you judged me just like most people do, but this woman, I shake my head. She doesn't judge me. In fact, she has the same tastes. Jane scribbles more down. Do you feel that makes you feel more stable mentally? It makes me feel less alone in this world. Good, she says, nodding. That's a positive thing. I guess it is. It is the truth. Camilla makes me feel like less of a freak, or like we can both be freaks together. A girl who isn't scared of monsters, but can she find the human that once existed inside? Humanity isn't a part of my makeup anymore, so that's why I know I can't give her what she wants. I can't be the man she needs because there's barely any man left inside of me. I'm all beast. Camilla approaches me in the corridor, which is gutsy. She's been getting more and more forward since I fucked her in the bathroom at the hockey match. What are you doing now? She asks. I glance at my watch. I've got a staff meeting in 20 minutes. She looks disappointed by that. Oh, which means I have time to devour you. Her eyes light up. Are you sure? Positive. Now get your sexy ass into my office now. Her brow arches. Office? I nod. Yes. She spins around and heads toward my office. I can practically feel the excitement reverberating through the air from her, and it's sexy as hell. She leans against the wall next to the door to my office, waiting for me to unlock it. I glance around the corridor to ensure no one is around, as at this rate, people are going to notice me constantly spending time with her. In you go. Camilla struts inside my office, her hips swaying from side to side. She's always been a confident girl, but lately she's blossomed into a sexy vixen of a woman who knows how to drive me fucking crazy with nothing more than her walk. Once inside my office, I yank her back into my chest, feeling every curve of her soft body against the hard edges of mine. Have you been fantasizing about this all day? I whisper into her ear. She arches her back, pressing her ass into my erection. Yes, sir. With a roll of her hips, she grinds against me, drawing a soft growl from deep within. All day I've been thinking about you fucking me. I press my lips to her neck and then sink my teeth into the skin there. Shame, I don't have time to fuck you, but I'll give you release, Malishka. I force her back around and hoist her onto the edge of my desk, pushing her skirt up to her hips. When I see she's not wearing any panties, I shake my head. So sure you'd get some action that you came to me with no panties on? I ask, seductively. She drags her tongue against her bottom lip. I'm always prepared for you, sir. The incessant press of my cock against the zipper of my pants becomes unbearable, but I ignore it. There's no time because of some stupid weekly staff meeting that will achieve fuck all. I slide the pad of my finger through her sensitive flesh, watching the way she trembles as I let it barely skate over her clit. Tell me what you want. I hold her gaze. She shudders. You, sir. I want all of you. Her declaration drives me crazy as I dip my head between her thighs and suck on her clit forcefully. She cries out, her thighs trembling. Quiet, or I'll have to stop. Her teeth sink into her lip and she nods once in agreement. Yes, sir. I sink my teeth into her inner thigh, making her yelp in surprise. Reaching onto my desk, I grab my tie and scrunch it into a ball, open wide. She opens her mouth and I shove the balled-up fabric into her mouth. Silent, Malishka? She nods in response, clawing at the edge of my desk as I return my lips to her center. Slowly, I drag the tip of my tongue right through her soaking wet entrance all the way to her clit and back again. A frustrated little grunt is from behind the gag in her mouth as she glares at me, wanting more like the greedy little pet she is. Patience, moron? Her brow furrows as I lick her inner thigh, teasing her. She places her fingers in my hair and tries to guide me to where she wants me. I growl and grab her wrists, restraining her. No touching. Frustration enters her expression as she shakes her head, but does as she's told. I run the tips of my teeth over her clit and she shakes, and then I thrust 2 fingers inside of her and her head falls back in satisfaction. I suck her clit into my mouth and her entire body shakes with pleasure. She's my high and I'm addicted to her as I watch her eyes roll back. A niggling doubt exists at the back of my brain, knowing like a crack addict that my addiction is dangerous, but quitting is just as difficult. I push it out of the forefront of my mind and focus on the beauty before me, drowning in this feeling. And I devour her, wanting nothing but to bring her to climax, as if I'm a slave to her pleasure. Never before have I felt such a desperate need to inflict pleasure. It's normally pain. Her soft moans are muffled by the tie in her mouth as I drive her higher and higher, nipping and sucking at her arousal as I finger her, playing her like an instrument. I push her over the edge in record time. Her lip quivers, and even with the fabric in her mouth, the sweet sound of her coming is still. That's it! Come for me, Camilla! Her eyes snap open and hold mine as her pleasure peaks in waves. I watch her, knowing that quitting the sensation she gives me is impossible. To addiction is a real problem, and Camilla is mine. Camilla, can you believe it's spring break already? Nat asks as she shoves the last of her pizza into her mouth. I shake my head. No, this last year is flying by, and I know the reason is my secret affair with Gavril. It's hard to believe that 4 weeks have gone by since he got possessive with me at the hockey game and punished me in the bathroom like a feral animal. They have flown by as we spiraled deeper and deeper into our twisted games with one another. When he thrust that gun inside of me in his office 5 days ago, I thought I was going to die of fright. After a while, I relaxed, and then he thrust it in my ass and fucked me. Somehow I enjoyed it. As sick as that is to admit, I enjoyed the power I gave to him, the trust I had to give him, believing he wouldn't hurt me, that no matter what, he'd ensure I walked out of that office alive and not with my guts blown out by the gun. It should have made me angry and want nothing to do with him anymore, but it drove me deeper into his web. Eva clears her throat. What are everyone's plans? Nat smiles. Elias is coming to stay with us for the break. I'm going to show him Boston. Adriana sighs. Lucky you're going to have a good time. I hate going home. Then why go home? Eva asks. She raises a brow. What do you mean? Well, there's no rule about having to go home for spring break. You could stay here. Adriana's lips purse as she regards me thoughtfully. I never really considered staying. It's not like you'd be alone. We can go shopping in town and have fun. Adriana's eyes narrow. I think you'll be pretty preoccupied with your husband, don't you? She shakes her head. The first week he has to go to a convention in Alaska. The cold weather doesn't agree with me, so I decided not to join him. Adriana thinks for a second and then nods. Fuck it. I'm not going home. I doubt my family will even notice, to be honest. Eva smiles. We're going to have so much fun. What about you, Camilla? I shrug. Well, I love going home, and my family. No doubt I'll just be hanging out and shopping with my sister. You're so lucky to have a sister you like, Adriana says, running fingers through her dark hair. My sister is the biggest bitch you could ever meet. Eva sighs. You're lucky to have siblings at all. Adriana gasps. Oh God, I'm sorry, I'm bitching about my sister and your brother died. That's so inconsiderate of me. Eva shakes her head. Don't worry about it. I'm just saying it's important to value what you have before it's gone. The only family I miss is my brother. I can't imagine disliking any of my siblings. We're all so close to each other. I shrug. I guess it's easy to take that for granted. Don't get me wrong. I love my sister, and we were friends as we grew up, but she's become competitive and bitchy as we got older. Adriana sighs heavily. My brother and I have always been close, but he's always so busy with the cartel. Nat nods. I love my brother, but he's always so busy too. He doesn't have much time for me when I'm home. You could always come and visit Boston for the second week when Oak gets back. Adriana rolls her eyes.
What?
And be a third wheel to you and Elias. No thanks, Natalia chuckles.
Fair enough. You could visit Chicago if you wanted. Spend time with me and my sister.
Adriana regards me and smiles. Thanks for the offer, but I actually quite like the idea of having some quiet time alone here. I nod.
No worries.
To be honest, I'm looking forward to some space away from here. A chance to clear my head and get some clarity on the insane things I've been doing with my professor. For 2 weeks, I need to have no reminders of this place, but I doubt I'll be able to stop myself from contacting him over the break if I can get him to give me his number. I've been too nervous to ask, and we leave tomorrow. Ever since we started this affair, I've not gone a day without seeing him. The thought of spending 2 weeks apart makes me feel empty and hollow. Camilla, Adriana says my name, shoving me gently. Sorry, what? She shakes her head. You have been spacing out a lot recently. A lot on my mind, I murmur. Instead of commenting on that, she just says, how about a last swim before we leave for break? We've hardly swum this term. I swallow hard as I can't swim unless I buy a wetsuit that will cover all the cuts and bruises on my skin. I'm not really feeling up to it. Her brow furrows. You know it's going to be tough to get back into it with the time you're taking out. I shrug. Maybe I won't get back into it. Her lips purse together. Fair enough. I'll go by myself. I feel guilty about how disappointed she is, but there's no way for me to explain the bruise and cuts she'd no doubt see if I put on a swimsuit. In fact, I've been having to get changed for gym and combat in the toilets rather than the changing room to ensure no one saw them. If my friends have noticed, they haven't commented on it, thankfully. What time are you leaving tomorrow, Nat? I ask, changing the subject as I sip my coffee. Car is swinging by early at about 9 in the morning to collect Elias and me. Where is he anyway? Adriana asks, glancing around the room. I've barely seen you two apart since you got together. He had to do some last-minute studying in the library. Eva laughs. I think you've rubbed off on him in a good way. Nat shrugs. He's actually really intelligent, even if he always acted like he didn't give a shit about class. Someone clears their throat behind me, and I glance around to find Coach Daniels staring at Adriana. May I have a minute? He asks, glaring at her. She purses her lips. Do I have a choice? No, he says sternly. She nods and gets up, following him out of the cafeteria. That guy just won't give up, will he? Nat asks. Eva shakes her head. Oak has spoken to him, but he said it's like talking to a brick wall. It's weird, isn't it? I mean, why is he so set on sleeping with Adriana? Eva shrugs. The fact she's rejected him probably makes him want her more, like a challenge he wants to overcome. So immature for a grown man, I say, shaking my head. Adriana can handle it, though. She's tough, Nat says. I nod as it's true. Adriana is one of the toughest people I know, and she's not one to be intimidated, no matter how hard Coach may try to make her back down. I finish the rest of my pizza, and then my phone buzzes. I pull it out of my pocket and find a text from a withheld number. Meet me in the courtyard outside the library at 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Don't make me wait or I'll have to punish you, GN. I swallow hard, wondering how he got my cell phone number and why he's withheld his own. It means I can't respond. He's just assuming I'll be around to meet him there, even though I'm leaving for home tomorrow. I'm not leaving until midday, but he doesn't know that. What are we doing tonight to celebrate? I ask, trying to ignore the text and the fact he sent it with his number withheld. Movies and junk food, Nat suggests. I nod in reply. Sounds like a good idea. I glance at Ava. Can you come? Ava purses her lips. Yeah, I'll text Oak now and let him know. She pulls her cell phone out of her pocket. He's not leaving for Alaska until the day after tomorrow, and you guys leave tomorrow, so he'll understand. Nat makes a scoffing sound, which draws Eva's attention. What's that noise for? She shrugs. He never understands when you want to hang out with us. He's like a possessive caveman. Eva smiles at that. You haven't exactly been that free lately for girls' night since you hooked up with Elias. Nat's cheeks redden. We're not as bad as you and Oak. You are both as bad as each other. My brow furrows as I glance toward the exit of the cafeteria. Where the hell is Adriana? Eva smirks. Probably finally caved and jumped into his arms. I shake my head. No chance. Adriana wouldn't give in that easily. She's too stubborn. Come on, Nat says, standing. Let's go and choose a movie. I'll text her to let her know we're in her room. I arch a brow. How are we getting into her room without her? Nat taps her nose. I have my ways. I sigh and follow my friends toward the dorm, knowing that despite wanting to enjoy our last night together before spring break, it's going to be impossible. Gavril Nitkin has completely taken my mind for ransom, and there's no way I'll be able to focus on a movie, no matter what we pick. Nat opens Adriana's room with her own key somehow. Don't tell me you can do that with all our rooms? I stare at her through narrowed eyes. She purses her lips together. Perhaps? How? Eva asks, looking equally dumbfounded. I may have bribed the secretary to program my key for all 4 rooms, I gasp. That's a complete violation of privacy. Nat shakes her head. It's not like I'd use it to snoop through your stuff. It's just if I need to get in for any reason. She shrugs. You know me. I always like to be prepared. I sigh as it's true. Nat is not only the biggest nerd at the academy when it comes to schoolwork, she's also irritatingly prepared all the time. Fair enough. Let's just pick a film. My phone buzzes and I pull it out, expecting a text from Adriana. Instead, it's a message from the withheld number. I hope you're thinking about me tonight while lying in your bed. Grinding my teeth together, I put my phone back in my pocket. Anyone heard from Adriana yet? Eva shakes her head. No, maybe she really is giving in to Archer. As if like clockwork, the door swings open. No fucking chance. How could you even think that? She asks, hands on her hips. And more importantly, how the fuck did you get in here? Nat laughs. Good timing. We're just about to put bridesmaids on. I roll my eyes. Turns out Nat has a clone of all our room keys. What? Adriana asks, glaring at Nat. That's an invasion of privacy. I chuckle. Exactly what I said. Eva shrugs. I'm not really bothered, as I hardly use my room.
I just like to be prepared for any eventuality.
This way, you lose your key, you can still get in, Nat says, trying to defend herself. Adriana sighs heavily and shakes her head, slumping down on the sofa next to me. I haven't got the energy right now to argue. What did Coach want? I ask. Her cheeks redden and she clenches her jaw. To be a fucking asshole as always. He's still trying to get you in bed? Eva questions. Adriana just nods. Forget that dickhead, Nat says, pouring out some popcorn into bowls and throwing a bag of candy at us. It's out last night here for 2 weeks. Let's forget about him. I know she's talking about Coach Daniels, but in extension it feels like I should try to forget about Gavril, a feat that is practically impossible as he seems to rule every waking second of my thoughts. When we got involved, he made it clear it would be nothing more than sex, and I agreed. And yet right now I know this is deeper for me. I can feel him sinking his claws in so deep I won't be able to get them out, no matter how hard I try. Gavril. I pace up and down the length of the courtyard outside the library under the cover of the overhang that wraps around it, irritated that she hasn't arrived yet. My text to her yesterday evening was clear that she was to meet me here in the courtyard at 9 o'clock sharp. It's 10 minutes past, and there's still no sign of her. I'm not a person who accepts tardiness, especially not from a sub. I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and call up her name when I hear soft footsteps approaching. When I turn around, she's standing a few feet away from me. Sorry, I'm late. I tilt my head. You'd better have a good reason, she shrugs. My alarm clock didn't go off. I shake my head. That's not a good enough reason, Camilla. The desire to hold her to account is strong, but I know we don't have the time and this isn't the place. I'll have to punish you after spring break. Her cheeks redden.
Yes, sir.
She tilts her head. Why did you ask me here? I glance around the courtyard to ensure we're alone and pull her further into the shadows, wrapping my palm around the back of her neck. For this, I pull her lips to mine and kiss her forcefully, my tongue thrusting into her mouth and devouring her from the inside out. This is the last time I get to kiss her for 2 weeks, and that makes me feel odd. I can't explain why exactly, but I don't like how I feel. She wraps her arms around me, pulling me closer as she moans into my mouth. Normally, I don't allow her to touch me, but for now, I'll let it slide. When we finally tear ourselves apart from one another, we're breathless. She tilts her head.
Why did you withhold your number?
I clench my jaw. Because I can't have you badgering me over the spring break. The flash of hurt in her eyes doesn't go unnoticed.
Badgering you?
She takes a step back and places her hands on her hips. Yes, I told you. This is just sex. While we're away on break, there's no need for us to be in contact. Her jaw works and I can tell she's fighting back tears.
Perfect.
It turns out Camilla is hooked on me in more than one way. Emotionally unavailable. So if she still hoped this could turn into anything other than physical, she's wrong. I warned you what this was when we first got intimate, Camilla. You assured me you were fine with that. She nods. I am. I have said nothing to the contrary. The look on your face says it all. I narrow my eyes, feeling a headache starting between them. This kind of bullshit is exactly what I wanted to avoid. You better not be reading into this any more than it is, moron. Her jaw clenches. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you better not be hoping that anything other than sex can come from our relationship. It's best I put her in her place now before things get too far out of control. My blazing desire has blinded me to the truth that she's falling for me. The hurt in her eyes is as clear as the sea on a blazing hot day, but she tries to hide it. You shouldn't be so full of yourself, sir. It's not a very good look, going on the offensive. Is that right? I push her against the wall of the library, my hands tightening around her hips. Then why are you so aroused right now? Her throat bobs. I'm not, and I don't have time for this. She tries to push me off her, but I hold fast. You're a liar, Miss Morone. She releases a frustrated grunt. Let go of me. I tighten my grasp. Or what? Or I'll scream for help. Her eyes are blazing with determination. I narrow my eyes, wondering if she really would scream for help and put this entire thing we've got going between us in jeopardy. You're being emotional? Emotional? She sounds furious, and I realize my mistake. Never call a woman emotional, even if she's being emotional. It's a rule I've always followed, and yet I've forgotten about it completely. And you are being a first-rate asshole, I growl. Don't speak to your professor like that. She grinds her teeth, struggling to break free from my grasp frantically. I can see the tears welling in her eyes, but she doesn't let them fall. I could never understand a woman's proclivity for waterworks. Hell, the last time I cried I would have been younger than 10 years old, but then I'm dead inside now. Whatever humanity I once harbored is entirely gone, obliterated long before Oak found me. I will speak to you like that because right now you are not acting like my professor, she rebuts. I shake my head. I don't wish to leave for spring break with you like this. Like what? Angry. Her nostrils flare as she clenches her jaw. Then stop calling me emotional and being a general dickhead. I release her then and nod. Fair enough. She straightens her clothes and holds her head up high. Now I have to get my car in less than an hour, and I'm not packed. I arch a brow. Who leaves packing to the last minute?
I do!
She sets her hands on her hips.
I was busy last night. My eyes narrow. Busy with who?
She holds my gaze for a few beats.
Does it matter?
I growl and pin her against the wall again.
It matters whether the person you were with was male or female? You are fucking insane. What is your point, Camilla? Answer me. Who were you with? Natalia, Adriana, and Ava,
she replies.
I release her then.
All the rage that had begun to build like lava beneath the earth's crust ready to erupt from a volcano eases. Good. She tries to step around me, but I block her path. One last kiss, Malishka. The anger in her eyes flares brighter, but I ignore it and drag her against my chest. Even as she tries to resist, her eyes dilate and she instinctively tilts her chin, an invitation to kiss her. My lips mold with hers, and I thrust my tongue into her mouth, searching it for the last time for 2 weeks. Part of me doesn't want to stop, because that means we'll be apart, hundreds of miles apart. I try to push that nagging sensation away and focus on how good she feels in my arms right now. When we part, we're both gasping for air and aroused. See you in 2 weeks, sir, she murmurs. And then she's gone, waltzing away from me easily. I don't know what the nauseous sensation is in my gut. All I know is I don't like it. It's a warning sign to keep my distance from Camilla Morona. The city sign for Chicago comes into view. 5 days I've been apart from Camilla, and already I'm losing it. I'm here to track her down and observe her from afar, stalk her, basically. I need to ensure she's not with another man. After all, she was quick to accept a date with Rizzo to the hockey game, so God knows what she'll be up to back in Chicago. Camilla is completely unaware that after that game, I installed spyware on her cell phone. I can track her anywhere in this world. There's nowhere she can run where I can't find her. Hell, if she went to Timbuktu, I'd know about it. I take a left and find the parking lot closest to Bloomingdale's and park my vehicle, getting out and surveying where the exit is. Camilla had to be in a fucking Bloomingdale's the day I arrive in Chicago. It's not exactly the kind of place I'd ever be caught dead in, but I sense Camilla is the kind of girl who loves going shopping and doing things that would make my stomach churn. I walk to Bloomingdale's, keeping an eye now and then on the tracker on my phone to ensure she hasn't moved somewhere else. Unfortunately for me, she hasn't. Entering the department store, I ensure I'm hyper-aware of my surroundings, as the last thing I want is Camilla catching me checking up on her, as it would no doubt give her the wrong impression. She may have been a virgin at the start of this school year, but I am not a fool to think she's never dated. I'm simply here to check she's not out gallivanting with other men. There's an odd sensation pulling at my gut the moment I think that, and I sense it's because a part of me is in denial. Why do I care if she's with another man, if this is nothing but sex? I push the thought from my mind and focus on finding her. My questionable actions when it comes to this girl aren't under scrutiny right now. Where would a young girl be in Bloomingdale's? No doubt the women's wear section. I ride the elevator up to the 3rd floor and walk with caution around the floor until I hear her voice calling from the changing rooms. Fine. I'm going to keep searching for the perfect dress. None of these I like. My heart practically stops beating as I move away from the entrance and dart behind a mannequin just as she appears. There's a large man wearing a suit lingering nearby, and when he sees her, he moves closer. A twist of possessive rage coils through me, but I can tell by the way he keeps his distance. He is merely her bodyguard. After all, the mobsters of Chicago are at war with one another, so it's only normal that she has a bodyguard to ensure her safety. She looks stunning in a simple yet beautiful floral dress that comes just below her knees, and her hair is up in an elegant bun. I swallow hard as my cock turns hard at the sight of her, but I know I can't act on my desires. Coming all the way to Chicago from Maine just to check up on her would certainly give her the wrong impression. I watch her as she walks over to some racks on the far wall and starts to sort through dresses. She looks stunning and more mature than her actual age. I clench my jaw, glancing around in search of any man she might be here with, and that's when I see Killian Callahan slip out of the dressing room and skirt past Camilla at lightning speed. Few moments later, her sister, Mia Morone, slips out, adjusting her skirt. I arch a brow and watch as Mia approaches her sister, as if she didn't just slip out of the changing room where she was with Killian. Camilla appears completely unaware. Camilla glances in my direction, but I dart quickly out of her sight behind the mannequin. She doesn't see me, thankfully, but the look on her face suggests she can feel me watching her. I'm going to have to be more careful if I don't want to get caught. A shop assistant clocks me and makes her way toward where I'm hiding. It's at that point I realize I'm hiding in the fucking lingerie section looking like some kind of creep.
Can I help you, sir?
She asks. I shake my head. No thanks. I pretend to be looking at some bras. I mean, men buy underwear for their girlfriends all the time. It's not that weird. Are you sure? I assume you're shopping for someone special? I grit my teeth. Yeah, my girlfriend. The woman looks a little skeptical but nods. Anything you want in particular? You know what? When I said I don't need help, I meant it. Her eyes widen at my tone. But she's getting in the way right now. I don't need her bringing attention to me. Okay, give me a shout if you need anything. She walks away, and I dart back toward the mannequin to check for Camilla. She's gone. Fuck's sake. I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and check the tracking to find she's left the building. I race out of Bloomingdale's and take a left, following them down the street. Their bodyguard remains with them, but always a few steps behind. They take a left down a smaller street and then stop in front of a little Italian restaurant before disappearing inside. Great. There's no way I can go inside without being spotted, so I go into the cafe opposite instead and pick a table by the window. Camilla may not be with a man at the moment, but I intend to keep an eye on her for a couple of days, no matter how crazy that makes me. I've never been so possessive of a woman before, but it means nothing. She's the perfect sub, and that's why I want her all to myself. At least, that's what I'm trying to tell myself. Camilla, I've missed this, Mia says, drawing my attention to her over the rack we're both sorting through. I smirk. Don't pretend like you haven't been to Bloomingdale's countless times since I've been at the academy. There's no way Mia can stay away that long. She's a shopping addict. No, but it's not the same without you. I roll my eyes. Shopping is shopping. Don't you get fed up with my moaning? She shakes her head. It adds to the enjoyment. Mia can shop for hours, and it drives me insane. I enjoy shopping, but when it goes on almost all day, it exhausts me. Prickle of awareness skates down my spine as if someone is watching me. I've felt it for a while now. Ever since I left the changing room, I scan the room, checking no one is watching me. For a second, I think I see some dart out of sight, but shake my head. Clearly, I'm hallucinating because I'm starving. When are we going to get food? I whine. Mia laughs. You eat too much. We had a massive stack of pancakes for breakfast. I sigh. What's your point? I'm wasting away here. It's 1 o'clock. She sighs, shaking her head.
Fine. What do you want?
I smile, as it's a stupid question when we're so close to Petroni's. Pizza, of course. Petroni's? She asks. I nod. Where else? She sets a dress back on the rack. Come on then. I'll go and pay and we'll head there. Mia pauses, giving me a pointed look. But we're coming back afterwards. I know, I'm not stupid. She heads over to the checkout where they have an account for her already linked to our father's credit card. Instead of getting her shopping bagged, she just put it over the counter for them to write up and bag for when we get back. Within a minute, we're head out of Bloomingdale's and down the street toward the little pizza place we love so much. The owner, Vincenzo Petroni, comes over to greet us. Camilla, Mia, what a pleasant surprise. He gives us both cheek kisses, as he's originally from Italy, and a little eccentric. How are you both? We are good, Mia says, glancing at me. Camilla is home for spring break, and we just had to come and get some of your famous pizza. He smiles. Of course, usual table. Yes, please, she replies. I follow the two of them to the table near the back by the window. It's where we always sit, unless someone has already got it. Once, Vincenzo offered to move people so we could have our usual table, but we refused. Here we are. Usual order, he asks. You bet, Mia says. I nod. Yes, please. Coming right up. I sit back in my chair and shut my eyes, drawing in a deep breath and savoring the scent of fresh pizza cooking. I have missed this place. More than Bloomingdale's? Mia asks. Way more. She laughs. We couldn't be more different, could we? I look at her then and smile. I think that's why we get on so well. The conversation with Adriana comes back to me. I am so glad you are my sister, I say. Seriously. Her brow furrows. Me too. But why so serious? I shake my head. Just lots of people don't get on so well with their family. You are my best friend. I reach for her hand and squeeze, and I wouldn't have it any other way. She squeezes my hand back. Me neither. Just at that moment, a sense of unease twists my gut, drawing my attention out the window. Tumia notices my sudden unease. What's wrong? I search the street outside. I don't know. I shake my head. I just keep getting this feeling that I'm being watched. Watched? Yeah. It sounds crazy, right? You mean other than Sandro? She nods toward our bodyguard, who is sitting another booth watching us like a hawk. Yes, other than Sandro. I shake my head. I'm going mad. No, I mean, the city isn't exactly safe. Her throat bobs as she swallows. But Sandro will make sure nothing happens to us. I nod in response, but I can't shake that chill that has settled in my bones. After another good sweep up and down the street, I'm confident there's no one there. Maybe I'm just paranoid, I say, as Vincenzo and a waiter approaches with our pizzas and cokes, one Neapolitan and one pepperoni, he announces, placing my Neapolitan down in front of me. Buon appetito, grazie, Vincenzo, I reply, knowing he likes it when we speak Italian. He gives me a warm smile before leaving us to devour our food. I dig into the pizza, but still can't shake the feeling of being watched. It makes me feel like I'm going insane, as I struggle to enjoy my favorite meal in the world. And I can't understand why, at that moment, my mind goes to Gavril, wondering what he's doing right now. A part of me wishes he was here by my side, as I feel safest when I'm with him, no matter how crazy that may be, considering the things he likes to do to me. He should be the last person who makes me feel safe. Mia elbows me as I am drifting off while watching our favorite movie, When Harry Met Sally, Wake Up. It's been a tough first week of spring break, finding out our father has stage 4 cancer, on top of me waiting and hoping that Gavril might break his own stupid rules and text me. I've not been sleeping very well at all. It all started okay until Massimo broke the news the evening we returned from our shopping trip. Sorry, I'm exhausted. Mia shakes her head. It's only 9 o'clock. What's up with you? I shrug. I've not been sleeping very well after finding out about Father. Mia's expression softens. Right, sorry, I always sleep like the dead, no matter what's going on in my life. I snort. I know you're ridiculously lucky. Is that all that's bothering you? I nod in response, as I have no intention of talking about Gavril with her again. Wood was awkward enough when I told her, but the fact she's fallen for Killian Callahan, an enemy of our family, gave me the guts to tell her. I regretted it immediately, as she judged me for getting involved with a man like him. And I underestimated just how well known his tastes in sex are. I've always thought I could tell Mia anything, but the way she looked at me made me feel a deep, far-reaching shame that I can't quite put into words. Have you and Killian decided what to do? I ask, as I wonder how that's going to pan out. If it turns out well for Mia, then maybe there's some hope for me and Gavril, even though I know he doesn't want any long-term commitment. It's pathetic that I'm sitting here pining for him and he could be with another woman right now. The thought opens a dark pit in my gut that feels like it will swallow me from the inside out. Not really. All I know is I don't want to stop seeing him. I nod in response. What do you think Massimo would say if he found out? He'd hit the roof because we're at war with the Callahan family. Yeah, that's going to be a tough conversation if you decide to bring it up. Mia purses her lips. What about you and Nitkin? What about it? I ask, wishing she hadn't brought him up at all. I don't think he'd take too kindly to that pairing either. I shake my head. I don't think he'll need to. I may be into him, but he's like a block of fucking ice. She gives me a pitying glance. He doesn't feel the same? I don't know. He made it clear when we started sleeping together that it was sex and nothing more. Asshole, Mia says. It's not his fault that I agreed and then proceeded to fall for him. It's entirely his fault. You are an innocent 18-year-old virgin, and he took advantage of you. I straighten. That's not true. I went into this knowing exactly what I was doing. Mia sighs. Are you sure about that? Certain. I'm not going to sit here and let her think I'm some kind of victim in all of this. Gavril made it clear what our relationship was going to be from the start. He even tried to dissuade me from pursuing him, but I was relentless. Now, it's my own fault if he breaks my heart. He warned me he's a monster, and monsters don't have hearts. I'm not entirely sure he knows how to feel for another person. It's as if he's wired up differently. I just hate seeing you get hurt. I bite my bottom lip. I'll be fine. Mia nods. It's you I'm worried about. It's dangerous being involved with the enemy, don't you think? Yes, but I can't resist him. It's like we're magnets being pulled to one another, if that makes any sense. It does make sense, as I've felt the exact same thing with Gavril. I get that, but you can't keep it a secret forever. Her expression turns a little somber as she slumps back into the sofa. I'm aware of that, but how can I tell Massimo? I honestly don't know how she can bring it up, as there's a deep-rooted hatred between our families. Killian's grandfather murdered our mother when we're little, so little that I don't remember her at all. A pain claws at my throat as I realize her relationship with him seems wrong considering that fact alone. I honestly have no idea. I'm sorry. Not to mention his mother was murdered a few years ago under our father's orders. I'm not sure how a relationship can overcome that kind of bad history of bloodshed and conflict. She places a hand against her forehead. It's going to be a disaster, isn't it? I shake my head. I honestly don't know. We fall into somber silence, no doubt both reflecting on our fucked-up love lives. We've both always known that we're destined to be married off to the highest bidder, so to speak. And yet we both dared to dream that we could bend and mold that future ourselves. Let's stop wallowing and pay attention to the movie. Mia nudges me gently with her elbow. It's our favorite, and the orgasm scene is coming up at any moment. I laugh, as Mia knows how to lighten any mood. True, I love that part. We snuggle onto the sofa and Mia passes me the bowl of popcorn. I grab it and stuff a handful into my mouth, and we watch the film together in comfortable silence, both of us trying to forget our troubles, if only for one night. Camilla. It's hard to believe how fast spring break went as I open my locker and pull out my books for anatomy class. My stomach is a mess of nerves because I'm about to see Gavril for the first time in 2 weeks, and I'm angry with him, even though I know I don't have any right to be. He made it clear before anything started between us that this was sex only. I shouldn't have hoped that he might have changed his mind and texted me or called me. I jump as someone places their hands on my shoulders suddenly from behind. "Have you heard who the new math professor is?" Nat asks, smirking at me. I shake my head. "No, I haven't. Who is it?" Her expression turns a little concerned. "You're going to flip out. Who is it?" "Your brother, Luca." "What?" I ask, shaking my head. "Impossible. If my brother was coming to work here after spring break, he would have told me." Nat arches a brow. "Then who is that?" She nods down the corridor, and my stomach dips when I see Luca walking down the corridor in a smart suit.
Motherfucker!
I mutter. He notices me and smirks.
"Hey, little sis, what the fuck are you doing here?"
I hiss. "That's no way to speak to a professor, is it?" "You don't have any qualifications to teach here, Luca."
"What the hell?"
Oak reached out to me as they're getting desperate for someone to cover math. He shrugs. I said, "I'll give it a go. I was one of the best math geniuses ever to come through SA. This can't be happening for one, with Luca hanging around. It will make what's going on with Gavril much more difficult. If Luca were to catch us, he'd kill him and send me straight back home. And for two, it's just so goddamn embarrassing having my brother here teaching."
"What about the war in Chicago?"
I ask. He shrugs. "If Massimo needs me, he'll call on me. I'm not a prisoner here, and the weekends I'll spend back in Chicago." "This is insane." I shake my head. "What the hell do Massimo and Leo think of this?" He arches a brow, like they have a say on what I do, Camilla. "That's not what I asked. They think I'm wasting my time, but I don't really give a shit." He runs a hand across the back of his neck. "It's refreshing to get away from the city for a while." I sigh heavily. "You're trying to ruin my life. Don't be so melodramatic. You've only got a few more months until you graduate SA anyway." That reminder makes my stomach dip, as I know that once I graduate, everything with Gavril will end. 3 weeks I spent back in Chicago for spring break, and I didn't hear one word from him. I know he's trying to make a point, clarify that this is just no strings attached fun, but unfortunately I was attached to the man before he ever fucked me. "Why didn't you tell me you were teaching here?" I shake my head. Hell, we could have come back together, for fuck's sake. Luca smirks. "And missed the look on your face when you realized?" "I don't think so." I punch him in the shoulder. "Asshole. Careful, Camilla, or I'll send you to Nitkin." I clench my jaw as heat slams into me, as he does not know what that truly means. If he did, he'd never send me to him. "I can't believe this." Nat laughs. "While it's fun watching you two bicker, we're going to be late for torture." "Oh, my favorite," Luca says, smirking. "Torture is such a fun class. I'd love to teach it, but math will have to do for now." I shake my head. "I officially hate you." He shrugs. "You'll get over it." I grab my bag out of my locker and slam it shut before charging down the hall away from him. Luca can be a real asshole, but this is a new low. "Wait up," Nat calls as she chases after me down the corridor. "Sorry, I'm just so mad at him," she laughs. "Come on, it's not that bad." I glare at her. "Say that to me when your brother becomes a teacher at the academy." "That would never happen." "Exactly. But could you imagine if it did?" She shudders. "Not really. I can't have Luca hanging around. He's a nightmare." Nat smiles. "I always liked him. He's fun." I grind my teeth as I get a feeling a lot of the students will like Luca. He's always been a bit of a clown, which is why I can't see him being a professor. He takes nothing seriously enough. Whatever. I glance at my watch and hurry my steps. We're going to be late if we don't move it. I'm eager to get to Gavril's class on time, as the last thing I need is for him to punish me on the first day back. And yet, even while I'm mad at him, I can't help the butterflies that flutter to life in my gut and the light-headed feeling spreading as I get closer to his classroom. It's pathetic. Are you all right? Nat asks, frowning at me. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? She shakes her head. You just look a little pale. I shrug. Perhaps it has something to do with my fucking brother being a professor here. I lie. She nods. Fair enough. We both step into the classroom, barely a second before the bell rings, rushing to our seats at the front quickly. I feel Gavril's eyes on me, but I don't look at him. The man is an asshole for not contacting me for 2 weeks, and I won't be the one to make first contact after that. Eva is already sitting in her spot. You both left that close? She whispers. Nat shrugs. We were talking to Luca, Camilla's brother. He's the temporary math professor. Eva's brow raises. How come you didn't tell us? I clench my jaw. Because until 5 minutes ago, I didn't even know. The slam of a ruler against my desk makes me jump, and I glance up to see those hazel eyes staring at me. Silence, Morone. You made it here with barely a second to spare, and now you're chatting in my class. I clench my jaw and narrow my eyes. I apologize. His jaw is as hard as stone as a muscle twitches in it. You will wait after class. With that, he turns and walks back to the front of the class, leaving me staring after him. What the hell? It wasn't like I was the only one talking, I murmur to Nat. She just shrugs and gets out her textbook. I know, deep down, the reason he's picking on me, and it's because he wants me to stay behind so he can use me as his toy. However, I will not give in so easily. 2 weeks without a word from him. Not even a simple text asking how I am. And then he thinks it will all go back to how it was before. A pain clenches at my chest as I know he warned me about getting too attached at the start. Sex is always merely a transaction for me. No attachments. It means I'm the one in the wrong, the idiot who promised she wouldn't get attached, but did anyway, and Gavril has made it clear he has no interest in attachments or getting involved with me beyond having sex. His voice drones in the background, but I struggle to focus on what he's saying. All the while, my mind runs over what I'm going to say to him after class. I imagine myself putting him in his place, but there's a part of me that worries I'll cave with Professor Nitkin. My instinct is to submit to him, which irritates me beyond compare. For the first time in my life, I wished away the break, wanting to be back at the academy because I missed him that much. If he thinks I'm going to fall in line as if nothing has changed, then he is wrong. I try to focus on the lesson as he speaks, keeping my eyes anywhere but on him. Instead, I keep my attention on the textbook in front of me, pretending to read it. Miss Morona, Gavril says. My heart stops beating for a second as I glance up to find him staring at me expectantly. Fuck. Sorry, sir? A muscle in the side of his temple flexes. Do you know the answer to the question? No, I'm sorry, sir. He grunts in frustration and glances at Nat. Gurren? Nat reels off the answer, as she always does, and the rest of the lesson goes by quickly as he assigns an essay that I can hardly focus on. The bell sounds, and Gavril claps his hands. I want the essay on my desk by the morning if you haven't finished them yet. The class grumbles in response. I stare down at my notebook and groan as I've barely written 10 sentences. Nat glances over and arches a brow. Seriously? What? I ask, despite knowing she can't believe how little I've written in just over half an hour. She gathers 3 full pages of writing and shakes her head. You need to focus more on class. Instead of responding, I gather my books into my rucksack as Nat goes up to the front to deliver her paper. A few other students do as well, but most haven't finished. Gavril glances at me as I remain seated, waiting behind as he instructed. A smirk twists onto his lips, which only makes me angry. I scowl back at him and break his gaze. The rest of the students filter out of the room and I watch them, keeping my attention anywhere but on Gavril. Eva slips out of the room and shuts the door behind her, and the tension increases, swirling around me like a thick cloud of smoke. I keep my eyes anywhere but on Gavril, even as I feel his attention on me, burning a hole through me. "What do you have to say for yourself, Miss Morone?" I clench my jaw. "Nothing, sir." I rake my fingers through my hair. I'm not entirely sure why I'm being punished when Natalia was as late as me and talking as well. He stands suddenly and walks over to my table slowly, a predatory look on his face. "Because after 2 weeks apart, I am ready to devour you whole, Malishka." I straighten. "Perhaps I don't want to be devoured?" He shakes his head and continues to advance toward my desk. "I don't believe that for a second." "Well, you should." I raise my chin and look him in the eye. "I've got no time for someone who can't be bothered to contact me for 2 weeks. His nostrils flare as he comes to a stop. I made it very clear before the break that I wouldn't be in touch. He moves closer and then sets his hands flat on my desk and leers over me.
I made it very clear what this was before we fucked. Don't you remember?
His words sting, even though he's right. It's my fault for getting attached and expecting more than he ever offered. I look down at the desk. "Yes, but it doesn't mean you can't text me or something." A soft growl makes me shudder as I look back at him. "This is why I don't do virgins. You look at me like you are hooked on me, and this is what I feared." His eyes search mine, and yet I couldn't stay away during spring break, even if you think I did. My brow furrows as I try not to let his words wound me too deeply. "What do you mean?" I broke my own rules and went to Chicago during the break. Anger floods my veins, hearing that he was in Chicago but didn't come to see me. "And you didn't bother to visit? How would that look, Camilla?" He raises a brow. "Your professor turning up at your family's home." He shakes his head. "Instead, I watched you from afar. You stalked me?" I ask, goosebumps forming over every inch of my skin. "Call it what you want." He spins around and pins me with his gaze. "I needed to see what you were doing and make sure you weren't with any other men." I gape at him for a moment, wondering if I heard him right. "Are you serious?" "Deadly," I stand. "You are more insane than I believed." I move around my desk to leave, but he grabs my wrist and yanks me forcefully to a stop. "Where the fuck do you think you are going, Miss Morone? I'm leaving." I tilt my chin up and look him in the eye, trying not to cower in front of this beast. A beast who is clearly unhinged for stalking me instead of contacting me. "There's no chance in hell I'm letting you leave this classroom until I get what I want." I bite the inside of my cheek. "And what is it you want, sir?" I hate myself for the butterflies beating to life in my stomach and the way my thighs clench at the dark, lustful look in his eyes.
You!
He growls, yanking me against him and kissing me. "I'm going to fuck you right now for the first time in 2 weeks, and you are going to be a good girl and do as you are told." Rage slams into me as I search his eyes. "Are you fucking insane?" His jaw tightens as he glares at me angrily. "Careful, Miss Morone. No, I'm not going to just roll over and take it. You didn't contact me, so don't expect me to just open my legs for you." I hold my head high, even though deep down I want to do exactly as he says. I want to kiss him, touch him, hold him, not to mention it's perilous now that my brother is a professor here. He growls softly. "I don't give a shit that your brother is here, and I don't give a shit that your butt hurt because I didn't text or call you." His grip tightens on my hips so much that I'm sure he's going to leave bruises. "Luca would kill you if he found out." The smirk that twists onto Gavril's lips makes my stomach churn. "I'd like to see him try. Many have tried over the years and all have failed." I shake my head. "You don't know my brother." "I know him well enough. You forget he attended this school just like you, and he's no different from all the other hot-headed mob heirs that attend this shithole." His eyes narrow, a darkness flaring to life within them. "If he tried to kill me, he wouldn't survive. I try to take a step back, but he won't release his grasp on me." "Are you saying you would murder my brother?" He narrows his eyes. "I'd kill him in self-defense. Yes. If it was me or him, I wouldn't hesitate. Let go of me, I say, hating the emotion I can detect in my voice." He shakes his head. No chance. I feel his hand slide under my skirt as he tears apart my panties. I'm fucking you whether you like it or not. His fingers slam inside of me, and I groan, hating how turned on I am right now. And then I hear the zip of his pants as he pulls my skirt up around my hips. I freeze, wondering if he'd really just fuck me after I told him no, especially in his classroom where anyone could walk in. Sir, I said no. Now I've caught you. I'm not letting you go, he murmurs, spinning me around and pinning me against the wall. I swallow hard at the delight in his eyes as he lifts me onto his desk and positions the tip of his cock at my entrance. I'm soaking wet, even though I told him to stop. What about consent? Do you really believe a monster gives a damn about consent, Camilla? Are you that naive? He glances down at his cock, pressing against my pussy. One thrust, and he'd be buried deep inside of me. Your cunt is so fucking wet. I don't believe you when you say you don't want this anyway. I take that as enough consent. With that, he thrusts forward and fills me to the hilt. I gasp. The stinging pain of being suddenly stretched makes me shudder. He grazes his teeth down the edge of my throat. You are mine, he mutters against my skin. And no matter what you say to me, I know you want this just as badly as I do. It's true, but I hate how he's doing this, taking what he wants without listening to me, and yet it makes me drip with need, as if I enjoy being taken against my will, which suggests there really is no end to my sick and twisted desires.
You are an asshole,
I mutter, glaring at him as he pulls back to look into my eyes. I told you no, and yet you still carry on. A sadistic smirk twists onto his lips. Because I know you don't mean it, Malishka. Your pussy is gushing, and your eyes are dilated with desire. He bites my bottom lip hard enough to draw blood and then swipes his tongue over it, his cock still deep inside of me. I think you quite enjoy pretending you don't want it while I fuck you anyway. I hate how right he is as I hold onto his shoulder, digging my fingers into it. I don't know what you're talking about. He wraps his fingers around my throat and squeezes hard. Stop playing dumb with me, Camilla. His hips move in an excruciatingly slow rhythm, drawing me toward the edge, only to back off each time. I bite my bloodied lip. Stop playing with me, I mutter through clenched teeth. He smirks. How am I playing with you? Despite knowing my begging him to fuck me harder will just reveal to him I want this, I can't hold back any longer. Fuck me like you mean it, I hiss. He chuckles. Good girl, he purrs. Hearing him call me that makes my nipples harder and my pussy wetter, which I didn't believe possible. Now tell me how badly you want my cock, and tell me how you want it, he demands, still messing with me. I release a frustrated grunt. I want your cock so bad, sir. I want you to fuck me hard and rough and make it hurt. His eyes light up with such fiery desire I fear I'll get burned. You're such a good girl for admitting how much you want my cock, Malishka. His fingertips dig into my hips harder, and he increases the tempo, leaning forward and sinking his teeth hard into my shoulder. So good that I'm going to give you exactly what you want. And then he fucks me so hard, it's like he's trying to break me in two, and I love every second. I've missed this, he murmurs, his voice husky. I've missed you. I hate what those words do to me. They make my stomach flutter with a million butterflies, and I know no matter how much I try to deny it, I'm falling hard and fast for this monster. A monster that doesn't have a heart to give me, which means I'm inevitably going to end up heartbroken in the process. And yet all I can do is drown in him, letting him do what he wants to me, because walking away right now would tear me apart. It's better to delay the inevitable, no matter how much it may hurt in the end. Gavril, I feel off balance after my encounter with Camilla. It didn't exactly go how I'd pictured. I caved and gave her my cell phone number after we had sex, which means I have to speak to her outside of our sexual encounters, something I've been trying to avoid. My cell phone buzzes. Camilla, what are you up to? I stow it back into my jacket pocket and push open the door to the staff room, an unsettled feeling clawing at my gut as I knew she'd start texting me. Instantly, I feel rage slam into me when I see Luca Morone is sitting in my spot. When he spots me, he gives me a smug smirk that only heightens my rage. "Good afternoon, Professor Nitkin." He stands. Or should I say Gavril? I must admit, I never imagined the day I'd be your colleague. I narrow my eyes at him. Neither did I, considering how much you flaunted the rules while you attended here. His smirk widens. Yes, but unlike most, I didn't cower in the face of your punishments, and it drove you crazy. He sits back down, crossing one leg over his knee. "Get out of my seat," I demand. His brow furrows. I didn't see a name tag on it. I cross my arms over my chest, struggling to comprehend how this asshole is related to Camilla. They are so utterly different in every way. He flaunts the rules, whereas she loves to abide by them. I've sat in that seat every fucking day I've worked here, and I'm not going to let a punk like you change that. His eyes flash with anger as he stands and approaches. "Who you calling a punk? I'm not a student here anymore, Gavril. I'm well aware of that, but it doesn't mean I won't still kick your ass." His nostrils flare as he squares up to me, rage brewing in his dark brown eyes. They're a darker hue than Camilla's. I fear he's up for a fight, and I'm not one to back down, especially not to some spoiled mobster heir who thinks he's harder than nails. The door to the staff room swings open, and Archer and Sophia Davidson, one of the other professors, walk in together. Sophia's brow furrows when she sees us both standing close together, fists clenched. "What's going on in here?" Arch chuckles. "Looks like Luca is already making enemies." He claps Luca on the shoulder as he walks toward the cough maker on the far wall.
"And you've picked the worst guy to make an enemy of Morone?"
I glare at the brother of the woman I've been fucking, wondering if he intends to hold his ground. It would be foolish in any case to come into a new workplace and immediately be an ass. But I'm not sure Luca gives a shit. He cracks a smile and claps me on the shoulder. "It's all fun and games, isn't it, Gav?" I clench my jaw. "Don't call me that. Everyone else calls you Gav."
"Yeah, well, you aren't everyone else. It's Gavril to you." I march around him and sit down in my usual spot, the seat he had been sitting in when I arrived, and don't sit in my seat again. I crack my knuckles. Arch laughs. "Oh shit, you sat in Gav's seat. No wonder he wanted to beat you up." Luca turns and glances at Archer. "What is so special about the seat?" He shakes his head. "Nothing other than the fact that Gavril sits in it and no one else."
It's as simple as that. Sophia nods. I made the rookie mistake of sitting there my first day. She swallows hard, glancing in my direction, and shudders. "Never again." I make a tutting sound. "All I did was tell you not to sit there again. You'd think I'd dragged you out of it by your hair." She hugs her arms around herself. "Might as well have. So dramatic." "Who is being dramatic?" Oak asks, coming through the door. "Sophia." I grab my coffee flask out of my briefcase, which evidently isn't filled with coffee, but something a little stronger. Oak eyes it warily, as if he knows exactly what's in there, but he doesn't say anything. Dramatic about what? Her first day when I told her not to sit in my seat again. I swig the whiskey. It burns on the way down. She's acting like I physically assaulted her. Sophia huffs. I was mentally scarred from that day. Oak nods. I remember. You were pretty intimidating. His eyes narrow. Why are you discussing that anyway? I glare at Luca. Because your math substitute made the same mistake. Luca ignores me as he sits in the armchair in the corner, flipping through a newspaper, whistling nonchalantly. The little punk is asking for it, but I know better than to pick a fight right now, especially with the brother of the girl I'm fucking. A girl who I corrupted. If he knew the truth, he'd no doubt try to kill me. Keep it civil, all right? Oak says, eyes pinned on me. I take another swig of whiskey, enjoying the burn as it moves down my throat. Always. He shakes his head and grabs a few things from the fridge before heading out of the staff room without another word, leaving Sophia, Arch, and Luca. At that point, Elaine Jasper walks in and sits down next to me. "How are you, Gavril?" she asks, as she gets out a sandwich from her bag and starts to eat. "Fine," I reply, not bothering to inquire how she is. Are you certain? She pushes. I glance at her then, noticing the anxious look on her face. Oak put you up to talking to me, didn't he? She shrugs. He asked me to assess your mental health. Motherfucker. I clench my fists. If he wants to know the state of my mental health, tell him to ask me himself, the coward. I'm going to therapy just as he wanted. Elaine nods. Of course. She takes another large bite out of her sandwich. So, you're not going to talk to me, are you? Not about my mental health? I take another swig of whiskey. We fall into awkward silence as Sophia and Arch chat at the back, sitting at the dining table with coffee, and Luca smirks at me from his seat. That boy is asking for a beating, but I control the rage inside of me, knowing that Oak is concerned for where I'm at in my head. He's right to be, as I've been on edge for a long while now, teetering between staying on the tracks or derailing spectacularly. The bell rings, signaling the end of the day, and, like clockwork, Camilla appears in the doorway of my office, her eyes blazing with desire. I text her to meet me here after class, as I gave her my number but didn't set out any rules. Have a seat, Miss Morona. She swallows hard and then shuts my office door behind her, before taking a seat opposite me. Am I in trouble, sir? Her voice is seductive, and I know she thinks I've called her here for a repeat of what happened in the classroom this morning. I want to establish some ground rules. Her expression falters at the serious tone of my voice. Oh, what kind of rules? Rules concerning you having my cell number. Her lips purse together, and I can tell she's getting ready to argue. No texting during the school day, and only minimal texting at all. I grimace. I hate texting. She crosses her arms over her chest and glares at me. That's ridiculous. Are you questioning my rules? I arch a brow, as I won't hesitate to change my number if you can't follow them. She releases an exasperated sigh. Fine. What other rules? We will speak on the phone if you want to talk to me. She scoffs at that. What's so funny? Well, you aren't exactly the best conversationalist I've ever met. She shakes her head. I would have thought you were more suited to sending texts. I growl at that. Are you saying I don't have much to say, Camilla? She shrugs. Well, we don't talk outside of having sex. Her tongue wets her bottom lip. So, unless you just plan to have phone sex? Talk to me now, I demand. About what? I am not the best conversationalist, but for some reason it irritates me that she's noticed, that she thinks we don't have anything to speak about. Tell me about your family. Her throat bobs, and I notice a flicker of sadness ignite in her eyes. I love my family. Even if they've always made it clear I have no freedom to choose my own future. In what sense? Ever since I was a little girl, I've known that I'll be subjected to an arranged marriage of my father's choosing. She winces at the mention of her father, or more likely, brother. I hate the concern that blazes to life inside of me at the sadness in her eyes. What's wrong with your father? Stage 4 cancer. Her lips pursed together, as if she's trying to stop herself from crying in front of me. We found out over spring break. I'm sorry to hear that, I say, genuinely hating, seeing her in pain. A few tears leak from her eyes, and she swipes them away. Normally, others' pain, no matter what kind, gives me joy, but right now I don't feel anything but pity. Come here, I order. She looks up at me in surprise, but does as I say. I tap my lap and she sits down, allowing me to wrap my arms around her and cradle her against my chest, forcing her to wrap her arms around my neck. What can I do to help? This odd, powerless feeling I have at seeing her hurting makes me feel almost unwell. I've never felt this way before. She nuzzles her face against my chest and breathes in deeply. Just hold me, sir. My chest aches. Of course, Malishka. I kiss the top of her head because it feels right. Oddly gentle and intimate gesture that freaks me out a little after the fact. What about you, sir? Do you have any family? The question feels like a sucker punch to my gut. No. I reply more abruptly than I intend. I don't think about my family back in Russia. In fact, a lot of my childhood is hazy at best, And I haven't been back since I escaped to Toronto when I was 14 years old, 20 years ago, to be exact. She straightens to look me in the eye. Oh, I'm sorry. What happened to them? I clench my jaw. I don't talk about my past. That's another ground rule. Her teeth sink into her bottom lip as she wipes her tears away. Okay. I kiss her softly, enjoying the feel of her thick lips against mine. Now, what other rules do I have? She shudders against me as I kiss her neck. I don't know, sir. We need to be more careful now that your brother is here, who is an asshole, by the way. She stiffens in my arms. What's wrong with Luca? He sat in my seat in the staff room and then proceeded to be a dick after I told him to move. Her sweet laugh reverberates through the room. Sounds like Luca. He's all right once you get to know him. I breathe in her sweet scent, enjoying this oddly calm moment with her. Up to now, we've been driven by desire every second we're together, but right now we're at peace, comfortable in each other's presence. It's a sensation I'm not used to feeling with anyone, not even my two closest friends, Oak and Arch. You forget I know him well enough. He attended this school just like you. She nods. Yes, but that was as student and professor. I arch a brow, a bit like us. I think we're kind of surpassed the normal student and professor relationship, sir. I tighten my grasp on her. Is that right? Unless you often fuck your students and I don't know about it. I kiss her again softly. It's tender and the complete opposite to what I'm used to. No, you are the first. And last, I want to say. But it feels too finite, the kind of thing you say to someone you want to be with long-term, and there is no long-term for us. Camilla will graduate at the end of this year, and that will be the end of it. I'm a monster. I have no heart. And that means that there's nothing I can give Camilla. She will go on to find a man who will treat her well and love her. Then why does the thought of her ever finding another man make me hot with possessive rage? Gavril. As the weeks pass by, I feel the clawing sensation at my gut, warning me that Camilla is going to graduate soon. It's driving me crazy that I even care. 5 weeks until school is out, and I never see her again. I run a hand through my hair, knowing that it is for the best. She's been more withdrawn ever since she came back from her sister's second wedding. 2 weeks before, she went to Mia's arranged wedding. But Mia was kidnapped by Killian Callahan, the man she really loves, half an hour before. Somehow the Marone family and the Callahan family have come to some kind of agreement for Mia to marry Killian. I was shocked, to be honest, as they've been at war for years. The union should bring some stability to the city, at least that's the hope. The desire to spend every possible moment with Camilla is making me feel a little insane. After all, I've never craved a person's company the way I crave hers. After the talk we had in my office when I comforted her over her father's illness, we've spent time together not having sex, a completely foreign and yet oddly enjoyable experience. In fact, she's coming over for dinner in 20 minutes. My little cabin in the woods on the Academy's grounds is cozy, and Camilla seems to enjoy coming here. Ever since the first time I invited her, she's always eager to get away. I guess it's safer, less chance of getting caught. She's been more on edge since her brother arrived, since him catching us would result in violence for certain. I check the oven to ensure my lasagna isn't getting overbaked. Cooking has always been a calming pastime that I enjoyed doing for myself, but I never had to do it for anyone else. Up to now, I've ordered takeout for us whenever she's come down on an evening, but I decided to cook her a meal tonight. There's a forceful knock at my door, and my brow furrows as she's early. I walk over to it and open the door to find Arch standing there, swaying slightly. "What are you doing here?" he smiles drunkenly. "I needed a friend to confide in." I clench my jaw. "This isn't a good time." His brows pull together as he glances behind me and notices the table with candles lit and set out for two. "No way," he says, swaying to the side. "Don't tell me you have a date." I fold my arms over my chest. Is that so hard to believe? And who, may I ask, is the lucky lady?
You don't know her.
I lie. Arch tries to take a step inside, but I block him. Where do you think you're going? I have to meet the woman who has made Gavril Nitkin cook for her. No, I say, grabbing his arm forcefully and trying to push him back out the door. He's strong though, perhaps stronger than me. Hey, what's the problem? The problem is you're so drunk you smell like a fucking bar. I shove him more forcefully back over the threshold. Now leave before I do something I regret. You can be a real dick at times, did you know that? I shrug. I'm not introducing my date to my friend when he's so drunk he can hardly stand straight. What's the problem, Arch? His jaw clenches. Adriana Vasquez is the problem. I sigh heavily. We've got 5 weeks until the end of the year. When are you going to give up trying to get her into your bed? He chuckles. She's been in my bed plenty of times. That's news to me. She has? Yes, but she's completely detached, as if our time together means nothing. Are you saying it means something to you? I ask, glancing at the clock, as this really isn't the time to be having this conversation. He nods. I think I love her. Now, those are words I never expected to hear from your mouth. He falls forward toward me, and I have to support him. You need to get it together, Arch. I've never seen you this drunk. Camilla appears then behind him, and I shake my head. Unfortunately, Arch notices even in his drunken state and spins around. When he sees Camilla standing there in a pretty floral dress with her hair in waves, he gawps at me. No freaking way, Arch, don't. You are fucking a student. He says, eyes wide. After all the shit you give me about it. The difference is I don't fuck multiple students each year. Camilla turns bright red at the mention of me fucking her. I better go. No. Arch was just leaving. Archer gives me an irritated glare. Surely you have enough food for the 3 of us. I think we should have a little chat. He has sobered up a little. Unless you want me to tell Oak. Don't be a dickhead. Look, Gav, I won't stay long, but I'm starving, and whatever the hell you are cooking smells delicious. He smiles at Camilla, who looks ready to bolt in the opposite direction. Surely you can spare a little for your closest friend. Oak is my closest friend. But I don't correct him and glance at Camilla, wondering what she thinks. She shrugs as if it's up to me. Fine, but you aren't staying long, Arch smirks. No, I wouldn't want to get in the way of the sadistic fuck session you have planned. Camilla turns beet red at that comment, but enters behind Arch and lingers awkwardly in the entrance. Both of you take a seat at the table. Camilla sits in her usual seat, and Arch takes the seat next to her, which isn't set out. After all, I was only expecting her for dinner. Trust him to show up on a night like this. So, how long has this been going on? Arch asks, glancing between me and Camilla. Camilla looks to me to answer. I guess you could say it started just after winter break. Yeah, I guess so, Camilla says, glancing warily at Arch. Arch reaches for the open wine bottle on the table and pours himself a glass. Do you really need any more alcohol? I ask. Effects are wearing off. Be careful of these girls, Gav. They'll ruin you. Camilla's brow furrows. What's that supposed to mean? He chuckles. Don't pretend you don't know about me and Adriana. The confused look on her face says it all. What about you and Adriana? He takes a long swig of wine before pinning her with a serious glance. We've been fucking for months. No, I don't believe that. She hates you. Arch looks wounded at that word, as if Camilla just grabbed a steak knife and thrust it right through his gut. Thanks a lot. Sorry. I just mean she was constantly complaining about your trying to get into her pants. What changed? Arch has a guilty look on his face, which suggests he didn't play fair when coercing her into bed. I had some information she didn't want getting out. What kind of information, I ask? If I told you that, I'd be breaking my promise. He sways on his seat precariously. And so she agreed to sleep with me for my silence. You really don't know when to accept rejection, do you? I grabbed the lasagna out of the oven and set it down in the center of the table. No wonder she's detached. You blackmailed her into having sex with you. Camilla glares angrily at Arch. That's fucking sick, Arch glares back. Yeah, well, once she realized what she'd been missing, she couldn't keep away. But she acts like it means nothing. I set some breadsticks on the table, and Arch grabs 2, shoving them in his mouth. She acts as if she doesn't give a shit about me. Probably because she doesn't, Camilla says, clearly still angry about finding out my friend forced her friend into bed with him. How could she care about a man who blackmailed her the way you did? Arch's head hangs. I don't know. I pull the garlic bread out of the oven and set it down on the table. Food is ready. Dig in. Arch reaches for some bread and puts it on his plate, and then dishes himself up a large portion of lasagna. I serve Camilla, and we all fall into silence, eating together. Camilla and I share glances. I'm sorry, I mouth to her over the table. She shakes her head, smiling. Arch has his head practically buried in his plate as he scoffs it down. It's clear the alcohol is making him ravenous, as I've never seen him like this before. Where were you even drinking? I ask. Home, he says, looking up for the first time since the food arrived on the table. Pathetic, isn't it? He sighs heavily. Maybe this is my punishment for blackmailing her.
Maybe,
Camilla says, nodding. And rightly so, I nod. Got to agree with Camilla on that. He narrows his eyes. You guys are no good at making me feel any better. He knocks back the rest of his wine and reaches for the bottle. I snatch it away before he can reach it. No way. You can have water or nothing. You are way too drunk. He groans and continues to eat in silence. Once he's finished, he slumps back in his chair and shuts his eyes. If I knew you were such a good cook, I would have made you cook for me many times. As if you can make me do anything, I reply. Touché, he murmurs. I give Camilla an apologetic look as this asshole is fucking up our time together, and then he snores. We both laugh softly as we glance at him, his head back and mouth open. I'm sorry about this idiot, I whisper. She shakes her head. It's not your fault. Her expression turns furious. But I can't believe he blackmailed her to sleep with him. And Adriana didn't tell us. I arch a brow. Have you told her about us? No, but then you can't expect her to tell you about Arch, can you? Good point. Her shoulders dip. Does he really love her? I nod in response. It would seem that way, as I've never seen him like this before. She looks contemplative. I wonder how Adriana feels. An awkward silence falls between us as we stare at each other. Unspoken questions hanging in the air between us. How do we feel about each other? I sense that Camilla has been more deeply involved in this emotionally than me from the beginning, but I can't help feel this nagging sensation in my gut that I care about her more than anyone I've ever cared for. Hell, I don't think I have ever cared for a woman before, and yet the word feelings puts me on edge. I'm going to grab dessert, I say, breaking the tension and grabbing the dirty dishes from the table. Camilla doesn't say anything, but I can feel her watching me. The air becomes heavy with a tension that is Archer's fault, coming here sprouting on about love and feelings. I grab the tiramisu I whipped up out of the fridge and 3 bowls and return to the table. Do you think he's going to wake up for dessert? I ask, unsure what else to say. She shakes her head. He looks pretty out of it. Watch this, I say, spooning a large helping into a bowl and then placing it just under his nose. His eyes twitch, and then he sniffs, and then he sits up bolt upright, eyes wide. Camilla laughs. What happened? You fell asleep, I say, signaling to the bowl of dessert. The tiramisu woke you up. Want some? He grabs it greedily off of me. You don't even need to ask. We both laugh together as he devours it like a pig who hasn't eaten for days, and a comfortable silence falls over the table, making me thankful that the awkward tension has been relived between Camilla and I. There's no way I'm ready to work out what the fuck is happening between us. I need to remember to kick Archer's ass tomorrow morning when he's sober. The night isn't going the way I planned at all. Camilla time is ticking away so fast it feels like it's goading me. There's only 2 weeks until graduation, which means 2 weeks until I say goodbye to Gavril forever. Any pain that he's inflicted on me is nothing compared to the heart-wrenching pain at the mere thought of never seeing him again. It feels like he's my other half, as if he completes me. Even if he's always insisted this is only sex, I find it hard to believe he doesn't feel it too. Or maybe I'm just a naive virgin who did get too attached to the man who took my innocence away. The emptiness that his absence will leave is too much to think about. I glance up from my work to find him staring right at me, an inferno burning in his eyes. My cheeks heat, and I glance back down at my essay when the bell rings. Butterflies flutter to life in my stomach every single time I know I'm going to be alone with him. My sadistic and twisted Gavril. The things he's done to me most people would be disgusted by, and yet I want to explore more with him. I want to delve into the darkness and never come out. This man could either be my salvation or my destruction. It just depends how it all ends. Mia asked me how it was going with him when I went back to Chicago for her wedding a few weeks ago, and I couldn't talk about it. My dreams could be fulfilled or smashed depending on how he feels for me, and I'm too scared to find out yet. I take my time packing my bag until I'm the last one in the classroom, and that's when I meet Gavril's intense gaze. You are adorable when you get embarrassed about me staring at you. Did you know that? I shake my head. You shouldn't be so obvious when we're in a room full of other people. He chuckles, a dark, almost sadistic sound. You shouldn't tell me what I should or shouldn't do. He walks over to me with a predatory stalk, eyes dark with desire and something else. Come here. I walk around my desk and toward him, my heart hammering unevenly as it always does when he looks at me like that. Stopping a foot away from him, I hold my breath, waiting for his next move. Like a viper, he strikes and pulls me against him, not caring that the door to the classroom is still ajar. I gasp as the softness of my body presses against his hard muscles. Sir, call me master, Malishka?
Master.
I purr. He groans and then kisses me with all the passion in the world, his tongue swiping against my lips viciously. I part them for him, and he delves inside, fighting for complete domination, and I give it to him. I love the way he takes all the control away from me, controlling the situation so perfectly. It's impossible not to moan as I rub my thighs together, needing more from him. Please, I gasp. Please, what, Camilla? I need you so badly, he smirks. Tell me how badly. The man is toying with me, but I can't deny him, as badly as I need oxygen. The smirk on his lips widens. Don't be so dramatic. I need you so bad it hurts. Good. He kisses me again, hauling me into his arms. Peppering hot kisses over my neck, he carries me toward the door to the basement. A pain squeezes around my heart as I realize there's only a few more times this can happen. 15 days, and I'm gone from the Syndicate Academy forever. It feels like I'm on fire for two reasons as he kisses me, the heat of desire and the burning pain of the prospect of losing him, forcing my mind to go quiet. I enjoy the feel of his skin against me, his touch, the fire it ignites deep in my soul. Nothing else matters right now. It's just me and him. Once we get into the basement, he sets me on my feet. My brow furrows when I see there's a new bed there against the back wall. What's that for? He shrugs. Thought it might be a bit more comfortable. I thought discomfort was your forte. I arch a brow. What happens when you punish other students down here? It is my forte, but not all the time. He smirks and winks, and without students, it's a secret bed. What? Look at this. He grabs the end of the bed and it moves upward. It disappears into the wall. Clever, I say, but I can't help but feel an odd jealousy that he's only just installed a bed 2 weeks before I graduate. Does it mean he intends to fuck other students? Maybe start acting like Coach Daniels? He doesn't seem to notice my shift in mood as he walks toward me, kissing me with a tenderness that makes my heart ache.
Just you and me today,
He murmurs. I don't understand his meaning, but he starts kissing my neck and shoulder, pushing me toward the bed. He's never wanted to have sex without some kind of sadistic element involved. After all, he loves inflicting pain, and I love receiving it. Slowly, he lowers me to the soft silk sheets, his lips making love to my skin in a way he's never done before. It feels like there's no urgency, like he has forever to worship me. Slowly, he unbuttons my shirt, eyes heated, but that darkness that's always there seems at bay, calm. It's not in the driver's seat as it usually is. He unfastens the front clip of my bra and then moves his lips to my breasts, lavishing them with painfully slow strokes of his tongue. I shudder, lacing my fingers in his dark hair. He doesn't tell me off or stop me, allowing me to touch him for the first time. There's a shift, a change in him that I can't explain. Gav takes his time undressing me and worshipping me with his hands, tongue, and teeth, the only aspect of pain he allows me. Once I'm practically gasping for air and begging for release, he gets off the bed and starts to undress. Normally, there's more sadistic play before this point, and I wonder if we're just going to have straightforward sex. Even when we've been at his cabin on his bed, there's always been an aspect of sadism. A detach between us as he ties me up, strangles me, and every time he's kept this disconnect between us, I've never slept there, always feeling like he wants me to leave pretty soon after we have sex. There's a vulnerability in his eyes as he throws his jacket and tie on the ground and then unbuttons his shirt. My breath gets caught in my throat as he gives me a chance to observe the scars over his skin. Scars I've wanted to ask about, but I've been too unsure to mention. The tattoos have been strategically placed to hide the wounds, but there is no covering them up. I open my mouth to mention them, and as if he can read my mind, he shakes his head. "Don't ask," I nod, respecting that he doesn't want to talk about it. Okay. He looks relieved as he tosses his shirt on top of his jacket, and then unbuttons his pants and takes them off with his briefs, standing totally bare to me and allowing me to observe him. Even his thighs and calves are peppered with scars, and I want to know how he got them all as I sit on the bed staring at him. I know I've never seen such a beautiful scene in all my life. A man who seemed so unshakable stands in front of me, oozing vulnerability. "Can I touch you, master?" His jaw clenches, but he climbs onto the bed.
Yes!
I run my fingers gently over the large scar that stretches across his left pectoral in a diagonal. He shudders at my touch as if it hurts him. "Are you okay?" His eyes are different now, as if a haze has lifted from them, and I can see right into his soul. "Don't talk." He kisses me then, as I let my hands rove over his skin. He pushes me into the mattress with his heavy weight, the hard length of his cock pressing into my soaking wet pussy. I groan as he rubs the head of it through my arousal, teasing me. "Please, sir. Master," he murmurs. "I want you to call me master. Please, master, I need you." He bites the inside of his cheek before thrusting inside of me, holding my gaze. At first, he's slow, almost tender, as if he's making love to me. I almost laugh the moment that thought enters my mind, as a monster can't love, even if I still haven't given up the hope that he's not beyond repair. Tugav was a man before he became a monster. I have to believe it. "Monsters aren't born, they're raised. You are so fucking perfect, Camilla," he murmurs into my ear. I swallow hard. "Not as perfect as you." He laughs as he thrusts into me hard, giving me that roughness I crave. "I'm anything but. Now be a good girl and keep your hands above your head." "Yes, master." I put them above my head as the tenderness dissipates, as if he's trying to prove a point. But all he's doing is proving that for me he is perfect. The darkness to my light. I shut my eyes and enjoy every second, hating that deep inside that ache won't go away, because it's going to end, and I can't be without this man. He completes me, and without him, I know I'll drown in despair. When I get to my dorm room and turn on the light, I practically jump out of my skin. Luca is perched on the edge of my bed, smirking at me. "What the fuck are you doing in here?" I cross my arms over my chest. "You realize the girls' dorm is off limits to guys?" He chuckles. "It's not off limits to faculty staff." He stands and walks over to me, his expression turning serious. "We need to talk." I narrow my eyes. "About what?" He tilts his head.
about the fact that you're fucking a professor. It feels like all the blood drains from my body as I blink a few times, wondering if I heard him right, and if perhaps I'm asleep, and this is a nightmare.
The last thing I need right now is for my family to learn about my relationship with Gavril. I don't know what you're talking about. His expression turns furious, which is rare for Luca. Don't play games with me, Camilla, he warns. The normally carefree brother I've always known nowhere to be found. I'm putting a stop to it. I draw in a deep inhale, as I know I'm in too deep to stop. Why the fuck do you care anyway? His jaw clenches. You know that as a Morone you are destined to be married by arrangement, and certainly not to some washed-up professor. Hearing him insult Gav affects me more than I'd expect. It feels like he's insulting me as an extension. You don't know him, I snap. I don't need to know him, Camilla. Luca shakes his head. Massimo has requested your return to Chicago 2 weeks early. Oak has given the go-ahead and confirmed you'll still graduate. You will only return for the ceremony. He glances at his watch. You are due to leave in 20 minutes. I stare with my mouth open. You told him without even checking with me that it was true. It's hard to believe that Luca is not only a professor but a snitch. You know, it's my responsibility to the family to tell him since he's the boss now. As for checking whether it was true, I saw the two of you kissing in his office, so I saw it with my own eyes. He shrugs. Massimo just wants you to get some space and clear your head. Motherfucker, I murmur, anger and disappointment mixing as I stare at the brother I always favored. Turns out becoming a professor made him grow up into an asshole. What the hell has happened to you, Luca? Nothing. He holds my gaze. I'm just doing the right thing for once. Luca walks toward my closet and pulls out my smallest suitcase. Pack now! I'm not going anywhere! I set my hands on my hips and glare at him. Don't make me drag you out of here kicking and screaming. He wheels the case toward the bed. Pack a bag. The rest I'll bring back. Anger rises inside of me that my brothers think they can control my life. As I said, why is it any of your business who I sleep with? He sighs. If it's just fucking, it doesn't matter, as long as you're taking precautions. Heat flames over my skin as my brother, and I have never spoken about this kind of thing. I've been on the pill for a few years now, due to terribly heavy and painful periods, so I've got that covered, even though Gav never even asked or checked that I was on any form of contraception, which is a little weird. However, you can't get attached. You know what your role is in this family and have done for years? He crosses his arms over his chest. Massimo will discuss it with you when you get back tonight. I won't be back tonight, even if I leave now. I glance at my watch. You will, as you're taking the jet back. What the fuck? It's not like this is an emergency. Why would I take the jet? Luca's expression hardens. Because Massimo wants to get ahead of this fast. His eyes narrow. Pack your bag, and I'll wait outside the door. He pauses just as he's about to exit the room and turns back to me. I almost forgot. Massimo asked me to retrieve your cell phone from you. He holds his hand outstretched. For a moment, I just stare in disbelief. Are you fucking serious? He winces. Unfortunately, yes, Massimo doesn't want you contacting Nitkin while you're back in Chicago. You can have it back once the week is out. I stare at my phone and then at Luca. Can't I? No, not one text or call. He gestures for me to hand it over. It was Massimo's orders. I stare at him for a few long seconds in utter disbelief before walking forward and slamming it into his outstretched palm. You are being as big an asshole as him. A muscle flexes in his jaw. I'm just doing my duty. Fuck duty. I turn away from him, but he grabs my wrist and stops me. Father is sick, and Massimo is just doing what he's supposed to do. Don't hold it against him and listen to what he has to say. I yank my wrist away in anger and march into my closet without another word. There's nothing more to say. I'm being taken hostage by my own family, forced away from my friends without saying goodbye. But that's not the most painful thing. It being ripped away from the man I inexplicably love. Gavril Oak is sitting behind my desk when I barge in. He looks up, brow furrowed. What's wrong, Gav? He knows me well enough to know when something isn't right. Where is she? He shakes his head. Where is who? Camilla. His eyes narrow. What is it to you? I bare my teeth, a growl rising from my throat. Don't play games with me, Oak. I clench my fist, knowing that I'm on the edge of losing it. Tell me where the fuck she is. 3 days now she hasn't replied to my texts or calls. I thought she was playing games since it was the weekend and she was probably busy with her friends. But when she didn't attend class today, I knew something was off. His brow raises. So the bullshit you gave me about her just being your student was a lie? At the time, it wasn't. And now? And now, if you don't tell me where the fuck she is, I'll rip your goddamn head off. I've not felt so angry or out of control in a while. Her cell is disconnected, and she didn't meet me as arranged in my classroom. Luca was right then. Luca was right about what? Oak stands and paces toward the window in his office, gazing onto the grounds of the academy. He suspected the two of you were involved intimately. That revelation makes the blood drain from my face as some of the anger eases. How? He shrugs. I'm not sure. He wanted to send Camilla home early at the request of her eldest brother because of it. He turns to look at me. I told Luca that was crazy, that you wouldn't be involved with a student. I know the look on Oak's face, and it's not anger but disappointment. It may be worse. I was a fucking fool to tell him you wouldn't be involved with a student then, it turns out. I sit in the chair opposite Oak's desk. It's not like I wanted this to happen. It just did. I called you out about it that evening in the bar, and you flat out denied it. Oak loosens his tie. I thought we were supposed to be friends, Gav. We are friends. I grit my teeth together. But if I had told you I was involved with Camilla that day, what would you have done? He shrugs. I would have made sure you ended it as quickly as possible. Exactly. And I have no intention of ending things with Camilla. I straighten as I stare him straight in the eye. I'll resign before I do that. His mouth falls open. Are you saying you have feelings for her? Feelings? The word alone makes my skin crawl, and yet I'm not sure what other explanation there is for this fucking obsession I have with her, why I'm barging into my boss's office like a raging lunatic. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm not ready to admit it out loud to anyone, even if it might be true, because I'm not entirely sure it is. Did you know her father is very sick? I nod in response. Yes, she told me about his cancer. Oak looks almost surprised that we actually talk, or that she told me anything personal, which irritates me. Well, apparently he's going into surgery this week, so Massimo is going to have her return anyway. But Luca brought it forward after alleging that you and her are sleeping together. I clench my jaw, as Camilla never mentioned her father was having surgery this week coming. So she's in Chicago? Yes. And she'll be back in 2 weeks' time for the graduation ceremony. The fact is, the Morone family won't just let this relationship between us slide. They've taken her cell and turned it off for a reason, so I can't get in contact with her. I'm going to Chicago. Oak stands. Like hell you are. I cross my arms over my chest and stand tall. We're both about the same height. Are you going to stop me? Gav, you can't go guns blazing into Morone territory. I'll do what the fuck I want. I growl. Oak sighs heavily. Jane mentioned from her sessions with you that she's concerned you are going to relapse. Relapse into what? Into chaos and bloodshed, Gav. I can't watch you while you spiral out of control. I clench my fists by my side. Perhaps this was always going to happen? Perhaps what I have wrong with me can't be controlled. Are you saying you're going to go on a killing spree again? I shake my head. No, you don't understand. Help me, he says, gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. I search his eyes, wondering if I really want to get into this with him now. If I don't, he'll never let me go to Chicago. Fine, but just listen, okay? He nods, miming, zipping his mouth shut. I'm all ears. My heart pounds unevenly in my chest as I sit down again. All this time I've been trying to keep the darkness inside of me under control, but really, it just needed an outlet. I rub a hand across the back of my neck. Suppressing it was only making it more difficult to control. It felt like it was trying to eat me alive. Oak nods as if he understands, but he can't understand this. He may have had a dark past, but not like mine. It doesn't even come close. Camilla is that outlet. She fits me like a fucking glove, and although I feel like I've lost control of the darkness, it doesn't need controlling when I'm around her. He arches a brow. Sounds like you are in love. My stomach flips at that word. Love isn't in my vocabulary. You are in denial, then. I know what it is to suddenly feel whole after years of feeling empty. He's talking about his relationship with Ava. I must admit, he was a bit like me when it came to dating, although he never even had relations I knew about with women. He was like a fucking monk as far as I was aware, and then suddenly he's married to a student. It was totally out of the blue, but I can't deny that he seems far happier ever since they got together. That's what you're describing, isn't it? Is it? I guess in a sense, but it's more complicated than that. Not just a sense of being whole, but a sense of acceptance of who I am. All this time I've been fighting it, trying to satiate my needs with fragments. Camilla lets me be who I am, and she fucking loves it. Even subs that I've been with before have been weirded out by the extremes of my sadistic needs. Gail, for example, only let me do things to her because she had fallen for me. Wasn't because she enjoyed it the way Camilla does. It's not that simple. I run a hand through my hair. All I know is I have to go to Chicago. They're going to try to take her from me. Fine, you can go. I'll have to get someone to cover for you. He gives me a piercing look. How long will you be? I shake my head. It's impossible to say until I get there, he sighs. This year has been the craziest fucking year yet. I purse my lips together, knowing that Archer is also off his rocker right now, but think it best not to tell him. After all, he's taking this badly enough. If I tell him Arch blackmailed his student into having sex and is now in love with her, I think he might have a heart attack. I know, but at least it's almost over. Oak nods, loosening his tie. Yeah, I can't wait. I can wait as it means working out what the hell is going on between me and Camilla. Love is a word I can't quite get on board with, but all I know is I can't live without her. She's the light to my darkness, a star in my pitch-black night sky. And without her, I'm not really living. Without her, it feels like my heart won't be able to keep beating, a heart I believed had turned to stone forever. But Camilla defied all odds and melted it. Gav. Wait up, Arch calls, as I chuck my hold-all into the trunk of my car. Anyone who sees me would think I've just packed a few things for a few days away, but actually, the bag is full of guns. I'm not leaving Chicago without Camilla. Those fuckers think they can steal her away from school early and force us apart? Well, they're wrong. What is it, Archer? I slam the trunk shut. Where are you going? I sigh heavily, as I don't have time for this. Chicago. Oh, so you know already? My brow furrows. Know what? About Camilla's wedding? It feels like my friend just took a knife and slammed it into my gut as my entire body turns ice cold. Wedding? Yeah. Adriana told me that her brother just called and he's in Chicago because Massimo arranged for her to marry Alejandro de Leon. It feels like my world tilts on its axis and the need to get to Chicago becomes even more pressing. When? 2 days from now, I scramble for the driver's side door and open it. Fuck. So you didn't know? Why were you going to Chicago? I shake my head. Because I knew she was back home, and that Massimo pulled her from school 2 weeks early. But I didn't know about the wedding. A wedding that I will stop no matter the cost. If I have to murder her entire family, I'd do it. And the De Leon family along with them. Camilla may be the balance to my scales, but losing her will tip me over the edge. I'm about to slam the car door shut when Archer grabs it and stops me. What are you going to do? Stop the wedding at any cost. Gav, these people are dangerous. I'm more dangerous. I won't let her go. I'll die before I do that. It's self-destruction to go all guns blazing into a city you don't fucking know. I shrug. So be it. Let me go with you as backup. I laugh. Do I strike you as the kind of guy that goes anywhere with backup? He glares at me, and I know it's all out of concern. He wants to be by my side to try to pull me back from the cliff edge, but there's no pulling me back. Hell, I'd end up a danger to him if he tries to stop me. Chill out. I know what I'm doing. With an irritated exhale of breath, he releases my car door and takes a step back. I hope you do. I slam the door shut and turn the key in the ignition, knowing that I can't get to Chicago fast enough. It's about an 18-hour drive, but I will not be stopping. Time is of the essence if I'm going to stop the wedding. I put the car into drive and speed down the irritatingly long driveway to the academy without a glance backward. Depending on how this goes, it might be the last time I see it and Archer, but I don't let my mind linger on that. Camilla. Massimo paces the floor of our father's study. It's 10 o'clock at night, and I'm exhausted from everything. But he had me dragged in here the moment I arrived. It's so odd seeing him here in Father's position. But Father is still in hospital, fighting cancer. The doctors had given him a grim prognosis, but he seems to defy them at the moment, and it turns out he's due to go into surgery in 6 days. He's already clarified that if he makes a full recovery, he has no intention of reclaiming his position as the Don. I'm tired, can we? Silence, he growls, stopping pacing and glaring at me. What the hell were you thinking? I don't know what the big deal is. His jaw clenches. You've been fucking a professor at your school. If you can't see how that's a big deal, then there's something wrong with you. I swallow hard. I'm on the pill. Let's be honest here. It's not like you were a virgin when you met Paisley, is it? It's so fucking ridiculous the way the men of our family hold the women to completely different rules. They can fuck around as much as they want, but we have to remain pure, innocent virgins ready to be auctioned off. He crosses his arms over his chest. You know why you're not supposed to sleep around. How are we supposed to find you a husband when you're no longer a virgin? I scoff at that. Who the fuck is a virgin at 18 nowadays anyway? His eyes narrow. Mafia princesses. Just tell people I am. How will they know? The thought of ever sleeping with a man other than Gav makes my skin crawl. I'd rather die than ever be with another man. He is the man for me, no matter whether he wants me. It's crazy that he's pulled me out of school early, considering we only had 2 weeks left. It's not like what Gav and I have was going to continue after I graduate, a fact that has been haunting me the longer the school year progresses. I know no amount of time spent with him would have been enough, but to have it cut short like this really twists the knife in. I never intended to lose my heart to a monster, but that's exactly what happened. Hell, I think I lost it to him before we'd even slept together. Gavril Nitkin has been my schoolgirl crush for years. Massimo grunts. True, but if word gets out... He shakes his head. I mean, Luca saw the two of you kissing. Heat flares in my cheeks as I feel so damn thankful that's all he saw. The things he could have seen are far fucking worse. Not to mention, Nitkin is renowned for being a sadistic son of a bitch. Massimo looks at me for a few beats before shaking his head. It's hard to believe my baby sister is even sleeping with anyone, let alone a sadist. I keep my eyes focused on the coffee table in front of me as my cheeks heat. This is so not a conversation I want to have with Massimo. Can we not? Not what? He snaps, the rage clear in his voice. Have a frank and honest conversation about what you've been doing. If you are sleeping with someone, then you have to be adult enough to talk about it. I narrow my eyes at him. I don't need to talk about it with my brother. Do you want to discuss your sex life with Paisley? He folds his arms over his chest and leans back against the edge of the large mahogany desk. This isn't about me, Camilla. You are 18 years old. I'm 30. I can do what I want as the head of this family, but you... Yeah, I get it. I'm just a puppet for this family to use as they want. I have to marry whoever will bring you more power, money, or some bullshit like that. His eyes soften as he stops pacing and approaches me. I'm sorry, that's just how it's always been. Just because that's how it's always been doesn't mean it's how it should be. It's unfair that women in this world get treated like garbage, but it's something I've accepted since I was little. Massimo surprises me by nodding. That is true, but I'm not sure I can be the one to change years of tradition. And what about Mia? His jaw clenches. What about her? She got to marry Killian, a man you didn't select. Are you suggesting you were in love with the professor? I shake my head. No, I'm merely saying that was different. It benefited our family more than any choice I or father could have made. He loosens the tie around his neck. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I found a suitable husband for you. Before news gets out, you are to marry him at the end of next week. I gape at Massimo. You're kidding, right? He shakes his head. No. We had to soften the blow for the De Leon family after what happened with Mia. Oh, great. So I'm the sloppy seconds for Alejandro De Leon. Massimo looks frustrated. You will marry Alejandro in 1 week's time, yes. I'd rather claw my eyes out with a blunt butter knife. Don't be so melodramatic, Camilla. I stand then, unable to listen to this anymore. You're a judgmental asshole. Did you know that? His nostrils flare, and I see true rage ignite in his eyes. You won't speak to me like that. He grabs my wrist and yanks me forcefully toward him. You're my sister, but I'm the don of this family. What I say goes. Got it. I yank my hand free and turn away from him without a word, storming out of his office. Camilla, don't walk away from me, he yells. There's no way I'm staying in that fucking office listening to this bullshit. It's clear that I have no control over my own life. Breaking into a sprint, I rush up the stairs to my room. Once I get there, I unlock it and slam the door behind me, locking it to ensure Massimo can't follow me. The events of today have been exhausting. It feels like I have whiplash, as I was so happy after Gavril made love to me. At least that's how it felt. And now I feel empty and cold, as if my future is bleaker than a gray fall day. Tears spill out of my eyes as I dive onto my queen-size bed, and I bury my face into the soft silk of my bed sheets. It feels like I'm drenched in a pain so acute, it might kill me. Can a broken heart kill you? As it sure as hell feels like it can. I'm isolated, shut off from my friends and the man I still held hope could learn to love me, even more so, after the way he made love to me so tenderly. That was only earlier this afternoon, but it feels like it was an eternity ago. I'll never forgive my brothers for tearing my heart out and stomping on it the way he has. Are you sure you don't want to come in? Mia asks. I shake my head. Look, I'm sorry. I'm just so not in the mood for shopping. She gives me an apologetic look. Of course you're not. I can't believe Massimo is making you marry Alejandro. I sigh heavily. Me neither. She squeezes my hand gently. There's still time. I know she thinks that perhaps I'll get lucky and find a way out of it just like she did. But Killian loves her. He was going to do anything to ensure he didn't lose her. It's a completely different situation between a Gavril and me. At least from his side, it's different. I'm not holding out any hope. Sandro clears his throat. Shall I stay out here or go inside with you, Mia? Mia shakes her head. It's just a little boutique. You can see inside through the windows. Stay out here with Camilla? Thanks a lot. I'd rather be left alone to mope around in the street. But before I can argue, Mia dashes into the little boutique she loves so much. To say I'm not up for shopping today is an understatement, especially as I'm supposed to be shopping for a wedding I don't want in 3 days' time. No matter how hard I begged Massimo, he wouldn't back down on this. Camilla, my brow furrows as I'm sure I recognize that voice and wonder if I'm hallucinating. Over here, I turn and see him. Blinking a few times, I make sure my eyes aren't deceiving me. Gavril is standing a few yards away in the mouth of a small alleyway. He glances at Sandro, who isn't paying attention, and then gestures for me to come over to him. I run toward him, my heart thundering at 100 miles an hour. Why is he here? He grabs my hips, pushing me against the wall. This feels familiar, doesn't it? Exasperated, I shake my head. What are you doing here? Did you think I'd let some man steal you from me by arrangement? Hope ignites like a bonfire doused in gasoline inside of me. How did you find out? Adriana told Archer. I sigh, relief taking a hold around my heart. But how can you stop it? My brother is set on this wedding going ahead. He cups my face in his large, rough hands. Leave it to me. You know it's happening in 3 days, right? That's why I'm about to stop it now. Confusion takes a hold as I search his eyes. How? As I said, leave it to me. Camilla. Sandro calls my name, walking in our direction. Gavril pulls out a gun, and it feels like time stops still as he comes out of hiding. Over here, dickhead. Before Sandro can even defend himself, he shoots him. It's all such a blur as Sandro hits the ground, and then Gavril lifts me over his shoulders and carries me toward his car, which is in view of the shop where Mia is. Mia comes running out screaming my name.
Camilla?
I can't see her, my mind spinning as I wonder if Gav just killed Sandro, an innocent in all of this. My belief that I love this man is founded on nothing. What do I really know about him? Is he a murderer? It's not impossible to believe. His grip on reality seems fragile, and as he bundles me into the trunk of his car and I'm plunged into darkness, I start to question my sanity. How can I love a man as dark and twisted as him? So dark and twisted that he has kidnapped the woman who loves him and shot her bodyguard. A man I've known since I was born. As I lie on my back in the cramped trunk of Gavril's car and it starts to move, I wonder if I've lost my mind. It's clear I'm in love with a maniac, and I've lost the plot for ever believing that there could be a future for us. Gavril, are you insane? Camilla asks, pacing up and down the old abandoned dock warehouse that I picked to hide in. Her face is stained with tears and red, but she still looks as angelic as ever. I shrug. Possibly. There's an acute pain in her eyes. You murdered Sandro? She's hysterical. I walk toward her, but she dodges away from me. No, stay away from me. Her eyes are wide with a mix of fear and anguish. Sandro, I assume, is your bodyguard. And I didn't kill him. I draw in a deep breath to keep calm. I purposely gave him a flesh wound that will heal within weeks, but I had to make your kidnapping realistic. How can you be so sure you didn't hit something major? I stare at her, waiting for the penny to drop. Her anatomy professor knows exactly where to shoot a man to kill or to maim. You do realize that's literally what I teach week in and week out. Some of the tension eases. Of course, she shakes her head. But you can't kidnap me, for fuck's sake. My brother will kill you. I'd like to see him try. Massimo isn't to be underestimated. She paces again. He's ruthless and cruel, and he doesn't like being made to look weak. I'm offended that Camilla believes I'm in danger from her brother, but I ignore it. I won't allow him to put a stop to this. Camilla comes to a halt and stares at me. A stop to what? I realize that I'm treading on thin ice. I still don't know what this is. Camilla means more to me than any other human being on this planet. She understands me in a way no other person has. Oak always tried to understand me and be supportive, but I know that the way I am freaks him out, and always will. I'm broken in most people's view. A sadist, that's the tag the world gives to me. Me and you. She approaches me, closing the gap. I didn't think me and you existed. After all, you said this was nothing more than sex. Straight to the point. Ignore what I said. The hope in her eyes ignites as she shortens the gap between us. Are you saying you want a proper relationship? This isn't the time or the place for this conversation. I realize, as I've still not worked out what I want or what this crazy obsession with her means. I'm saying I don't want this to end. But I graduate in less than 2 weeks. She's not going to make this easy. And your point is? Catching her bottom lip between her teeth, she gives me a pointed look. Gavril, stop playing with me. Do you want to be with me? I smirk at her vulnerability and close the last few feet between us, setting my hands on her hips and drawing her close. Do you want to be with me? She hits me in the chest, shaking her head. Gavril! I feel that darkness roaring to life as I hold her, knowing that if I tell her the truth, the beast will be well and truly uncaged. I may be a monster, but yes, somehow you've made me feel things I believed impossible. She shakes her head. You're not a monster. I want to believe that, but she doesn't know what I've done, the kind of mayhem I left in my wake. You don't know what I've done, Camilla. Pressing a finger against my lips, she looks deep into my eyes. I don't care what you've done in the past. All that matters is the future. A pain burns through my veins and constricts around my heart. It's been so long since I felt anything but liquid ice flowing through them. I am stopping your wedding, no matter what. Her lips purse together. How? I'm going to make your brother back down. Her eyebrows hitch up her forehead. I'm not sure how. Massimo is as stubborn as a mule. I have a plan. What is it? She asks. It's best you don't know the details. She would put a stop to it if she knew that I'm drawing them here for a fight. One man against the Morone Mafia may sound crazy, but I'm not worried. She kisses me suddenly, and her soft, pillowy lips against mine feel like heaven on earth. The panic I'd felt when Arch told me she was getting married has driven me to this point, but with her lips against mine, I can finally relax to a certain extent. Roaring engines catch my attention outside, and Camilla freezes against me, eyes going wide as she pulls away. They've found us. We need to run. She's about to turn away, but I grab her wrist and pull her against me. No, this is part of my plan. Her brow furrows. Are you crazy? Trust me, Malishka. I know what I'm doing. I hear the engines shut off, and then counting in my head, 20 seconds later, the explosion rocks the entire building. Group of Morone men come barreling into the warehouse, all guns blazing, and the bomb I set up explodes, sending them all to the ground. Camilla screams, pulling away from me as her eyes go wide, watching the carnage unfold. The bomb will injure people, but it's unlikely to kill. Oh my God, did you just kill men from our familia? She stares at me in a way I never expected to see her look at me, like as if she thinks I'm as insane as everyone else. I have to give her the benefit of the doubt. She doesn't know my plan. I shake my head. Just wait and see. I'm not sure whether it's my calm attitude, but she seems to settle down, glancing toward the entrance. Massimo Morona appears through the smoke and debris, with Leo Morone following him, and a few of their men behind. Get behind me, I hiss. Camilla glances between me and her brothers a few times before finally moving to stand behind me. Nitkin, Leo says, narrowing his eyes. Stop this madness now. I recognize Leo from the academy, but Massimo was before my time. He's not that much younger than me at 30 years old, meaning there's only 5 years between us. I pull my gun out of my pocket and aim it at them, which results in a gasp from Camilla as she tugs at my top. What are you doing? I stiffen. Quiet, Camilla. It's not me that needs to stop the madness, Leo. You're the one trying to force Camilla into a marriage she doesn't want. I tilt my head. Cancel the wedding and it all ends right now. Massimo cocks his gun. Let this go, or you'll regret it. I arch a brow. How about we settle this the traditional way? Massimo exchanges a glance with Leo, who gives him a shake of the head, but the Don of the Morone Mafia is being watched by his followers. Bring it on. He shrugs off his jacket and passes it to Leo. I came prepared wearing a sweater and joggers, which will give me the upper hand in a fight for range of movement. Gavril, Camilla tugs on my sweater. Why are you doing this? She doesn't seem to understand how far I'd go to secure her as mine. They could put 200 men between us, and I'd burn my way through every single one until she was mine. I'd tear down the entire fucking world if I had to, anything to keep her. I'm her master now, and there's no changing it, as she's too deeply under my skin. I shrug her off without a word and approach Massimo, fists in front of me. His eyes narrow as he approaches, and then he lunges toward me clumsily, trying to land a punch to my right. I dodge out of his way easily and then counterattack, slamming my fist into the side of his gut right where his kidney is. He grunts and stumbles a little as I step back and put distance between us. Massimo's eyes flash with anger and he rushes at me again, his movements jerky and predictable as I kick out and trip him before he can land his punch, forcing him to the concrete floor. The air is knocked from his lungs as he groans, rolling over and gazing up at me from the flat of his back. I smirk, which angers him further as he growls and pushes himself up, looking a little worse for wear as he sways. "Please, stop this," Camilla says from the sidelines, but I don't let her distract me, keeping all of my focus on her brother. "I'll stop this when your brother agrees to stop the wedding." "Never," he growls. I shake my head. Never is so definitive, isn't it? He rushes for me and tries to tackle me, but I step out of the way at the last minute and kick him in the backside, sending him to the floor for the second time.
Motherfucker!
He growls, recovering faster this time as he jumps back to his feet.
Give up yet?
"What are you? A black belt or something?" I nod in response. "You can't defeat me at hand-to-hand combat, Massimo." His jaw clenches and he tries again, sending 2 fast punches in my direction. The first I dodge, the second I block with my palm and then twist his arm hard, almost pulling his shoulder out of its socket.
Give up.
I push him away, but it just inflames his rage. He rushes for me again and lands a relatively decent punch to my middle, but it's not enough to affect me. And he made a grave mistake of getting too close to me as I bring my fist up in an undercut and clip his chin, sending his head flying back from the force. Grabbing him by the shirt, I slam my fist hard into his nose and break it, the crack echoing around the warehouse. He growls in agony, and I release him, allowing him to step back.
You broke my fucking nose?
He holds it as blood spills profusely down his face. The look in his eyes tells me he's ready to give up, ready to concede to my demands, which means Camilla and I will be free to be together. Lucky for me, Remy Morone is sick, which means I'm dealing with an unexperienced amateur. If Massimo had any sense, he'd send everyone all guns blazing and take me out no matter the costs, but he's too cautious. As I stare at the young Don, I know we're going to come out of this unscathed. Camilla will be mine for the rest of eternity, and I'm okay with that, even if it means that I have to admit my feelings for her. A shudder still races down my spine at the word even entering my mind. It's going to take time, but I'm willing to work on it harder than anything I've ever worked on in my life. As an existence without her isn't worth living. Camilla, Gav moves suddenly and grabs a gun from a holster attached to his belt, pointing it at Massimo's head, and all the blood drains from my body. In that moment, I realize I could lose my entire world in the blink of an eye, my brother and the man I love. If Gav killed Massimo, his men would soon shoot him dead, leaving me with nothing but emptiness. I've never seen my brother defeated so easily in combat, but Gav is some kind of martial arts expert or something. He danced around my brother as if he was totally inexperienced, but Massimo has always been a good fighter. Blood runs down my brother's face, as I'm pretty sure Gav broke his nose. "Gavril, please don't," I plead. "Massimo may try to force me to marry someone I could never love when I've fallen hard for someone else, but I'd never want him dead. I love my brother, despite everything." Gav looks at me with a madness that scares me as I approach him. "He's my brother. I can't lose him." He bares his teeth like an animal. "The son of a bitch tried to tear us apart. I place my hand on his arm, trying to get through to him. He did, but he's my family, my blood." I realize at that moment that Gavril can't understand that because he doesn't have a family like mine. "I won't forgive you if you harm him." Massimo spits out blood. "Save it, Camilla. He's a psychopath. That's the kind of man you want to be with." My chest hitches as I glance between the two of them. "He's not a psychopath. He's the man I love, and you are going to have to accept that." Gav tenses at the declaration that I love him, and it's not exactly how I wanted to tell him, but it just slipped out. "You've known the rules since you were a little girl, Camilla." Massimo straightens, blood still spilling from his nose. "Marrying a man of your choice was never an option for you." Gav pushes the gun harder against his head. "Make it a fucking option, asshole." I yank at his shirt. "Let's all cool down and discuss this like adults." His beautiful hazel eyes are blazing with a purpose I've never seen before. This isn't a discussion. He will call of your wedding and announce that we're together. Simple. It feels like my heart is going to explode, as I never believed Gav would want to be with me long term. Are you sure? He nods, glancing back at Massimo. So what do you say, Morona? Leo is on edge, his finger on the trigger of his gun as his hand shakes. Don't give in to him. I'll shoot him dead. If you shoot me, your brother dies before your bullet hits me. Gavril doesn't even look at Leo, and I am confident I can move out of the way of your bullet. He glances briefly at Leo. And then you will be done. Are you ready for that, Leo? Leo's throat bobs as his eyes dart between Gav and Massimo, and then he lowers his gun. Fuck. There's no way he's ready to take charge, but I wonder if he would really kill my brother after I begged him not to. So what do you say, Massimo? Massimo glares at him with a hatred I've never seen before in his eyes. I say you're a fucking asshole, he nods. But I'll call off the wedding. Good. He digs his free hand into his pocket without taking his eyes off of my brother. I'll need you to sign this legally binding contract. My brother's mouth falls open as he stares at the contract. You really have covered all your bases, haven't you? I'm no amateur. You're a professor. Who were you before? Gavril shrugs. That's for me to know and you to contemplate. Massimo snatches the contract out of his hand and walks toward a rotten wooden table. Got a pen? Gav pulls a pen out of his pocket and chucks it for Massimo to catch. After a few minutes of silence, Massimo finishes reading it and shakes his head. You're one clever son of a bitch, Nitkin. I'll give you that. I wonder what the contract says, but decide not to say a word right now. The tension is finally diffusing. Massimo signs the contract and returns to stand in front of Gavril, shoving the paper into his chest. You've got what you want. Now put the fucking gun down. He glances over the paper to ensure my brother did indeed sign, and then nods, lowering his gun and putting it into a holster attached to his belt. We will be leaving now for Maine. He nods. If you hurt my sister, I'll personally hunt you down and murder you. Do you understand? Gavril grins, baring his teeth. I'd like to see you try. My brother's fists clench, and I wonder if the fight is about to kick off again. But you don't need to worry about me hurting Camilla. His eyes narrow. I'm her protector now. A shiver races down my spine at that declaration. I'll tear apart anyone who hurts her, so I won't be the one to do it, Gav says. I move forward and approach Massimo. I'm sorry it came to this. He nods. Me too, sis. I swallow hard. I don't want this to come between us. His expression hardens. I'm sorry, Camilla, but there's no way this can't come between us. Excruciating pain squeezes around my heart. What are you saying? At least for a time you're going to have to keep your distance. You're kicking me to the curb for this. Father won't be happy. He places a hand against his forehead. First Mia and now you. At least Mia's pairing was respectable. He glares at Gavril. Not a fucking professor. Gavril growls. Careful, Morone. Massimo straightens, holding his head high, glancing at Leo. Let's get the fuck out of here. Leo nods, chucking Massimo's jacket at him, which he shrugs on. After one last glance in my direction and a soft shake of his head, he turns to leave the warehouse with Leo following behind. The rest of the men filter out behind them, a few of them hobbling out with bad injuries and blood staining their clothes, but strangely enough, none of them died. Once they're gone, Gavril turns to face me. Still want me now? It's a good question because what I witnessed was honestly insane, but somehow I want him more, all of that he did for me. And while he may not be able to admit his feelings in words, he just demonstrated them with actions instead. Of course, he gestures for me to approach him, and I run into his arms, squeezing tightly. The fear I felt at the prospect of losing him was enough to carve my heart from my chest. I meant it, I murmur softly, my face buried against his chest. What? I love you, Gavril. I squeeze tighter and crane my neck to look at his face. His eyes are bright with emotion, his throat bobbing. I shake my head. Don't say anything. You don't need to. He draws in a shaky breath. You make me a better man, Camilla. I'm not sure that's true. You just almost committed mass homicide for me. There's a haunted look in his eyes, and I wonder what terrible deeds his past holds. A part of me is curious, but I know it's best not to dwell on the past. All that matters is our future. Somehow we defied the odds and Massimo has agreed to allow us to be together. It hurts that Massimo is basically turning his back on me, but life unhappily married to a stranger I don't know would have torn me to shreds, especially when my heart has already been claimed. Emotions and expressing them don't come naturally to me, but I want you to know you can have all of me. Every single part belongs to you, Camilla. Tears pool in my eyes as I rise onto my tiptoes and kiss him, knowing that I've never felt so happy despite the carnage our love has caused. Mia will be ecstatic to learn that I no longer have to marry Alejandro. Can I borrow your cell phone? His brow furrows, but he passes me his cell phone without question. I type in Mia's cell number and it rings 2 times before she picks up. Hello? Mia, it's me. Camilla. Oh my God, are you okay? Yes, Gavril kidnapped me to get Massimo to call off the wedding. There's silence on the other end before she says, That's crazy, but kind of romantic. I laugh. Yeah, well, it worked, but I think I'm kicked out of the famiglia. Not to me, you aren't. There's some rustling on the other end of the phone. Sandro is fine. It was a flesh wound. I know, I say, glancing at Gavril. How? He told me he ensured it wasn't fatal. She sighs. So what happens now? Good question, I say, twirling a strand of my hair around my finger. I honestly don't know yet. Well, keep me updated. I'm at the hospital with Sandro, but you can call me anytime. After all, I'm a Callahan now, not a Morona. I swallow hard, hoping that this doesn't get in between us.
Right? I'll give you a call soon. You'd better I've got to go.
She cancels the call. Everything okay? Gav asks. I nod. Yeah. I walk back to him and place his cell phone in his hand. I wanted to tell Mia what happened. Fair enough. He stows the phone in the pocket of his joggers. It's surprising how sexy he looks in such casual clothes. I'm so used to seeing him in a suit. I like the look. His brow furrows. Don't tease, Camilla. I'm serious. I place my hand on his chest. Would you like to give me a workout, sir? He growls, grabbing my hand and spinning me around so my back is molded against his hard chest. Is that what you want? He asks, his lips close to my ear. I wiggle my hips, grinding my ass on the hardness of his cock. I want you, right now. Biting my shoulder, he presses his fingers between her thighs and groans when he discovers how soaking wet I am right now. The crazy events that just transpired weren't enough to douse the flames of desire. They're more persistent than the flames of hell. He spins me back around and lifts me off my feet in one fluid motion, carrying me toward a wall and slamming my back into it hard. I need you now. Tearing my panties apart, he unzips his pants and frees his cock in a desperate fumble. And then he's inside of me. I gasp as he's unstoppable right now, eyes glazed with a desire that both scares and excites me. It feels like I've been dying these past 5 days without your heavenly cunt. I moan, my head resting back on the cold metal wall behind me. Fuck me, master. He bites my collarbone so hard. I scream as he draws blood. That's it. Scream for me while I devour you. He licks the cut he inflicted. After all, you're being ravaged by a monster. I draw in a deep breath. And I fucking love it. He groans, thrusting in and out of me with harder strokes, his muscles straining as he keeps me pinned against the wall. Fuck, I cry, the thoughts in my mind turning into a muddled jumble as everything goes quiet. His powerful arms lift me up and down his cock as he fucks me like an animal. There's no playing anymore, just giving in to sheer desire. Fuck me harder, master. He growls, lifting me away from the wall and carrying me to an old industrial table, perching me on the end. Careful what you wish for, and then he turns into the beast I love, slamming into me as if he's trying to break me in half. Gavril's hazel eyes are dilated so much that there's barely any hazel left, giving him an otherworldly appearance. As he continues to rut into me frantically, his teeth sink into my shoulder hard. I can't ever get enough of you, he breathes. And then he bites harder, enough to draw blood. My appetite for you will never be quenched. I want you so badly I need to consume you in every way possible. I grip his hair hard and he doesn't stop me. Then do it. I can handle anything you throw at me. Fuck, he growls, plowing into me with even more force than I believed possible. Any control that he did have snaps as he becomes merciless. Harder, I goad. Gavril's eyes flash with that sadistic delight as I bend and break for him. Don't tempt me. No holding back. He nods, and then he pulls out before forcing me onto a dust sheet on the floor on my hands and knees. Stay still for me. I glance over my shoulder to see him crouched behind me, his cock positioned at my entrance. And then he bears his weight down on me and slams into me. A silent scream escapes my lips as the position pushes him so deep I can feel him against my cervix. Right now, I don't know where he starts and I end, and I want to stay like this forever.
Keep going.
I pant. He groans and then fucks me just like that, each thrust painful and yet exquisite. Fuck, I think I'm going to... I feel Gavril's hands wrap around my throat and he's choking me, which only thrusts me over the edge with more force. Come on your master's cock like the dirty little pain slut you are, he roars. Every muscle in my body contracts with the force of the orgasm, and I can't even register what kind of sounds I make as I climax. My vision becomes hazy and speckled with stars from a mix of oxygen starvation and an orgasm so intense it feels like it rips my soul from my body for a few moments. Shit! He growls as he unleashes his cum deep inside of me. We remain like that for an unmeasurable amount of time until finally we both find the strength to come apart. Once he's out of me, I have this clawing need to get close to him again, and it seems he feels the same as he joins me on the dust sheet, wrapping an arm around me. We don't say a word as we bathe in our post-orgasm bliss at peace in each other's company. Gavril, sitting at the front of the main hall, I wait patiently for her to appear. Graduation ceremonies are normally a drag I try to get out of, but for the first time I don't feel like clawing my eyes out. After all, I'm the only support she has here for this day. Despite sending invites to her family as an olive branch, none of them have showed up, not even Mia, her sister. I suspect that Massimo didn't extend the invitation to her, and that's why she's not here. Excuse me, sorry. I glance up to see Mia pushing through to the seat next to me, followed by a reluctant-looking Killian. Gavril, I haven't missed her, have I? Quiet. Someone shouts as she drops into the seat next to me, and Killian takes the one on the other side of her. Oh, shut it! She shouts back. I smile, thankful that she made it for Camilla's sake. Even though she hasn't voiced it to me, I know it hurts that her family has cut her off. She's not been up yet. Mia sighs in relief. Thank fuck for that. Traffic was ridiculous this morning from our motel. She glances at Killian, and someone wouldn't get out of bed when I told him to. He grumbles, glancing at me. All right, Professor. Great, thanks. It's odd seeing the students that have graduated years ago. Killian was in the first senior year I taught, so I didn't get to know him much. 6 years at this academy have flown by so fast, but no year was eventful as this one. No year was as important as this one, as finally a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Camilla has lifted that weight, freed me from a burden that I thought was mine to carry for eternity. How long do you think until she's up? Mia asks, leaning toward me. I sigh. Well, they're on L at the moment. It's alphabetical by surname, so she'll be on any minute now. Mia straightens and shuffles in her seat, leaning toward Killian. She's up any moment now. Killian looks like he wants to be anywhere but here right now. The guest speaker announces her name, and I feel my heart stop beating for a moment. And then, when she appears, it starts again, harder and faster than before. It's insane the effect one person can have on me. I always wanted to be on my own, a lone wolf for life, until she came blazing into my world like an asteroid falling from outer space. A cynic all my life about love and emotions. But the fact is, I do love Camilla. I haven't said those 3 words to her yet, as every time I try, I freeze. I clap hard for Camilla as she takes her diploma and turns to the crowd, smiling. Her eyes find mine out of the hundreds of other eyes on her in an instant, as if they're drawn to me like a magnet. Mia screams, "Go, Camilla!" Camilla laughs, rolling her eyes as she walks off the stage. I track her as she goes to sit down on the other side, wishing the ceremony would finish already so I can go to her. "She did good, didn't she?" Mia asks. I nod, unable to take my eyes off of her. Mia pokes her finger into my ribs, forcing me to look at her. "You take care of her, you hear me?" I smile at her big sister act. "Of course." "Good, because I only have one sister, and I'm very fond of her, so if anything happens to her, I'll set the wolves on you." I hold my hands up in surrender. She is in safe hands. I would do anything to keep her safe. Mia nods, satisfied, and politely watches the rest of the ceremony in silence. The next 15 minutes are the longest of my life, as I watch Camilla from a distance. All I want is to be next to her, as if an invisible force is trying to pull us together. Finally, the speaker announces the end of the ceremony, and I get to my feet. "I'm going to go and find her." Mia nods. "Okay, bring her back here." I don't reply and walk toward the front of the hall where Camilla was sitting. When I find her, she's standing in a little group with her best friends, Natalia, Adriana, and Eva, as well as Elias, as I approach. Her lips pursed together as she promised she'd tell them about us today. "Guys, I've got to tell you something." I walk up to her side and slide my arm around her back and place my hand gently on her hip. "Indeed you do, Miss Morone." Eva and Natalia gape at us, but Adriana doesn't look so surprised. My suspicion is that Arch told her. "What the hell is going on, Camilla?" She shrugs. "Gavril and I are seeing each other." "Since when?" Eva asks. I'm surprised Oak didn't mention it to her, but I did swear him to secrecy. "Since after winter break," I say, squeezing her hip. "No way. You've been with Nitkin and not told us the entire time?" Natalia asks, narrowing her eyes. Camilla straightens. "Let's be honest, you were pretty judgmental when I joked about going after Gav." "Gav?" Adriana asks, smirking. Camilla shoves her in the arm.
Don't be an asshole.
"Is this why you haven't wanted to swim all year? Because you're too busy getting with a professor?" Camilla's cheeks turn deep red. "Perhaps?" Elias shakes his head. "What is up with this year? It's totally insane. First Eva marries Principal Byrne, and now Nitkin is dating a student? What is your point, Morales?" I ask. His cheeks pale a little, and I'm glad I can still scare him, even now when he's graduated. "No point. It's just fucking weird." Very articulate. I glance at the students one by one. "So, what are your plans now? You are free of this place." Natalia moves closer to Elias. "We're getting married over the summer in Mexico." Elias looks at Natalia with a look of pure adoration.
That's right. You're going to become Mrs. Morales.
Natalia meets my gaze. "You'll have to come with Camilla as her date." I clear my throat. "We'll see." Camilla shuffles uncomfortably. "Yeah, it's a while away." Eva sighs. "Obviously, I'm going to Alaska with Oak. He has bought a place there and wants to spend the summer there. Oak has mentioned purchasing a place up there as he loves the quiet." "You don't sound too pleased about that," I say. Her lips purse together. "I'm not too fond of places that don't have a distinct night and day." "You'll change your mind," I say, shaking my head. "It's beautiful there." Camilla looks at me. "When have you been to Alaska?" "I've spent a few summers up there with Oak." Archer approaches, looking more nervous than I've ever seen him. "Adriana, can I have a word? Still not giving up?" Natalia quips. Adriana nods. "Sure." She follows him, and they disappear out of the hall. I have no idea what is going on between the two of them, as Arch hasn't mentioned his meltdown since it happened. Camilla leans toward me. Do you know what's happening between those two? I shake my head. No. He hasn't spoken about her since the night at the cabin. What are you two whispering about? Natalia asks. Oak approaches, sliding a hand onto his wife's hip. So, how are we going to celebrate you guys graduating? His attention dips to the arm I have firmly around Camilla's back. Hadn't really thought about it, Eva says, smiling at her husband. Any suggestions? Mia suddenly rushes over. What the hell is going on? Camilla sees her and her eyes light up. Mia, you made it. He raps, Harry, you're... Ram. Lus. And then with Thanks, Killian. An unreasonable flare of jealousy ignites seeing her smile at any other man than me, but I dampen it down because it's insane. That's her brother-in-law, for fuck's sake. So, dinner and then drinks, Oak suggests. Sounds good, Ava says. But where? How about Vander's? I ask. Oak arches a brow. Not sure everyone will be into Russian food. I narrow my eyes. Why the fuck not? He chuckles. It's just not the standard food people are used to eating. I sigh heavily. Where do you suggest then? I know the perfect place, Ava says. Where? Camila asks. Just trust me, she says. Fine. Can we just leave as I'm fucking starving? Elias asks. Adriana and Archer return, both looking a little shifty. What's going on then? Arch asks. The group of us are going to go for dinner and drinks, Oak says, looking at Arch. You are welcome to join. Arch nods. Sounds good. Adriana's cheeks redden the moment he agrees, and something tells me that whatever was happening between them isn't exactly over. Let's go, Oak says, glancing at me. You going to drive too? I nod. Sure. As a group, we head out of the hall and out front where Oak and I head to our cars, followed by passengers. Natalia, Elias, Killian, Mia, and Camilla come with me since my SUV can seat 6. Arch and Adriana go together in Oak's car. I drive into town, following Oak with my hand firmly placed on Camilla's thigh the entire time. She's not my student anymore, so I'll be damned if I don't make it clear to everyone that sees us that she belongs to me. Elias leans forward. So you two are serious then? I give him my most intimidating stare in the rearview mirror, which forces him to sit back in his seat. Yes, I say simply. Camilla relaxes once I say that, and I still find it amusing that she believes I took on the Morone Mafia for someone I'm not serious about. The comment she made about Natalia and Elias's wedding being a while away is because she doesn't want to presume we'll be together by then, which is fucking ridiculous. Thanks for the invite to the wedding, by the way. I'll be there. I squeeze Camilla's thigh as I say it, and a soft smile twists onto her lips. Great, Natalia says, actually sounding genuine. Yeah, great, Elias adds, sarcasm dripping from his tone. I notice Natalia nudge him in the ribs for it. Mia and Killian are in the very back of the SUV and are oddly quiet. I sense that perhaps Killian is taking advantage of the short window of privacy they've got back there. Oak pulls into the parking lot of the new all-you-can-eat buffet that opened about 2 months ago on the outskirts of town called Cosmo. It's supposed to serve everything from Asian to Mexican food. Makes sense, Ava suggested this place, as it will have something for everyone. Natalia sits up straighter in her seat, glancing out her window. I've wanted to try this place ever since it opened. I park next to Oak, and everyone jumps out. Camilla is about to, but I grab her hand and yank her back into her seat. Not so fast, Malishka. I haven't given you your gift. Her eyebrows lift. Gift? You graduated tonight, and I wanted to get you something special. I pull the oblong box out of my pocket and pass it to her. Instantly, her eyes fill with unshed tears, even though she hasn't opened it yet. You didn't need to get me anything. Open it, Malishka. She opens the box to reveal the diamond collar necklace. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Her eyes are wide as she glances at me. It must have cost a fortune. Little does she know that I have a fortune stowed away. My brother and I didn't leave Russia with nothing. It's one of the reasons we needed the protection of the Sidorov Bratva in case our past came for us. You're worth every fucking cent. I reach for the collar and pull it out. Shall I? She nods, a tear spilling from her eyes and running down her cheek as she lifts her hair and turns so I can put it on and do it up. I love you, Gavril, she murmurs. I pull her as close as I can over the center console and kiss her. As my lips linger just over hers, I murmur, I love you too. The tears well up in her eyes, and as if the floodgates are open, she sobs at the admittance of how I feel, but it feels like the right time to tell her. Love has been well and truly absent from my life since I can remember, But Camilla is the only one that can heal me. It was easy being on my own, but I was on a dangerous collision course, barely living. Camilla accepting the monster that I am has made it easier to accept myself. I'd risk everything for her. She's my world, and without her I can no longer exist. Epilogue, Camilla. 1 year later, Gavril stands at the helm of the boat, navigating the sea as if he was born for this. The change I've seen in him in the past year has been immense as he opened up to me little by little, letting go of all that hurt and anger that he harbored toward himself. When he finally told me about what he'd done before Oak found him, I can't deny that I was freaked out. He's a murderer, one that got away with it. But I know that's not what defines him. His past further back haunts him, and he still won't talk about his life in Russia before he emigrated to Toronto with his brother. I swallow hard as I place a hand on my swelling stomach. We're expecting twins in the fall, less than 4 months away. When I told Gavril I was pregnant, I think his brain misfired in shock. After all, we'd only just decided to start trying that month, and it happened instantly. And then, when we had the first scan and the lady told us it was twins, he almost ran out of the room. I could see the panic in his eyes. But I think he's come around to the prospect of there being 2 babies rather than 1. He gazes back and smiles. "How are you feeling?" "Happy," I say. "Come here." I stand from the little bench seat I'm sitting on and walk toward him. My heart always races when he looks at me the way he's looking at me now, as if I'm the brightest star in the night sky. He grabs my hand when I'm close enough and yanks me into his powerful arms, wrapping them around my stomach as he keeps his chest pressed to my back.
We're almost there.
Almost where? I ask. We rented the boat in Florida a few days ago, and now we're in the Caribbean.
You'll see,
he murmurs as we approach land for the first time in over 24 hours, navigating toward a small island that can't be much more than a few miles across.
Where are we?
I ask, leaning back into him. The Bahamas. This little island is uninhabited, but there's a beautiful little cove and beach on the west side. I lick my lips. Is it private? He kisses the back of my neck, sending a thrill down my spine. Of course. It's not accessible without a boat and a well-kept secret. A thrill erupts to life inside of me as I shut my eyes, wanting nothing more than to feel him inside of me. It doesn't matter how long we've been together. The blistering heat of our desire only amplifies with time. The more we get to know each other, and what makes one another tick, it deepens that unbreakable connection. Gavril navigates into the deserted cove, and it looks utterly magical. "Wow, how did you find out about this place?" He sighs. "Archer told me about it." Gav didn't strike me as the kind of guy who would know about this kind of place. "I'm pretty certain before we met, romance wasn't in his vocabulary." His hand gently caresses my huge stomach. "Are you sure you're feeling okay?" "Certain." I turn my head to kiss him. "Let's go." Gav turns off the engine to the boat and removes his arms from me, walking to the back to drop the anchor so we can swim to the beach. Once the anchor is firmly set, he pulls his shirt off and my mouth goes dry. He's utterly stunning and always takes my breath away. My eyes take in every dip of his hard muscles wrapped in scarred and tattooed skin. Some would find the scars ugly, but they complete his beauty and tell a story he's not ready to tell me yet. "Strip," he orders. I bite my bottom lip and slowly drag the left strap down my arm before doing the same on the other side, teasing him. His eyes darken as I allow the fabric of my dress to drop to the floor at my feet, revealing my skimpy red bikini. The way he looks at me makes me feel more desired than ever, even in my pregnant state. "Come here." He holds an outstretched hand to me. I stride toward him, trying to be sexy, and stop just out of his reach. "Are you going to devour me, master?" A soft, wolf-like growl rips from his throat. "Don't tempt me. I told you to come here." I tilt my head, pursing my lips. "Or what?" He steps closer, a thrill starting at the base of my spine. "Are you looking for a punishment?" I smile at him. "Perhaps." He groans and yanks me firmly against him. You can be a naughty little brat once we're on the beach. I lick my dry lips and nod. Fine. His hand entwines with mine and pulls me toward the ladder. I'll go down first. He hops over and climbs into the shallow water below, waiting for me. I get onto the ladder and climb down, anticipation making me shake. Once I'm at the bottom, his hands find my hips as he pulls me toward him. I want you so badly, Miss Morone, he whispers into my ear. I shudder. I want you more, I murmur. Impossible. He kisses my neck. I wrap my legs around his waist in the shallow water. Are we even going to make it to the beach? He tilts his head. Sand is annoying, don't you think? His lips move lower over my collarbone, his height meaning he can stand up in this section of water. Much better to stay in the water. I swallow hard. Whatever you want, sir. He groans, the hardness of his erection pressing into my center. Good girl. I feel him move my bikini bottoms aside, and then he thrusts 3 fingers inside of me. So wet. So ready. He fucks me with his fingers, driving me toward the heights I crave. Ever since I got pregnant, I'm even more insatiable than before. And I was pretty fucking insatiable. I rock myself against his hand, chasing my release like a crack addict, looking for the next fix. Gavril stops and pushes away from me, making me grunt in frustration. Bottoms off now. He releases me, staring expectantly. I hook my fingers in the waistband of my bikini bottoms and pull them off, chucking them up onto the deck of the boat. He does the same, and through the clear water I can see his cock is hard and ready to take me. Turn around. I do as I'm told, treading water and turning so my back is to him. Suddenly I feel his arms around my waist and the length of his cock pressing against my center. Without warning, his cock is inside of me, filling me up the way I needed. Fuck yes, I cry out, as he holds my back against his chest, my legs unnaturally hooked backward around his thighs as he pounds into me from behind. It's easy for him to support my weight in the water as we fuck like heathens in the sea. Take it deep in that pretty little cunt like a good girl. I groan, enjoying the moment, but craving more, craving pain. Hurt me, sir. He bites my earlobe, sending a thrill of pain through me. But it's not enough. More, I goad. He growls. We've talked about this, Malishka. Ever since we found out I was pregnant, he's been more gentle, although not gentle in the sense most people would think of it. I groan. I want pain. He bites my shoulder hard, his teeth sinking into my flesh and cutting the skin. Is that better? Do you like bleeding for me? I love it, I gasp, struggling to draw enough oxygen into my lungs. More. I know how to give you what you crave, he says, nipping at my ear again. How? His cock slips out of my pussy, making me grunt in protest. That's not what I crave. He chuckles and forces me around to face him, an inferno as bright as the flames of hell burning in his eyes. Are you going to be a good girl and let me fuck your tight asshole? I feel the head of his cock against the tight, abused ring of muscles as he loves fucking my ass. I shudder, as he knows how much I love him fucking my ass. The pain that accompanies anal making it even more addictive than normal vaginal sex. I'll let you do whatever you want, master. Without another word, he thrusts forward violently, breaking through them. I scream, the sound drowned out by the lap of waves around us.
That's it. Scream for me.
He encourages. I want your pain, pleasure, and everything in between. His cock is so deep inside of me as he fucks my ass like an animal, the feral side of him always coming to the surface when we're intimate, and I wouldn't have it any other way. He's a monster and a beast, but he's mine, and that's all that matters. Such a pretty ass, taking my cock so fucking well. I groan as he fucks me harder, supporting me in the water. Slowly, he pulls out of me, leaving me feeling empty and wanting. What are you doing? I ask in protest. Patience, he mutters, changing the angle slightly and then thrusting back into me with a long, slow and teasing stroke, pulling all the way out and then back in with such force. I claw my fingers into his hair. tugging at it as he takes me the way we both love. There's no doubt in my mind that we're made for each other. Two halves of a whole that were always supposed to find each other, even through the haze of darkness that surrounded Gavril. Wasn't easy uncovering the light that still existed inside of him. But once I did, it all came together. So fucking perfect. He grunts, his fingers gripping my hips hard as he moves me up and down to meet his strokes. "Touch yourself," he orders. I swallow hard, looking into those blazing hazel eyes as I remove a hand from the back of his neck and reach between us, rubbing my clit. "Good girl. I want you to come while I fuck that tight ass of yours." My eyes flicker shut as the pleasure becomes almost unbearable. "Look at me," he snaps. I open my eyes, holding his gaze as I touch myself, pushing myself toward the edge. "Stop," he orders. I sink my teeth into my bottom lip. "Please, sir." He shakes his head. "Not yet." His fingers move between us and he takes over. "I'm going to be the one to make you come, Malishka." I try to detach myself from my thoughts as he gives me the most unparalleled pleasure, his fingers dancing over my clit in excruciatingly perfect movements. It's insane the way he knows how to play me, as if I'm his instrument and he knows me inside out. "Fuck, Gavril, I'm going to—" He kisses me then, swallowing my screams as I tip over the edge, as he sends me soaring into heaven with every touch and movement. My entire body becomes rigid with pleasure as I shudder against him. Gavril roars as he too comes apart, filling my ass with his seed. Our bodies still coming together in violent thrusts. We remain silent, wrapped up in each other as we recover from our mutual highs. Gavril's feet are firmly planted on the sandy floor as he supports us both, cupping my cheeks in his hands and forcing me to look him in the eye. "I love you," he breathes, kissing me then. Every time I hear those 3 words from him, it has the power to steal the breath from my lungs and make my heart ache unlike anything else. He doesn't say it often, but when it does, I know in my soul he means it deeply. "I love you too," I reply, resting my head against his shoulder as we stay there, wrapped in each other under the warm sun as the soothing waves wash around us. And I know in that moment my life is fulfilled. Gavril gives me everything I need, and I'll never want for anything again. He's my world and I'm his, and together we can move mountains.